let Judy's song play till the end. Look hard while I listen to Judy's song.
Washer and dryer.
There you go. That's Judy's link. Mountain Rain. Hey, that way. Love you. Love you too, dude. Hi, Mr. Hugh. Happy Sunday. Pulled a lion. Lion. Roar. This is not a lion. This is an elephant. I pulled it during Mountain Rain's song. Learn from the past. Saturnian Sun. Hey, yes, Mountain Rain is awesome. She's like so awesome. Awesome. Like so awesome. Hi, Raven. How are you? 11. Why? Oh my gosh. I was just listening to Paul Butler's transmission today, and I forget who he was quoting because he reads like other people's articles and stuff. It's not just his words all the time. And he was quoting somebody who was saying to what point our tongue is not working the way we want it to all the time these days. We're either slurring out words or completely in mid-sentence or mid-word forgetting the word that we want to say or how to pronounce it type of thing. And I was like, oh, wow, I'm really so glad to hear, like, imprinted in my head that this is not just me, right? This is not just me. And I already know from, like, the years of the oracle-esque part of me, the more that timelines are in flux and that there's, like, just that momentum of change in the universe where, you know, things are happening, that slur happens for me. But it's so intense right now that I just don't even have the words for it. Oh my God. How come you have internet again that way? That's awesome. Me happy. Hey, Alex. Hello, beautiful people. Saturnian Sun, Alex. You beautiful creature, you. Yeah. Oh, really, SS? I was gonna go live today, but I just haven't felt it yet. Well, it's funny because I'm the opposite of you, SS. I did not think I was going to go live, and then I started feeling it, right? So for the last half hour, I've been like dilly-dallying this and dilly-dallying that and thinking, I'm not going to stream today. Nobody needs to hear my voice or see my face. And then everything's pushing me in anyways. So here I am. Raven, hope everyone is having a good weekend. You as well. I was about to ask, Raven, I know you, and I know the name, but I can't remember who you are. How's it going? This is Eternal Plane. It's my other channel, Genevieve. Thank you, because I was like, I know this energy. I know this energy, but I don't know. Hi, David Castle. Greetings and favor to you, dude. Guess what song came randomly on my playlist last night, David Castle? Yup. If you thinking of divinals, you be right. I was like, whoa, right? Sync. I just finished your drawing, David. I'm gonna go grab it. It's on my other table. I just finished, David Castle. I think I already have your email, David, so I will send it to you later, alligator. Or in a while, crocodile. A little bit of both. But yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the PayPal, David. Really grateful. Anyways. Okay, back on track. Everybody's saying hello, hello, hello. And here we are. The tribe is all here. It's all a coming. It's a coming, eh? Are you like me too, Saturnian Sun, where sometimes people aren't here, but they are? Like the way that when I play Judy or whenever I choose to play somebody at the beginning, like I can feel Mountain Rain here with us, even if she can't take the time to press on the button today and be actually here. David was so funny with that. Good for smiles. Yeah, I felt like I was totally busting. Totally busting. Yeah, really incredible. Because that song has not come up in my playlist in so long. And then yesterday through the stream, and then I think it was around between 5:30 and 6. And the reason that I remember the time is because someone had set up a live stream for 6:30. And at 5:30, I was sitting there like, doo-doo-doo, 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 the only person in the room kind of waiting. And I never thought to check the timestamps. And I was like, whoa, this is weird. This person never usually sets up a stream and then just doesn't show up for it or has tech issues or, whatever. So I let it go. I went and I did something else. But then an hour later, the live stream was playing. And I was like, what? It was 6:30 an hour ago. And then no, I looked at the time and it was actually 6:30 now. And I was like, oh my gosh. Speaking of that, Corey, Founders of Light, I believe it was yesterday. He made a video. And then at the beginning, when he was introducing like the beginning of the vid, he was like, happy Sunday type of thing. And in the comments, somebody was like, Corey, it's actually Saturday. And then, yeah. Anyways, anybody else feeling that like, Saturnian Sun, energy reigns. Yes, it does. It does. It reigns complete. It really does. More than words, eh? Grab another animal spirit. A lot of incoming CME energy. I don't have the words or the timestamps or anything, but a lot of incoming CME energies in the last 24 hours as far as I've been guided to see, like updates and certain things. Oh, double cards. Whoa. Check this one out, SS. Boom. Canary. Sing your own song. What number is that again? 12. 1 and 2 is 3. Trinity. Canary. Sing your own song. Boom. There you are. Hey, Judy. Me started the stream with your song. I forget what it's called. Let me go check again. What's it called? Divine love. I am divine. Yeah, anyways, I started the stream with that, Judy, and I literally even said, like, even if you don't come into the stream, you're here anyways, and then boom, here you are. A little bit of Canary, sing your own song. And then another card actually came out at the same time, 15, the miracles are endless, double yellow. Double yellow. I'm not going to read the Canary, because sing your own song, I think that's self-evident. I don't really think there's more words in the book that actually can help or that's needed. You know, it's self-explanatory. Sing your own song. Oh, too, Judy, when I was, because I waited till your song was completely over to start my stream and like start yapping. But I did something which I usually don't do is I pulled a card as your song was playing, Judy, and the elephant came up. I just wanted to show you in case you have elephant syncs because I specifically was saying I want to wait till the song plays itself all the way to the end. And whoa, I'm going to pull a card and it's the elephant that came up. So I'm not sure if that's at sync with you, Mountain Rain, but I feel really guided to share it again and show it. The second card that came up that I just, the two that came out of the deck by themselves, I didn't really pull them, they came out, but the first one was the canary. And the second one, I'm going to read the book description for this, Cow Spirit, The Miracles Are Endless. One of the reasons I'm going to read the book is because the preconceived imprinting and just things that we can think about cow energy to just re-imprint something different, right? I don't know if that makes sense, but there's like not always the most beautiful, pure connotations for cows, and the cow is a beautiful spirit. Actually, I might even take a minute to Google just a bit more because they don't really talk about what. Anyways, cow spirit, miracles are endless. You are at a beautiful point in your life today. For your needs are being met effortlessly and in so many ways. Fully embrace this truth, by focusing on all that you have right now, including the positive relationships that sustain you, the work you are proud to do and contribute to the world, and the activities that inspire you and nourish your soul. The cow spirit nudges you to pay attention because this is the perfect time to focus on choices, actions, and behaviors that you know feed your soul and bring your heart contentment. That word, contentment. I named the stream today, Warm My Mind Near Your Gentle Stove. That is not one of my lines. That's James Douglas Morrison, and The Doors comes from Soul Kitchen. Okay, that line that I named the stream comes from The Doors, Soul Kitchen. That is not me. That is not original. That is James Douglas Morrison and The Doors. And contentment, let me warm myself by your gentle stove, feels like contentment. That word stands out for me. Now is also the time when you will see many of your projects and commitments that were set in motion in the past begin to actually yield the valuable gifts that will bring you the joy and love and sustain you with abundance for a long time to come. Stay positive and share your well-being with others. That share your well-being with others, share your being with others. You know, even if you're not fully well, right? If you're not in a positive mood, sharing yourself anyways is really important right now. Why? Because it's the vulnerability, the allowing of being seen when we are not at our 144% feeling like, I'm unfuckable with, that actually makes our ties that bind stronger with each other, right? So as I'm saying this, maybe it rings a bell of how it's been going for the last little while on YouTube, is that the more people are showing up as their truest colors of their truest self, the bonds, the relationships, the trust is getting like more and more all the time, right? So that being said, those that are not in full embodiment at all times, willing to share themselves when they're not at their most positive and stuff like that, it's showing itself. And that's not necessarily like a bad thing, but trust builds trust. And when we show up to be vulnerable, we want that back as well. I personally, I can't be in that energy of things that everything is like, oh, it's all fine, but it's really all falling apart in the background, right? Because that's a part of what we're fucking with, our own internal discernment through tribe when we hide things from each other. Because what hurts one hurts all. We can feel when somebody's hurting or not in full embodiment, so there's no shame to have with that, because we all touch that point all the time. If that makes any sense at all, that's what flows through. Stay positive, share your well-being with others, because the more you share, the more you manifest. So be generous. I'm going to read the protection message. I don't always, but I think this one might be important. Cow Spirit asks you to pay attention to how you nourish your mind, your body, and your spirit right now. Because you're wobbling around on legs like a newborn calf with unsteady legs. Perhaps you've been spending too much time distracting yourself on the internet, obsessing over things, or choosing to eat foods that are not healthy or making you feel good. Whatever it is, you're being nudged to assess, assess how you're looking after your needs. Remember, the universe has a way of reflecting back to you the events and conditions that match how you treat yourself. Cow Spirit reminds you that the universe wants to give you the very best, but it needs you to do your part to participate and nourish your well-being. Heed her message and everything will shift in your favor. Favor. Catch up with the chat. David Castle specifically, Saturnian Sun. I listen to Cashmere every morning when I get up. Starts my day off by getting that energy pumping. Right on. Mountain Rain, love to y'all. Lots of hugs. Hugs back, sweetie. Yeah, Sess. He's wrapping you with the most highest timeline in to be like in your greatest favor, and everyone else's the ripple effect of it. SS, me gonna be singing my own song in front of the boss tomorrow morning. Yeah, and it's gonna go like amazing. SS, follow your body, leads the way. SS, I love elephants. Right on. David says, Saturnian Sun, Led Zeppelin. I store my energy there and I go back and I get it every morning. That's awesome. That reminds me of something I saw, I don't know, it was a couple days ago, and I thought it was a beautiful thing, and I never really, even because I saw it the other day, I was like, I have to imprint myself and remember to do this, but like to gift your energy away all day long, but at the end of the day to call it back tenfold. I don't think to call it back very often, and that thing of gifting it away but then not calling it back is it's not really working in my favor, to be honest. I leak out more than I receive. Raven, I'm sick today. I'm gonna go lay a bit back down. Love to you all. Love back at you, Raven. Yeah, everybody's sending healing energies. Mountain Rain, I love you all. I'm on my laptop. No emojis, but lots of hearts to everybody. Right on. Hi, Love Ball. Yes, consistent. Consistency is key. Constance is key. Exactly. Yep. Hi, Jansu. Flamingo energy. How's it going? 1:43 Eastern time, all those flamingos. Love Ball puts down the word mirrors. Yeah, big time mirrors right now, eh? Saturnian Sun, how we treat others directly influences how we are treated. Yes. On some level, but not all, not. I believe some people gather spiritual bank accounts, Saturnian Sun, where we have agreed to certain soul contracts that are not going to get us treated so good, right? Because we agreed to these soul contracts, first of all, to help us make us stronger, the lessons that we need and all that stuff. But second, because the crustiest, most yuckiest fucking stuff needs to come out of everybody, so people need people to project on, right? So I've been saying it since Milky passed. Angels are in overtime, and pretty much sick of it as well too, right? I ain't never seen so many things in the last years of calling in certain energies and certain like timelines as I have in the last 3 weeks. So really at this point, the flux of is huge. Hi, Bebop. Hey, beautiful peeps. How's it going, Bebop? Love ball, the law of attraction. Yeah. David says, find your favorite song that builds your energy in the morning and store your energy there. Then if you wake up not feeling great, you go to that song. You will get that energy you left there. It's still there. Love the way you worded that, David Castle. Thank you. Saturnian Sun. I talk to myself as a prayer every night before sleep. Right on. Yes, I love that, SS. My spiritual bank account is in order. I pay attention and I spend time wisely as well, right? Alex, je suis contente que vous buvez un café dans une tasse. Ah, merci. C'est quoi, Alex? Là que j'ai comme habitué ma routine à plus sortir pour aller chercher mon café, je préfère mon café. Pour de vrai. Tu sais, c'est comme la routine que j'avais pour aller chercher un sourire, ça me servait plus, ça me faisait pas du bien. Fait que faire mon propre café, j'ai les mesures finalement, c'est bon. But you're funny, Alex. Love Ball says cafe. Good word today, Alex. Cafe. Yes. Come and sit down in the cafe. Comment allez-vous? Sass, good one. Ooh, you're so bilingual, Sass. Saturnian Sun, comment allez-vous? Je vais super bien, merci. Toi, comment ça va? Je devrais juste continuer tout le restant du stream en français pour voir c'est comme si les gens vont continuer à écouter ou si vous allez tout débarquer parce que vous comprenez rien. Mais hier soir, Alexandre Ganja, il parlait avec sa langue. Je me souviens même plus du nom de sa langue. Puis quand il parlait, j'avais les yeux tout gros puis je me disais « Oh my God! » C'est pour ça que le monde aime ça quand je parle en français. Je réalisais pas. Our tone and our cadence changes when we speak different languages, and it's never been so apparent to me as it has become in the last months. Like I always knew, but I didn't know that my tone, my cadence, the way that I pronounce my words in French is so different than in English, right? Alex, I love you. I thought you would understand. Alex specifies, Genevieve. I did not understand a word you said, but it sounds good. You didn't understand half of what I said? Did you understand the gist of what I said, though, Alex? Did you understand you might not have understood every single word that I said, but did you understand the exact gist of what I said? Right? Because what I said was, you said it's nice to see you with a coffee cup in your hand, right? Meaning that my routine has been to always go grab my coffee, and whether it's cold or not, hold up my Timmy's cup has been my routine for so long in the stream that this is different. And then I was saying how it actually feels better to make my own coffee now because I'm just used to doing it, and that the routine of going to get the coffee for the smile, it wasn't serving me anymore, right? There was nothing majestic happening anymore when I would go get a coffee. There was no shivers. There was a camaraderie with the people who are even now like wondering like, whoa, well, she's really not coming back. Because when I saw them, I said, it's like, it's too cold for me to just start the car, and I don't want to walk here in the morning. So my treat of coming to like smile at you guys and having a little bit of energy is gonna like, I'll be back when I'm back, right? But it's one of those weird things where I've been speaking openly about how Lily Rose and I are in society, but we're not out of it. We have zero timelines, like zero. And so that was that one thing per day that I would do, right? And then I eliminated it from my routine. And here's the thing: is that the, the, the routine of in the morning is different a little bit, but they say when you close one door, five more doors open. You know what I mean? Something else will happen. If you stop one thing, something else will happen. And it's like, oh, okay. When does that happen? Because I've shut every fucking door that I've been asked to, like, in years. And it's like, when does the, other things start to show up, right? SS. When she was speaking French, she could have been cussing me out and I wouldn't even know it, but it sounds nice though. Yeah. I wouldn't do that though when I do speak in French. I'm always saying things to elevate the same way that I would in English, and I would not play with that. You know what I mean? I wouldn't. Yes, tone is important. Tone is everything, right? It really is. Because my voice is like soft and it's like laid back, as soon as I rise my voice too, sometimes I can make grown ass men very afraid very fast, SS, in a way that my little body doesn't even always understand, because it's like, but my presence, like when I raise, right, and when I'm like that thing, Saturnian Sun, when I say, I pity the fools who fucking pick on me, because what comes back isn't pretty, and it's not necessarily from me, but it's just that thing, right? You go and poke something, and the backlash is huge. Mountain Rain, I love hearing you speak French. Thank you. Love that smile on your face. You heard Mocha? Mocha Universelle. Jan Sue says, love ball, loving the flower of life. Right on. SS, be in the world, but not of it. Exactly, SS. But here's the thing, is that, it takes a village to raise a child. I grasp why my path is the way that it is, but I wouldn't wish it on anyone. I really wouldn't, right? Blessed be those people who get to keep their jobs until, like, the very end of whatever it is that we're heading for. Blessed be those people who have their children in a fucking routine with all the sheep in the 3D and whatever words you want to call, like, this reality. Why? Because they still have some sort of a life, whether, you know what I mean, it's perfect or not. When you're taken out of every fucking timeline and just kind of waiting, wondering, like, what's next, right? It doesn't even make any sense anymore. It really doesn't. Alex, je vous aime, belle âme. Moi aussi, je t'aime. Love ball. Approach is important as well. Yes. Yeah. I think we're at that point of, like, like, just embodiment. It's not our words that, because we're never going to speak all the same way and resonate with the words that we say, but the tone, the intent behind it is it's so huge and all encompassing that it surpasses borders and language, because the heart space speaks. It might not say the words, but it's felt, right? Jansu, my tone would get me in trouble as a child. It still does to a point. Same, Jansu. Same. I was called belligerent before I could even spell the word and find it in the dictionary myself, right? My look as well. I've always sniffed out a rat in ways that adults didn't like very much, right? So I was the kind of child where I've spoken about this before. One example is, like, my grade 9 gym teacher, who wanted me to run and do all this stuff but did not lead by example. She had favorites with the little shishus of the people that were, like, jocks and sporty in gym class, but those of us that didn't resonate with the competition and the sportiness and all of that, she treated us a different way. And I would stand right up and look at her and tell her, like, you can't even run. You don't even show me how to run. You expect that, you know, you can just stand there and scream at me what to do, and then I'm going to do it. And I won't. I won't. No, then I'll fail you. Good. Then you'll be stuck with me next year. Go ahead and fail me, right? Go ahead and fail me. If you fail me, you're stuck with me next year, right? Go ahead. That being said, she passed me. I got a pure 50. In Canada, when you get a pure 50, it's because they don't want you back there, right? She passed me because she knew she couldn't handle me another year. And what was the point? I didn't want anything to do with being told how to do things the way everybody else was doing it. I didn't want to be competitive, right? I didn't care. Go ahead. I don't care if I won or if I lost. I don't want to run a 10-minute mile or whatever it was, right? You can't, you know what I mean? You can't. Oh, SS. I had a Mexican talk to me angrily. I had no idea what he said, but the intention was anger. This is basic though. Yeah, exactly. And there's some languages as well, SS, that like are typically like imprinted within us to that we think, you know, they're like mean or nasty, but they're saying the most beautiful things, like German and Russian. Somebody can be saying the most beautiful things in German or Russian, but because the tone of those languages is more just different syllables, we won't grasp that. Or we do because we're actually listening to, you know what I mean? So especially somebody who has like a husky deep voice saying beautiful things in Russian can sound like he wants to kick the shit out of somebody, but that's not, you know what I mean? Or with the facial expressions. I was with my ex for almost 5 years, and even at the end of our relationship, like like for years, all I would say sometimes is like, are you okay? Like, are you mad? And then he'd start crying. He'd be like, I'm not mad. I'm trying not to cry. And he'd start crying. And I'd be like, oh, shit. You look like you're so mad at me, right? But his emotion was so big and he didn't know how to say something. And it felt like he was so angry, but actually he was like full of love and like a big marshmallow inside. But just his facial expressions looked like he wanted to kick the shit out of everything all the time, right? The standing male bitch face is like a real thing, right? Jansu, you miss your boys? Are you contacting them, having like daily FaceTime jams and certain things like that to help with that? I know I know your path, Jansu. I you know what I mean? I did what you've done in my life path when Samuel and Amy were respectively, I think Sam had turned 13 or 12 and Amy was 8 or 9, and I left for British Columbia for almost 8 months. So I know exactly the feeling that you have, right? You follow your heart path, and then your heart feels like there's something missing as well because your children are on another ley line. But the thing that always got me through is that, first of all, I knew they were 100,044% safe all the time. You know what I mean? Like there was zero doubt in my mind, heart, body, soul, even till this day, that I was doing the right thing because I had to for myself and for my timelines. Like that's what was needed for the things to happen in my life to get me to where all of the rest. But I found that what that breeded inside of me, the unconditional trust for my ex and his partner, like even today, we don't, me and my ex had a super like with my first children, Anouk, we had a super amazing relationship for like years after we separated. And then when his partner came into his timeline, like I moved back all the way so that they could, function as a fully functioning unit. And they've been together for like 13 to 15 years. I can't remember. Oh shit, it's my ex's birthday yesterday. Happy birthday, dude. Anyways, but she's just never come into herself enough to like just be so happy that I left him and that I know he's hers, right? Like they've been together since a year after we separated. So I don't even think that she or they even realized to what point. Like my trust of them was so unconditional and so real that I could step back as a mother knowing I had to do what I needed for myself. Um, right? And that they did as well. SS, I wouldn't wish my path on anyone. It worked for me, but it's too hard to wish these sorts of things on others. Exactly, SS. And as well, one of the things is that when I had my full blown like Kundalini, because I've always been a woke person. These are just the words I'm using, but I've always been aware and of so much. And but when I had a full blown Kundalini in like 2008 and 2009, and I was so open, I was ready for these times, right? I was here in my mind and in my heart space. I was already here. But then seeing all the years in between to get here, and consciously I chose to take on the things that were harder. Like, so there's a lot of me that is angry at myself because within the last amount of years I could have taken the karmic soul contracts and had intimacy, but I chose that no, right? And sometimes it's like that thing of like, I could have chosen the different stuff. I had the timelines available, but it was like, no, non-negotiable. I'm not going to be intimate um, until I have that utter, divine union feeling inside. And so I can see myself consciously choosing the harder timeline, right? And that part sometimes is hard to forgive myself because it's like now that I'm in those hardest fucking timelines ever, it's like, what the fuck am I doing here, right? My mind can't conceive. And as I was lying here last night and trying to fall asleep, and I spent hours awake last night, pushing away fight or flight, like for fucking hours on end. What happens when it snows and then it gets colder as a climate is that the sounds change outside. So my ears are radically just trying to reintegrate hearing amplified in ways that I don't even have the words for. So within our timeline, there used to be somebody living upstairs, and now he's not there anymore. And that to me, even if we didn't have like a bond in a relationship, we were just passing people who spoke to each other. I felt safe because he was there and he had cameras. He openly told me he had cameras all the time. And that, you know what I mean? Like all over the place to the point where I was paranoid he's watching me. But, anyways, but the feeling of him being gone, now how it feels at night for me as the only person in this building with two empty apartments, one below and one above, and just the random noises last night just was the ultimate of like surrender and telling my body like, you need to warn me if something's really bad gonna happen, because otherwise I can't keep thinking that something's like fucking making all this fucking noise all of a sudden. Like, fucking stop, right? Like, this doesn't feel good. And the utter realization of how the fuck am I ever going to get my frequency to come up if I can't feel safe, right? Because ultimately I know I'm safe and I'm protected, but that doesn't feel good in the middle of the night when I'm by myself with my daughter and there's fucking noises all around my house, right? Especially with the fucking stuff that's happened in the last year, right? So I'm not like living somewhere where nothing ever happens. I'm living somewhere where we've had 3 lockdowns on our street because of like mega huge incidents that the news won't even tell us what really happened, right? So it's like, I know I'm this in between flux of like 3D, 4D, and 5D, and that just that. Anyways. Love ball, our journey is everything. Cheers to the uniqueness and the oneness. Yeah. Mountain Rain. I agree with that, SS. Each path is unique to each. Going through pits of hell to do this awakening. Difficult, but needed for the individual. Bebop, the quest. Yeah, Bebop. I've been questing since a child, and just Bebop. Do you remember the movie with Heath Ledger? I believe it was called A Knight's Tale, right? A Knight's Tale. So I forget, it was William, his character in that movie. When at one point near like mid movie, halfway through the movie or something at least, um, I forget what the thing, like if it's duels or what it's called, like the competitions that Heath Ledger's character William is in. At the end of one competition, he goes into his tent and he's like a bloody fucking mess, and he can't even move. Right? He can't even. He doesn't even have the gumption to want to take off his own armor because it's like fucking stuck to his body. And then his lady comes. She comes to take care of him, right? She steps in and he allows her to take care of her. And that feeling of like, where's the relief? Where's that, feeling of always battling, or not even battling anymore is not the words I would use, but, and then the bloody armor's stuck there with no one, nothing to help to take it off, right? Hey, Corey Reeves. I pulled Aqua Aura Quartz a few minutes ago. How's it going, Corey? Saturnian Sun, my 10-year-old niece told a troublesome teacher that she will show respect, the same respect she has to show. I'm so proud of her. Yeah, especially right now, kids in the school system, SS, one of the biggest things is they get told they either cannot bring their devices to school, or they have to put them in a special bin and all this stuff. It depends which school system, and it depends what their mandates are in every school. But here's the thing, most teachers right now are spend all their time, like when they can, texting on their own devices. So they're being hypocrites. They're telling kids you can't do this at school, but then that's what they're doing. And here's the thing is that we are all open telepathically, and these children, these golden children and crystal children, they can read people's thoughts. So they know exactly who's a fucking liar and who's not. They know who's the teacher that goes to school because they love their kids that they're teaching, and they know exactly the teachers who do not like them, who are just doing it for the money, and who would have them all injected in a heartbeat so that they could shut up and be complacent and sit there and listen and do as they're told. The kids know. They know, they know, they know. You know what I mean? And if you were one of those kids that grew up knowing that, then you know that they know, because you knew the whole time, no matter how long you've been here as well, right? You didn't need for this awakening journey to open your telepathy. You already had it as a child, and you knew which teachers, right? I knew which teachers were having affairs. I knew which teachers, like all of it, all of it. That's how intense it is. And especially in this lack of integrity in this day and age, what people are doing on their devices. So teachers, what they're actually doing at school on their devices, kids can feel that. So, typically infidelity is happening like rampantly all the time. People like have zero respect for who they're actually with. They don't love who they're with, but they're not ready to step out of the position. So where they're spending their time on their devices at their jobs, whoever's there has the ripple effect of this energy at all times. So, you know what I mean? Like where children are and what energy is actually around them, think twice, right? Yeah, love ball. Children are the most amazing truths. Yes, yes. Children give unapologetically. Exactly. And follow the children, for they shall lead the way. And I spoke of this a year and a half ago when I was still sitting at the other apartment that I lived in, where I said, if grown adults don't make the choices that they need to make now, it's the children who are going to lead the way in the next timeline, right? So grown adults right now that didn't stand up for like what we needed for sovereignty on this planet, have given the role to their own children and grandchildren and all of that. So follow the children, they lead the way. Adults have been because we're all healers whether we know it or not. So some adults that have gotten the V, you know what I mean, they're self-healing, they're not bringing in certain things. But guess what, the wave of children that will bring in the things in order to show it, that's what's next. And unfortunately, the timeline can't be bypassed on a certain level anymore, because it's the parents of the children who are not of action who are making it that their children are going to pick up the role that they didn't play for themselves, right? Yeah, children need to be, I don't really like that word. They need to be programmed correctly. That's just the thing, is nobody needs to be programmed anymore. They need children and adults. All we need is love, unconditional love and acceptance. That's it. We don't need programs. We do need role models. Love ball. I completely resonate with that. Yes, that's realizing program might be not the right word. Yeah. Learned behaviors come from, yes, exactly. Learned behaviors come from watching our family and watching the ripple effect of where we're put in, with people. So when there's, when everything's hidden within a home and nobody's speaking openly, then all the children know that, right? They do. You're not, you're lying to yourself, you're lying to your kids, but they know. They know. Yeah, SS, set a good example for children. SS, when we lead by example, it's much more respected. Yes, exactly. Do as I say, not as I do, never worked good with me. You know what I mean? Like, love ball, paying it forward. Loves you, mountain rain. Saturnian sun, trust your instincts. Yes. Hey, Mass Hall, how's everything going? Yeah, me too. It's one of my favorite movies as well. Masshole and Knight's Tale is one of my favorite movies. It was the jousting. Thank you. I couldn't remember the word for it. Yeah, I love that movie because it's everything, right? You don't need to be born into something. You just have to believe in yourself. I love that movie because the example, when William is in the gallows, there's actually, his friends don't just run away and go protect their own asses. They're all ready to fucking stand up for him. And that's what I believe of tribe, right? You don't just run away because somebody else is going in the shits. If somebody doesn't feel good, you don't just back away. You go forward more, right? That doesn't mean you'll not leave people to space when they need it. That's not what I'm saying. But when somebody's up shit's creek and they're fucking tied, their hands are tied, they don't know. They're not making it out alive. Fucking head chopped off. What are you gonna do? You back away or you go all in, right? I've used A Knight's Tale. I might even try to find the video and I might re-upload it, because sometimes I'm so fucking ahead of my time that the video might not have made sense 2 years ago when I made it, but it would make perfect sense now. If the goddess showed herself, right? If the king showed up right in front of you, took off his cloak and looked you right in the eye, have you been treating people the way, you know what I mean? Like, would you be able to look the king and the queen right in the fucking eye, or would you fucking be scattering, right? That part of that movie is so pivotally fucking important towards our awakening journey. There are angels, star seeds, everything in plain sight right now, and how you're treating these people, packages, is your truest test. This morning, I was running water in the sink to whatever, I forget. I was making another coffee and there was a bug in my sink. And I looked down, like a centipede type of bug. I don't even know what kind of fucking bug it was. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing here? And then my instinct was like, stop the water, like, dumbass, you're gonna drown him. And then some things I don't mind touching, but this thing was kind of like, just didn't belong. And so I used something to bring it into the mudroom, right? It's like, dude, I don't want you on my face when I'm sleeping. I don't want you in my bed. And I definitely don't want you on the furniture. But hey, I'm going to bring you in the mudroom so you're okay, right? And these are the truest tests. When you're alone and, you have zero to gain by being kind to the smallest thing that you think is actually ugly, are you going to be kind to it anyways? Or are you just going to flush it down and forget that it even was there? Right? David, yes, says society tries to make us believe there's something wrong with us for being single, but getting what you know yourself and what you love is paramount. No one will make you happy till you're happy alone. Exactly, David. And That's the thing, is the mastery of the body within those timelines where you master yourself alone. Things are not tempting anymore the way that they could have been throughout a life path. So meaning when you're really at the point of knowing that you're not just going to give your energy away, your body, your time, your timelines, your life, you actually spend time alone. You master your body in ways that your body doesn't crave to be touched by just anyone or anything. And that thing of being impressed because somebody wants you, it just flies right over your head because you are that comfortable alone, right? And I believe that the mastery of being alone is actually what prepares us for like a more divine union where you can, it doesn't matter if other people think you're beautiful or if they want you, if they think you're sexy, if you can laugh together. It's just not complete. It's not enough, right? The mastery of self knows exactly the frequency that it needs in order to abandon that intimacy of being alone for so many years. Does that make sense? So I saw a quote and it's like, oh, I forget how it goes, but it's like, when you're not lonely, you wouldn't just fill your space with just anything or anyone, right? It's like me. I don't have timelines and stuff, but I won't and I can't, and I don't just watch movies to distract myself. I'd rather be in silence, right? So many things like that. It's just that I learned about myself by not filling, the time or the air with a bunch of stuff that doesn't imprint me in a way that I need, right? Love ball. No one gives you happy or joy. It's within. Cheers, David. I agree with that, but if, love ball, if we were all just here to just be alone and you know what I mean? Like, it is my reaching out. It is my gathering us. It is my going elsewhere to want to chat and giggle with people that elevates me, right? So I'm able to self-sustain, but what's the point of being here on this planet if I'm meant to self-sustain by myself forever and ever and a day, right? So people do add joy. When you already have joy and happiness, people add to it, right? Oh, love ball, that's beautiful. My fourth grade teacher was Neva Jackson. It was paramount. When she read Charlotte's Web, it was a lasting impression. That's beautiful, sweetie. It's nice, when you have that. I have a few teachers in my life path who were monumental humans, adults for me. They were few and far between, but they were amazing. Are you okay, Sniffy? Dude, are you crying?
What?
Are you crying?
No.
Oh,
My nose is just sniffling.
I know. I thought so, but it's like Saturnian sun. I remember when I asked my teacher if all the continents fit together, and I was 7 and 77, and I remember that look she gave me. No kidding. Oh, SS, thank you. We all need each other. Genevieve helped me understand this. I was very cynical when I found Genevieve. Yeah. I would say, SS, that you see yourself as cynical, and I see you as one of the most open masculine rising that I've ever known. So you had that cynicalness, but with an open heart to allow yourself to see more, to be more, to share more, to gift your energy, right? You've been a pivotal person in my journey in the last 3 years, SS. Yeah. If I hadn't had the sustained consistency of certain masculine within my YouTube timelines, I would have zero, like, I wouldn't have made it through the same way. I'd have zero trust right now. Zero. because it's like the ones of you like USS or that way or Alex, and you know what I mean, like I don't want to name because I'm gonna forget, because I have built a tribe of masculine and feminine that really do stand at mine and Lily's side in ways that is beyond words, right? Even if there's been no human contact between us, the soul and heart contracts from afar are the only thing that actually give me any hope for this world, right? Exactly, SS. A show someone's character is how we treat others who we think are below us. Exactly. But do we actually think that there are below us, right? That's the thing. The programming of of that. It's like for me, I've done this consistently for years, is that if I'm in a public place and I need guidance to get somewhere, you know, I who I go towards are the people that no one would necessarily ask them usually. I've been looked at in shock and said to my face, "Are you talking to me?" And it's like, yeah, I need to know like where this building is, and you know, if you're local, maybe you know where it is, because I'm lost. I'm really lost right now, and I'm just guided to ask you, do you know where such and such a place is? But the look of somebody who everybody else bypasses would not ask them for fucking help if they were fucking drowning, and that I'm the opposite. I'll go straight to that person instead of, right, other people. And it's not from judging the other people. It's like, if you were in a room, if you walk into a room today, like if you walk into a coffee shop tomorrow to grab a coffee, and you do a once over of that coffee shop, and you see somebody sitting in the corner like completely alone, and you can feel their energy is like really low, would you take the time to either go say hello, or to give the smile, or to whatever it is, something, or do you just pass over that moment and, you know, observe it all without putting an energy in? um when you were young and you were at school, if somebody new came into the class, or if somebody was sitting alone at lunch, did you actually, you know, try to bring them in, or did you just, oh, they're new, good luck, buddy, right? If you work at a job and somebody new comes on the job, are you like, you know, gonna put your like ego and wonder if they're gonna like make more money than you, be better, and all that? Or are you like, wee, welcome to the team, right? That kind of like, those things are huge, right? I worked somewhere not long ago in my life path where we only needed a certain amount of people, a certain amount of time a year, and so sometimes we'd have people just come in for like one day or 3 days for a summer to help out, because we had to go fast, we had to go hard, and had to be done really fast. So we just had random people come and help. And you know, I had a woman once, and she looks at me and she's like, I'm an executive at Redpath. And she's like, I'm not saying this to brag, but I really love my best friend, Sarah, to come and do this, because I don't even clean my own fucking house the way that I clean here. Right? And like she said, and she wasn't meaning it like, I'm an executive at Redpath, I shouldn't be here. It was like, no, I love my best friend so much that I come help her fucking ass when she needs me. But I remember her saying to me, she's like, but because I'm coming to help Sarah, I feel good about myself. But because I know I'm going to be working with you, I look forward to it even more. So it's like she was saying, like, I'm coming here to help my friend. It has nothing to do with the money. It has nothing to do with anything else. I just love her that much. But because your energy is here, you give me the energy to be like getting out of bed really early in the morning that one day I'm off type of thing. You know what I mean? So we were having like a symbiotic type of energy where, you know what I mean? My energy helped her to do more for her friend, to, you know what I mean? All that. Symbiotic. I love that word. Love Ball, thank you. Have a great day as well. Thanks for being here, Love Ball. Saturnian Sun. Charlotte's Web is one of my favorite stories. Right on. I got Charlotte's Web syncs going through the max right now in the last 24 hours. It's crazy. Yeah, Mountain Rain. We definitely need each other within the finding ourselves, the beautiful way to be. Yeah. I'm glad you guys are here today too. Thank you. Mountain Rain, okay. I'm glad we all met in this beautiful space. Yes, I have so much gratitude for YouTube that it actually pisses some people off, right? Because I'm just so grateful for having the ability to have found each other, and I just keep finding more, right? So it says smile at them first. If they're accepting, say a nice word. Yeah. Aqua or quartz, connecting to infinite potential, renewed sense of purpose, wonder and awe. The Earth is one galaxy. I don't feel like reading it. I think that the connecting to infinite potential, renewed sense of purpose, and wonder and awe is enough, because I don't feel about like reading about the Earth and spheres and galaxies right now. Not at all. I'm gonna do a little and then see what flows. Hey, is Bam here? Hey, Bam. How's it going, Bamboo Soldier? Happy Sunday. Whoop, whoop. Bambi in the building. How's your day going, Bam? Oh, I'm gonna grab a native spirit card. Anybody else having buffalo? The buffalo passing through in dreams, synchronicities, or just anything. I got shivers. I'm just saying buffalo, and I got shivers everywhere. Anybody got any buffalo? Thanks. Anybody seen any buffalo in the sky, specifically in the cloud formations? Tatanka. Yeah. Bam. I got a thing for buffalo that's so huge. Bam. I had a majestic encounter with a buffalo in 2010. And I don't know if you've ever seen a buffalo up close, right? But the way their eyes are like here, they're not here looking at you, they're here looking at you. And I was in a vehicle and he was not even 10 feet away. And he looked me in the eye so gosh darn long, I can still feel the imprint. And I remember the message, what I was hearing as he was coming through. And it's like, in the times of like a certain timeline that basically he provided me of knowing, right? Anyways, I'm gonna leave it at that, but it's just like, whoa. Smudging ceremony. Buffalo soldier, yeah. Bam, going okay, Jen? Right on. Yeah, I'm doing okay too. It's a rainy Saturday for you, SS? Right on, mountain rain, confirming. Loving the buffalo sinks, quite a few lately. Right on. Mountain rain. I grew up near a buffalo farm. Beautiful animals. The babies are adorable. I mean, nose. Yes, I didn't grow up around a buffalo farm, but I had access to be close to a buffalo farm enough to be able to see the different cycles and just the evolution. So I grasped that feeling, right? And just, yeah, they would be like, mountain rain. If anybody knows how much my Michelle Genevieve wants a rooster, it's you, right? I don't even talk about wanting a rooster anymore because I miss him so much because he has not come into my timelines. But if I could have like one thing that I would raise and, within the circle of life and lovingly and unconditionally, it would be bison and buffalo. Like, for real. I just, it makes my heart like be like, right? I can't even.
Oops.
Alex, we have the bisons relocated in Romania. Right on. To what area? Is it close to you, Alex? It says, yeah, it's Sunday without the sun. Dude, we ain't had sunshine for real consistently in so long that I don't even remember what that's like, to be honest.
What about
yesterday for a while, yeah, but just Lily's in the background. Yes, Lily's in the background.
I just got that.
Oh my gosh! What the heck? That was weird. What did you do?
I don't know.
Okay, well, be careful not to rip stuff apart and stuff. Not quite sure what's going on. The fort has been whatever. Lily in the background. Yeah, we're so known to be sidekicks here, SS, that whenever I do, which doesn't happen in these timelines, you know what I mean? But whenever I do go alone somewhere, people are like, where's the kid? Where's your daughter? Where's Lily? Right?
Or when I'm at like Liam's or something and you're live streaming, I'm not popping in at random points.
Yeah.
Like this.
Oh yeah, when I'm streaming and you're not here, Alex is usually the first to say, why is it so quiet? Where's Lily? Or when you're in the bedroom at the beginning of a stream and you don't talk at all for a long time, Alex always says it. He always happens to be there and he's like, where's Lily? Okay, smudging ceremony.
She's just gonna leave it there, and I don't want to really do it right now. I don't want to put my fork back together right now because I don't want to move really. Then I'm gonna move on the couch, and I'm gonna go get my extension cord.
Should you maybe make sure that there's no pin in your bed?
Fold it.
Oh, there was only the one?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is going to be the second card giving the pretty much same message. So the first card I pulled, 25, 2 and 5, 7. Learn from the past. Smudging ceremony. Let go of the past. Purify. Release what doesn't serve or support you in your life. Let go of the old, discarded, and unused to make way for new energy and new beginnings. Smudging is a native tradition that involves using the smoke of burning herbs to symbolically wash a space in a ceremonial manner. Sometimes your energy field or the energy field of your environment becomes so cluttered and dingy that you can't see through the world around you clearly, and you have trouble hearing the messages from your soul. Take time to purify yourself and your environment. Not only will you feel lighter and brighter, but you be a clearer channel for the light. The brilliance that pours through you can heal and help many people, but the path has to be clear. Bay leaves. Bay leaves are an excellent and fast smudge. Anita was saying too how adding words, writing actual words on bay leaves and burning them amplifies the intent, right? So you can just think about things and smudge, but you can also write on a bay leaf your intentions. And I just wanted to point that out because smudging implicates like having certain herbs and certain things, but you don't necessarily have to do it in a ceremonial way that follows others as well. You can make your own ritual around it. And bay leaves are fast and I'm gonna say it, cheap, right? So not everybody has access to sage or to sweetgrass and certain things. So bay leaves, you know, you can just go to a grocery store, go to the spice section. It doesn't need to be a certain kind. Just grab the bay leaves and go, right? That's a lot of burning time compared to the cost and then the finding of certain equipment sometimes. Hi, Emoji King. The fort is strong with her. Mountain Rain says Gary, haha, good one. The fort is strong with her. Yeah. Unless one is a Star Wars fan, that one might fly over your head. Yeah. Oh my gosh, speaking of fly over my head. So the other day I saw a post on Instagram and it was a nativity scene. And the caption was, "My mom still hasn't noticed." So I'm looking at the nativity scene and I was like, okay, what did not mom notice? Because I'm not seeing anything either. Everything looks natural to me in this nativity scene. And then I'm looking more, and then I'm realizing that one of the 4 wise men is a little Yoda. So Yoda is in the nativity scene looking over Jesus, but I thought that was normal until it was like, oh yeah, he's not supposed to be there. I thought it was funny. That being said, I never have watched Star Wars front to back ever in my life. When I was really young and they came out, I wasn't allowed to watch them. And then by the time I was allowed to watch them, I've only ever seen sporadic little moments and blips in time, and I've never understood Star Wars per se. So I have a lot of Star Wars synchronicities from different specific things, but I don't know like the actual real story and stuff. And one of the reasons too as well is that I would want to watch it with somebody who's passionate about it, right? So how other people would rather not watch a movie with somebody who knows everything that's going on, I'm the opposite, right? I like to watch things with somebody who actually understands what's going on, is passionate about it, and can tell me more and like put me in the loop of what I understand instead of all the bits and pieces. I've never watched or read Lord of the Rings either. I was always kept away from those timelines. And when Cosmic Jack came into my reality, he would quote things to me from Lord of the Rings that reminded him of me. And I was like, even now, like I had those books all my life, and I was not guided to read them. And when I would try, something would happen. I wouldn't be allowed to read them. So he was quoting to me things of a person's character that he thought I reminded him of, but meanwhile, I still am not like aware of who she is and all of that. Funny. Live long and prosper. Yeah. King of emojis. Right on, SS Super Sync. I watched the new Star Trek movie today. Good movie. Yeah, Mountain Rain, Yoda. He must have been bringing the gift of the forest tied with a little red bow. Yeah. Emoji King, yes, the bear's energy is huge. If I think the buffalo energy is big, the bear's even more. Um, it's, I don't even have the words for it. As Star Wars was based on spirituality and Star Trek was more based on science. Yeah, I watched. I think I don't know if I ever missed any episodes of actual Star Trek, and I watched a lot of Star Trek Next Generation, but not all of it. But the old original Star Treks, I think I probably saw them all. I don't retain them the way that Judy does, like, because Judy's done a few vids in the last few years and put little snippets of stuff that it's like, whoa, she flashes me back, right? But I never retained it so much. But yeah. Hey JJ, 244.
You got me so much ice. Thank you.
You're welcome. JJ and Sean Patrick, you both come in at 2:44 Eastern Time. It's 1:44 for you. Right on, Sean Patrick. Hey Jenny. Hey everyone. So, me is curious, Sean Patrick. He was thinking about you. Did you do it? Did you pitch tents and sleep outside yet? I'm totally wondering if you did. I don't. Yeah. So yeah, did you? Did you do it? Did you do it? Hi, I love you, Abby. Welcome, sweetie. I was thinking about you this week as well because of my Abby and Matt story. How's it going? I love you, Abby. I love saying your name. I love you, Abby. Loves you guys. Happy Sunday. One of the things that I keep hearing or seeing in like articles or vids, and when people are speaking right now these days, is how anything that's not for our greater good and the greater good of the all is kind of it's what are the words? I was listening to the words and I was like, but it's not like that. It's so much more like intense. The way that it's said is like karmic relationships are dissolving. Okay, they're not actually dissolving because dissolving would make it simple. Whereas karmic relationships are being ripped apart at the seams, right? Those that have been in resistance to actually following their heart space are at a crux of like the tower moments and the things happening. And just like sending waves of love, energy, and compassion to those who are at those pivotal points where you can't back away from what you see and what you know and what you actually want and need for your own self anymore, right? Yes, indeed. Science, Saturnian Sun says science needs more spirituality. Yeah, definitely. They go hand in hand. They really do. Yeah, it says, did you? Did you? Yeah, I'm really wondering. Sean says, no, I did not do it yet. The weather has been rainy and yucky. Soon, though, soon. Yeah, well, that's good if you guys are getting rain because I know, were you in the part of Texas that had like super drought like all summer, right? Angie, I remember she was, texting me and asking me, like, wish rain for us, like, pray for rain for us. It's not funny anymore here, right? I'm excited for you. You will when you will. Saturnian Sun, rain is relaxing. Yes, it is. Mountain Rain, Star Trek, the power of individuality on these series based on uniqueness, individuality. Science is God. Roddenberry might have had some visitations. Oh, yes, for sure, eh? For sure. Definitely. He saw through the veils enough to be able to bring back, and yeah. I think I got shivers everywhere, Mountain Rain, but I think that because I watched Star Trek as a child, and it was one of my favorite things to watch, is one of the reasons that I don't judge bodies or analyze things the way that other people will, right? So sometimes, like, the less matrix perspective based beauty that someone has, the more inner beauty shines out. And find and I feel that Gene Roddenberry prepared me to see all aspects of people as a frequency being and not their body avatar. If that makes any sense at all. um, Men in Black as well. I would really credit Men in Black to the stimulating of our imaginations of what's all around us in plain sight that people don't actually see, but that's what it is. Um, yeah. Hi, Bravery. I was just thinking about you, dude. How's it going? How's today for you? I love you, Abby says. Good, going good. I always think about you too. I loved your story about Abby. I saved that show, and I'm happy to see you and hear your voice. Thank you. And the Abby and Matt story is so prevalent in my reality right now that I keep telling myself every day, I gotta go back and go grab it. I gotta go back and listen to it. I should send it out to some people, right? But I just haven't. And you're giving me shivers of it. And I know it's like that thing of, for me, that story that Mike Basil shared, it's been like, it's going to go on, it's been 2.5 years now, but that story helps me hang on. Even if I don't go back and listen to it specifically, I have it inside of me that when Abby and Matt find each other, the bombs will stop. And there's something inside of me that believes that when we truly, the puzzle pieces of us, when there's enough of us that find each other, that collective frequency, the vibration of us all is, it can't be turned, we can't turn it off once it's been turned on, right? Yes, Mountain Rain. Science is on the cusp of a breakthrough, I believe. Discovery, we are all one organism and need each other. Yeah, yeah. Here's the thing about science is that people who are in the field are either, they're of the money part, right? Money aspect, or as well of that, and I'm going to say it straight up, trying to find the right words. They're playing being God, right? So they have certain knowings of certain things, and it's either not shared openly or truthfully, or being manipulated in order to ripple effect, to project fear into the collective. And so therefore, when the heart spaces of people who are actually in an industry of science, when their hearts are cracked open by the guilt and the shame that they feel for having manufactured these cocktails that they're pumping into bodies, you know what I mean? The structuring of all of this will take place, right? One of the most beautiful, heartfelt videos I've ever watched ever since I've been on YouTube was, and if somebody has it close and would like to share it, would be Jackie Fox. It's in my community posts from last week. Jackie Fox's video of what it's like to be somebody who worked in the healthcare industry as a frontline worker for the last year and a half, and her solid choices of there's no going back. She was feeling like this is not helping the greater good anymore. I'm out of here, right? But what she lived in the last year and a half of seeing what goes on in the background and speaking openly about it, right? Kudos to that bravery, because the ripple effect in our individual life when we speak openly, nobody's sitting there with us to protect us of what it feels like, right? Nobody. So, one of the most courageous videos I've ever seen in my life. And how many. So for her, one feeling of this, like there are people across the world right now having this exact experience, and in the choice points of, do I continue, or am I going to speak openly about what's actually going on? So it's huge. It's so big, right? We have people who are in resistance to just choosing their highest timeline of doing something that they love versus something that they hate. But then we have people like truly showing the example of what it's like to have to embody, and your whole life is ripped apart. Every single thing you ever believed, everything you thought, everywhere you were focusing your energy is ripped apart. And those people are the ones, like those of showing that, is to help pivot everyone into their own awareness as well, right? Nobody's making these videos for glory or for ego. It's all for the greater good. And you know exactly, SS. Doctors sell the pills, spirituality gives the natural cures. Sean Patrick, I also got 2 kittens Friday, and I've been turning my master bedroom into a cat room. They are Abu F. Gray and Simba M. Calico. Nice. F. Gray, female gray, M. Calico. I had cats that are exactly what you're describing, and their names were Gateau and Pie. Gateau because cat in Italian is Gateau, and Pie because if I had one cat named Cake, Gateau, then I might as well have another cat named Pie. And one was gray and one was calico. That's hilarious. Super sync. Love it. Sean, I nicknamed them Luna, Abu, and Solomon, Simba. You will surely be backyard camping with me soon as well. All right on. I can't imagine going camping with Bo because he has his own claws, right? So we have the Edward Scissorhand of cats. He's not declawed, and he never will be. But I can't imagine him in the tent, right? In the middle of the night, he'd be like, Mom, I'm stuck in the tent. Hi, Dana. Hey, the Conscious Evolution, 2:50 Eastern Time. How's it going, dude? Welcome. Boom. Exactly, Emoji King. Scientists need the Kundalini experience. I love that you wrote that out, Jack, because when we are in our, like, wondering sometimes, like, what the fuck is going on in this world, sending out that love energy and, helping and the intent that other people have the experiences that we have had. When certain things happen with your body, you can't go back. You can fight your body and make yourself sick, but here's where we're at as well, is this crux of timelines of, it's either love or fear. So you're either choosing, people's souls have already chosen if they're staying or if they're going. Should I stay or should I go now? Right? um and that's why kindness really matters right now, especially within the last week. We've had the passing of a tribe member, whether you knew her or not. She's still tribe, right? Camelina Rose. And you know what I mean. So within the last week, we've had a tribe member pass away, transition to the other side, and our direct contact, right? You're either choosing to harness the direct contact with Camelina or not, but it's a rude awakening of, what were your timelines, and now she's gone. And this is going to be a ripple effect in out, like, we are part of the collective, right? We are the collective, whether we want to call ourselves a community, tribe, woke, whatever words that we label ourselves, 144. We are the collective. And within the collective is massive shifts, transitioning as above, so below. For Mama, Gaia is restructuring, but so are humans and souls. So the pivot of, we've had one, and when there's the ripple effect of a few more in the next days, weeks, and months, of people who you believed were solid. They're 144. They are so wise, they're so bright, they're so amazing, and now they're gone. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, kind of like Milky, the way that it happened, and but with more than just the one And this is what's going to be the ripple effect for people who, believe that we're part of a tribe, part of a community, but we're actually not manifesting, co-creating, or building anything together. We're all separate everywhere across the world still. And the pivot of, there's no more time is coming to those divine pushes. It really is. The conscious evolution. I woke up this morning with a very important message. Yeah, Emoji King, break on through to the other side. The conscious evolution. I woke up this morning with a very important message. It's time to turn on the DNA through a visualization, meditation, serious. The energies will transmute and bring us into I don't know how to follow the thread of if you continued, but I completely resonate with what you're saying. And especially, like, I've always had that thing inside that's like, saying that certain keys, certain DNA is like opening and da-da-da, right? But right now, it's so big. I completely resonate with what you're saying, Dana. And, yeah. Mountain Rain, in Men in Black, the biggest awe moment, not in discovering aliens, but we are the aliens. Yeah. Unique, beautiful aliens and other worldly beings are our brothers and sisters, not separate. Exactly. If we understood just how protected we are from it's there's no words for it. How loved we are as a collective here on earth, right? Because really what humans deserve is to fucking just be gone. Just fucking be gone, right? You guys can't do the inner work. The only thing we're asked is to love ourselves so much that we're always going to stay in our highest vibration and do our things for us. And the more we do something for ourselves, when our heart is open, it's a ripple effect for everybody. Because when you love yourself, every single thing you do is to help others empower themselves. You don't see others, there's not the jealousy. You don't want to like cut. You want everybody to have what you have of that love. And so, you know what I mean? It's not rocket science what our soul is asking us. Love yourself. You're worthy of love. Go talk to that person. She will be kind to you. But instead, you know what I mean? Like all these things. And bravery. You heard of CRISPR DNA editing? No, I don't know what you mean. Yes, that's Jackie Fox is awesome. Amazing. Shout out Jackie Fox for sure. Oh my gosh, Emoji King. I remember you speaking to me about. I remember. I can see myself. I'm over there, and you talked about this person. My friend was institutionalized in a mental hospital since 1978. And he just passed away this week. Yeah. Wow. I love you, Jack. Thanks for sharing. Saturnian Sun. What I took away from Men in Black, a person is smart and people are dumb. Yeah. Emoji. When they had shut down most of the state-run mental hospitals in Massachusetts, do you let the people out and put them on medication? Yeah. Exactly, SS says, yes, Judy, we are all family, even with other worldly beings. I understand, Dana. No ego. I got to do the video after this. Please join. Message from the other side. Yeah. Bravery, yes. I make my videos to share my experience, emotions, and journey. Exactly, bravery. And that's one of the reasons why I'm sometimes shocked that you don't have, like, I would say an equal amount of subs as me, because I've sent everybody to you since my journey began on YouTube. So there's nobody, you know what I mean? Nobody that's not aware of your channel, because I've shared it personally, privately, like all the time, right? And I believe that as well, though, bravery is that your channel is like mine as well. Like, no matter how long I've been pumping out stuff, I'm still only at 520 something subs, right? The numbers don't matter how many I get per week, they're always going down. And I see that as a protection, right? I'm not meant to be a super huge channel manifesting certain things, certain timelines. I'm meant to stay small in certain ways and learn how it feels to be small. So my learning curve of being in my live streams and feeling what it feels like to have 110 people pass through looking at me and listening to my words for, 2 or 3 hours at a time. Every thought is a ripple into, every thought is a thing. People think that they are anonymous because they're watching videos, and it's like, nobody even knows I'm here. I don't talk. And yeah, we do, right? And then up leveling that to being on somebody else's panel where I don't have the same, right? I'm not going to go and blow shit out of the water the same way, and having to relearn what it's like to have, that energy come through. I'm not going to say which timeline, but not so long ago in the distant past, I was on a panel, and my whole breath was pulled from me, and my body started to hurt in a way that inside of me I said, I can feel you are here, my bully person. Speak up. Speak up if you're here. And then the person like started to comment in the stream, and the pain started to go away, because it was like, at least I got the validation. But now I'm dealing with how it feels to like have somebody that does not like me, does not respect me, does not honor me, does not cherish me, does not even want to fucking be a part of my reality, but wants to come in and watch me as I speak just to see how it feels, I guess. I don't know, right? Because if I don't like somebody or something and they're not for my greater good, and we're not going to co-create, we're not going to manifest anything, I'm not dipping into the stuff. I don't, like, not my circus, not my monkey. But how that feels. And then when I feel those things, I amplify it. If I was in a room and there was 200 people watching me live, and I could feel that 100 of those people are disgusted with me, but they're still staying, how would I deal with that? So one person's energy helps me to amplify and feel that nothing could hurt me more than somebody who knows me coming to watch me and think I'm a piece of whatever and all the yucky shit they're thinking. So how could it hurt if I was in front of 1 million people and half of those people gave no shits about me? Because I had zero intimacy. I didn't, they were not my friends. So if they don't like me, would I care? No. So why would I care if somebody who I thought was my friend doesn't like me, you know what I mean, and feel good to me? But it's still, it's so many more layers being up here and sharing ourselves than, I mean, if today people were revealed what your energy does when you go in to watch something that you don't like, and how you are perpetuating the collective shit show, would you still do the same thing tomorrow? If you knew, right? We're being told all the time that our energy flows where attention goes. If you actually believed that, would you refocus your energies to just things that gave you, pleasure, good feelings, pure feelings that made you feel good? Or would you keep on perpetuating other things, right? It knows. At this point, we are the collective. We're the ones keeping this reality in place. Emoji King, exactly that way, says Edward Donovan, was a genius. All scholastic, academic scholarship, one hit of bad acid, and it made him legally insane. I love you, Emoji King. I really thank you for writing that out, because there's sometimes such a glorification of certain products to help raise our awareness, but one hit of bad acid can change your life and never be functional again. And I've known in my reality within my family, like not direct, direct family, but through cousins and second cousins type of thing, people who this exactly happened to. Um, we had an incident in our small community where I used to live, where once a year there's a truck rodeo. So people from across lots of provinces and who are interested in truck rodeos. So a community that doesn't even have like 1,500 people in it becomes a metropolis for 3, 4, 5 days, where there's like thousands and thousands and thousands of people. But one of the things they never talk about when there's actual big events that happen in small communities, they don't talk about the ripple effect of rape and drugs and certain things. Right? If you're having a big event like the Super Bowl, are you telling people to like be careful of their bodies because there's actually human trafficking involved with that event? No, you know what I mean? People aren't aware of that. But within our community, one of my people that I knew, who was an ambulance driver, he came to me after the event and he was like on his ass. He couldn't breathe. He was crying and he was like, I seen something this weekend that I never imagined I would see in my life. And I need witness, right? And he wasn't saying it these ways, but this is what, anyways, he came to me to witness, to listen and help transmute what he had seen. A 14-year-old girl who all her friends like swear up and down below she never did this before, this was her first time, who was in such a state that, like he said, every single horror movie that has an exorcist type of scenario is bullshit to him now, because when you see a real life little girl, 14-year-old, right, woman, child, portraying the actual embodiments of the body, the mouth, saying words that make no sense, all of that. Like he said, he didn't even know how he could go on to continue, like, to just be in society, not to mention to be responsible for people's lives as an ambulance driver after witnessing that, right? It's like, it's huge. Thanks, JJ. Yeah. Thanks for stating it. I knew there was more. I'm just not aware. The Conscious Evolution's just 3 members I know within a month. 2 from Nez Lover's channel and Eileen from Unbiased. That's why this is the video I need to make. Yeah. I'm proud of you, Dana. Please make it when you feel like it's time. Yeah. I was not aware of Eileen from Unbiased. Thanks for letting me know. I love you, Abby. I walk around Lake Buckhorn every day and waves at all the beautiful deer and dogs, every different soul, chasing cars and smiling, tapping my heart and singing to Abby. So much love in the air today. That's beautiful. Yeah, it says people need to stop worshiping money. Why is it green? Even the money in one eye. Fiat currency is labeled as God we trust. Yeah. But remember, I had told you this too, right? You're from the perspective of being American and money is green. I am Canadian. All our money is not green, right? We have different colors for every bill. We have a different shape and a different imprint on every coin. So my thoughts of money and the green, our money, we have a $20 bill that's green, but otherwise our $10 bill is purple, our $5 bill is blue, our $50 bill is pink, and our $100 bill is brown, right? So our money system does not feel exactly the same way. Am I saying it's better or it's pure? Fuck no, SS. But different imprinting, right? Oh, right on. I'm glad if we're in sync, Dana. The conscious evolution, you are right on with what the angels are telling me. Beautiful. And I mentioned Jackie Fox earlier. Jackie Fox, it was about 3 or 4 months ago where she made a vid, and in the moment she made a vid, I was getting the same download that day, and so was another sister. Like, we were minimum 3 coming together for sharing the download that we were getting. And when I wrote to her in the comments, I said, Jackie, I just want to let you know you're not the only one, and there's like a minimum of this many of us right now having the same download. And she was like, yes. And this is the way it is meant to be. You recognize tribe because we're getting the same things. So it's like when people come in and watch me and I'm pulling random cards, right? The elephant has been very prevalent this week in other card readings as well. Whether I've actually been in them or not, I know because the information that I get back from people who say, right? So that thing of like, okay, Genevieve, and now I put this up for you today, and you're remembering all that you've seen in the last week, or if you haven't been a part of this timeline of seeing the elephants, you're going to get it at some point, and they're going to be popping up everywhere, and you're going to be remembering this one, right? That started the ball or that was halfway through. It depends. But we all follow each other, our soul vibes, we follow each other to what feels good. I find, especially when I go into a stream that I've never been in, but then I'll see my little salmon are coming in the same way that I did, or I'll join a channel or a stream that I didn't, whatever, participate in, wasn't aware in, wasn't guided to before, and then all my peeps are there, right? All my peeps are there, and there's and it's like when I say all, it's like a little bit when I started the stream earlier. There's 5 people in the stream, and SS says the whole tribe is here. And I said yes, because in essence, whether there's only 5 of us gathered, the 5 of us here are amplified with everyone that we love, that we're kind of thinking of, kind of like even earlier in the stream when I was talking and I was thinking, like, if Bravery doesn't come in, I'm wondering where he is. Meaning, I knew you were in Michael Rola's live stream, and I was guided to like listen to what I listened to and then leave. And I don't like streaming at the same time when I know somebody else is streaming. And so sometimes I'll put myself aside, right? Like, I got all my time in the world to do what I'm guided to do. It's Michael's turn. And then everything inside of me was like, no, you're not allowed to wait till Michael's done. You go follow your own drummer. You're meant to be singing your song, right? But somebody who stayed in Michael Rola's stream could be coming in here saying, he said this, and this, and you're saying this, and this. How we are saying it each in our own words, right? So somebody who needs a masculine with a masculine tone to hear certain things is going to be guided to a masculine saying the same version of what I'm saying, right, Dana? So especially sometimes when we feel like, but we're all in this together. We're all getting the same downloads. Exactly. But when you share yours in your own way, you're the key, the puzzle piece to help somebody understand in a way that they couldn't understand when it was me, right? We're so synced together. Yes, I didn't know her who passed, but I felt a large leaving. Exactly. And that's really important because when Milky passed, I had just done the live stream with him a week and a half, 2 weeks before. So some people of us, right, had just come into his timelines and just started to be like getting the daily videos that he would put out, catching up on old live streams, finding each other as tribe. And then all of a sudden his timeline is like, boom, and he's transcended. And some people, you know what I mean, like came to him in his journey within the last year and a half since he's passed. Like the journey, it's the Milky Way soul tribe. That's never gonna, you know what I mean? Like we're never letting that part go, right? That's it. But yeah, we feel it. And the connection, right? The connection, the sisterhood of the rose. Here we are, those of us of the sisterhood of the rose, that we're aware of our DNA. We know this. We don't maybe have the right words, and we're maybe not fully there yet. I stand by saying, for how wise you think I might be, or how whatever I do showing up, I've not bloomed. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a rose that's like this and sometimes going like this. I've never bloomed, right? In my matrix world, in this part of my journey, I am not fully bloomed. There are experiences that I've not had, and there's things inside of me that have not been opened yet, right? So when we do the amplification, right? Imagine a Genevieve that's not in doubt, wondering what's next, but knows what's next. There's a reason why I'm not in bloom, is because of all the different things and the lessons and stuff that I've got, but how intertwined we all are as well. Yes, do things because it's correct, not because of profit. Don't be sorry. I think that that's the best time, that we're the freshest. Dana, sorry, I just got out of bed after 2 hours of meditation and prayer. No, I think that's when we're the freshest. I love it. Keep it going. Yes, that way. Share the gifts and talents. SS, thanks for saying that. It's the truth. The more money I make, the more expenses I have. So what the fuck? Exactly. We pay to live here. Why? Exactly. And that's the thing. Right? Right now, the more money that anyone is actually making, you go to the store to buy the same exact things that you bought a year ago, 2 years ago, or 10 years ago, and the price of it is so much that, you know what I mean? You could fill a shopping cart when I was a kid and it only cost like $50, and now it's like that same shopping cart full is like $400, $500, $600, and you know what I mean? It doesn't. The quantities are different. The packaging of chocolate, bacon, and cheese, and all of our packaging here in Canada has become bigger. So the boxes are bigger. The bags inside the crackers are, for example, are smaller, but they're more expensive. So you know what I mean? It's just, it's never going to end. It's never going to end until we become self-sufficient within ourselves, right? Of the inner dependence, not codependence. Phil Good, I shared it last week through Instagram. He didn't post it on YouTube, so I can't share it. But one of the things he said is, those of us who feel empty, as if we're in a void and we don't know what to do next, and our energy is depleted by the things that we do that is not our gifts, right? So as woke as I am, I would say half of my energy is depleted by the things I'm trying to think about as a human single mom, that, what the fuck, right? Or that I'm here to pump out lines. I'm here to be the face that can be like looking at the camera for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and going hard and talking and witnessing and laughing and giggling and bringing forth all these things. But I just don't have the things to do the normal stuff. So me having to remember to bring out the garbage next week, for example, is like a task that is like huge for me, because if I forget the garbage and blah blah blah, it's only one little thing. But the fact that there's zero backup, and you know, when we're like self-sufficient and our energy is going in so many directions, but that's not where our gifts lie, right? So some people cannot sit here and pump out lines and lines and lines. Like Glitch the other day, I shared a drawing with him. He's like, that must have taken a lot of time. And I was like, no, I checked from the time I sent Jansu hers and the time here. It took about 40 minutes. So I can pump out some of the, like, if I actually am allowed and can just sit here, I can pump out half a coloring book in a day. Right? But I don't have the mastery or the even guidance or the knowing of what I'm supposed to do with all these lines. But I've got like, you know, stacks of everything, with the not knowing what to do with it, nor the gifts or abilities of how to full circle it, right? Emoji King, wow. I was a collective of one, not so much anymore, which reminds me, my closest woke friend, Mateo's father passed away 2 days ago. Yeah. Thanks for sharing, Emoji King. I feel that especially in some of our timelines, like, and I say our, and I'm not included in that right now, it's radical how many, right? Like for you to have two people that are even just close to you at all, Emoji King, in the last 2 weeks is a lot, right? Plus Cynthia's father passing last month and everything, like, you know, it's big. SS, I barter when I can. Yes. Emoji, I had seen Mateo on a YouTube fruitarian video, and then I ran into him at the Chinese fruit stand later that month. Crazy synchronicities. That's so cool. Hi, Andita. 3:04 Eastern Time. How's everything going? Bravery. It is no fun to be watched like that. It is not. But it's part of the game. It's part of the journey. It's part of the play that we're playing out, right? But thanks, SS. I love you, Abby. Says 500. That is a lot of friends. Exactly, Abby. My channel is small but intimate. And within the 500 people that actually sub me, I actually have interactions and, you know, friendships and kinships with most of those people, right? So not a lot of people are actually super anonymous. And not a lot of people don't have that thing inside where when I call for a check-in, I love you, check in soon, you guys hear me. You really do, right? Compared if I had like a channel with 1 million subs, what does that serve me if nobody's actually connected together and we don't feel each other, right? I prefer a feast of friends to the giant family. Yeah, Abby, I completely. My grandpa said you're lucky if you even have one best friend. Exactly. SS. I love all fruit, even kiwi. No tomatoes, though? You don't like tomatoes at all? Really? The Conscious Evolution. I've been doing videos almost 5 years, 4 on YouTube. I haven't cracked 340 subs, and that's okay. Though, who is supposed to will be sent. Exactly, sweetie. And be careful. Like, really, having more, unless there's substance, it's just filler, right? And it's just the way that our journey is meant to be. Conscious Evolution by no way, not trying to be weird, Genevieve, but I love your hair. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes, we find others who we need to learn from, and others we can teach. Yeah. SS. Her hair holds a lot of energy. Yeah, it really does, eh? It really does. Conscious Evolution, Saturnian Sun, yes. I grew my hair long after many years and learned about the hair being a spiritual antenna. Yeah, exactly. So personally, I haven't cut my hair in like 8 years. And last month, 2 or 3 weeks ago, I cut 15 little baby snippets at the bottom to see how it would feel, because I haven't done that in so long. And just my hair regenerates, it does itself. I don't cut it. So anybody who's watched me over the years, you see my hair go up and down or stay the same. I've never touched it. You know what I mean? Except for those 15 snippets a couple weeks ago. Conscious Evolution. I've done a lot of hallucinogenics, and they are no joke, and it's not a party favor. Spiritual sacraments, if you're not ready, they can reveal too much, be too hard to handle. Yep, exactly. Yeah. And I'm that kind of person where I only dipped in certain timelines of trying certain things and never to excess. Why? Because I had so many examples from the past before I was grown enough to actually make my own choices of, do I want this in my body or not? I had already many spiritual prophets and teachers who had passed, right? But the number one being James Douglas Morrison. So before I was actually even 17, 18 years old, I read everything that I could get my hands on of Jim Morrison, and I understood that I did not want to lead a life of excess and wantonness. So before I even chose to have sex for the first time, you know what I mean? I had already decided that I was not going to be excessive and wanton. So meaning, whether, you know what I mean? I already lived the life paths before, right? I already lived it in another embodiment to be wanton and to be just of excess. And so in this journey of this life, this avatar that I'm Michelle Genevieve, I've never chosen the excess and the wantonness. So when people were doing certain hallucinogens and then I was, with them and stuff, when things were offered to me certain ways, I didn't use the hallucinogen as a, oh, of course I'm going to partake in this because I want to try this. It was like, no, right? The same as, right? Well, what do you mean? Everybody else is in the bedroom doing that. Well, good. Fucking good. I'm out of here, right? And me and my best friend would leave and we'd party by ourselves the rest of the night without all that other stuff. So how people even will drink and say that it makes them, right, more this and more that. Well, that's a choice because you are that person that's, wild and uninhibited and can sing, but you think you need a certain substance inside of you to do that, then, that's what you're telling yourself. That's what you're going to need, right? So for myself, when I stream for hours on end, and I the only reason I don't start streaming when I get right up out of bed in the morning is because the timestamps of where you guys are actually available to be with me across the world, right? And to keep my own energy until, I'm really guided to go in because I listen to my inner guidance. But everything I do during the day within my own live streams is completely like, you know what I mean? It's very rare that I'll have a joint in the morning, wake and bake, and have that energy. I come in with my own me, woken up fresh or not so fresh for the day, and I go hard. And that's why if you watch me sometimes at night in somebody else's live stream or in a panel, I'm very, very fucking quiet. I don't talk the same way. I don't grab the stream and make it mine. It's not mine. It's a panel. And I can be sitting there and not talk for hours and I don't care, right? Why? Because I've already done my thing. It's not about being seen. It's about being with other people and actually having an interaction to be able to giggle and talk and not be by myself on a screen. But I get very quiet, right? How other people get like, rah, when they start to, I just get quieter. Plus, I'm already satisfied my, my thing of what I had to do today to bring forth the energies. So I'm just kind of hanging out in a different way, right? But I've never needed that or used that. And no means no has always been sacred in my life path, right? If I didn't want to do something, you can't make me do it. If I wanted to do it, believe me, I was the one doing it. You know what I mean? I still feel bad because back in the day when my dad had found smokes on me when I was a certain age, I said they were Mary Ann's, and it's like, yeah, actually they weren't. They're mine, right? They're mine. Like I felt like a jerk for blaming my best friend when it's like, yeah, actually they're mine. So rawr. I didn't know that as a fact, but whoa. Emoji King. Hair is a good fertilizer for your cannabis plants. It's high in nitrogen, great for foliage growth. Yup. Trace B and I have spoken openly, in my streams, or I don't know if anywhere else, but when we brush our hair, how we'll leave, right? Or how when we take apart our brush and all that shed hair and to put it outside. But yeah, I should start just keeping my little pat for growing. And I resonate with what you wrote there, Jack, because even without knowing it, when I garden or when I had my sunflowers and everything, and I was always make sure that my hair was like, that there was hair there. You have the elephant too, Sinks? Anita, right on. Emoji King. They always say, watch your children extra close when the carnival is in town. Well, I say it anyways. Yes, and it's very important. One of the things last week or a couple days ago, whenever it was, the Macy's Day Parade kept coming up for me. And every time it did, it made me sick inside. I never focused any attention, but it kept coming up and stuff for me. And I would not look at it. And then I learned that there was a certain thing that happened at another parade-esque event. I'm not putting any attention towards it, but I'm just putting out there to what point. Like, I was so creeped out by the one thing. I knew like something was happening in a timeline somewhere. Like, I could feel it. It was so, ugh. It was so hard. I would honestly say that American Thanksgiving and Black Friday were two of the hardest days of my fucking year, and I'm not even American. The energy that a fucking whole country put out on that day, I gotta say, holy shitballs, man. At some point, I just can't even. I'm gonna leave it at that. The conscious evolution hair is good for all gardening. I was going to go to school for master gardener, decided to just learn it on my own. Yeah. I'm self-taught too, Dana. I get it. Saturnian. This planet is a carnival of freak. Yes, life is a carnival. The conscious evolution, Eileen passing made me cry, but Shane contacted her on the other side, and she was happy. This is part of her plan. Yes, and that's so important, Dana, is that even those of us that are so, elevated in our consciousness, we don't want people to pass away. We don't want people to die. We don't want people to transition. But this is their life path journey. This is the part of their plan. This is where the free will and the loving people unconditionally and the harnessing of we are multidimensional beings at all times. Our contact is even stronger when someone has transitioned because there is zero ego on their side in between to stop the connection. There is only our personal, what we would have wanted somebody else's soul to do, attachment, holding on, projecting, right, is what's stopping the full circle communication. SS. Brian was a graduated soul. I think that's why he chose to leave. Emoji King says Saturnian Sun. Emoji King commented in the comment section of Jackie's video. Right on. Yes, the conscious evolution. Sorry I'm so behind in the chat, but it's just the way that I roll. There are many I have saw getting the same downloads. I want to cry out of happiness. The angelics are cheering. Yeah, the angelics are cheering. Thanks, Essa. Genevieve carrying on the good work. He's trying. The conscious evolution. Yeah, I do the same with other streams. I feel like this stream is important and mine is like a furthering of some of this. That's awesome. Grab the momentum if you feel in it for sure, Dana. Emoji King. Boom. I wondered why I said that out of the blue. 322 Emoji King says, thanks for reminding me because tonight is garbage night. I was like, why am I saying this? Like, I sound ridiculous. Why am I saying that the garbage is like important? Yeah, it is, right? Yes, SS. We are all here to help each other in this 3D reality. Hi, Chase. Are you feeling the vibe? Can you pull a card, Genevieve? Yeah, I'm gonna pull a goddess. I know I'm behind in the chat, but it's not good, really, when I see that the chat has got nothing in it. You know what I mean? So it's like, if you're still here, Chase, I'm gonna need to do a little walkabout really quick too, to just not get stagnant. Boom, Gaia, Earth. See the chickadee up there, Chase? The hat, the berries. 16. Really in the fullness, right? Fullness of Mama. Gaia. You're just gonna leave it at that. I don't want to read the book and get myself triggered. It's hard sometimes to read the stuff of like, you know, blah blah blah's around the corner and things are good, like, and then it's like, okay, no, it hasn't done that yet, so I need to move. I gotta circulate. Hey Trace B, hey little G, Jim Morrison, the end song. Anyway, hope you're good. I love you. Love you too. Yeah, Jim Morrison, the end. SS, I'm so thankful this tribe was here to hang out. Same. Thanks for coming, guys. Yeah, Conscious Evolution says, I haven't cut my hair in 5 years, but it seems to have stopped growing. I call it more, not necessarily that it just maintains itself, right? So if my hair is my antenna, and if I don't have enough energy for it to be longer, or if it's taking from my energy, instead of wanting to be a part of the system of having somebody cut my hair or me cutting it, I just have asked it to sustain itself, right? So when my hair gets too thick and it's starting to be too long, then I will be pulling at my hair and I will shed 3 times more hair, you know what I mean, that week or month. And then the hair it just sustains itself. And I enjoy that part. I don't like to be touched. You know what I mean? I've had my energy taken and just siphoned from me because I was part of the hairdressing system before. And even as a child, I would come home and I would cry and I would be upset. I wouldn't realize to what point that the energy was being siphoned, taken, and not exchanged. So, especially because I have curly hair, and especially because just certain things. Just I was being siphoned of my energy instead of gifted, you know, exchange of energy. And that being said, in my life path, I had 2 hairdressers, both of them masculine, and they were the only ones who could ever touch my hair, and I'd always feel beautiful after. And the first one was my first boyfriend, like that was my real dude, right? My first real dude. His father was old school Italian, and he was a hairdresser for women. And he would do my hair, and I would feel like beautiful, perfect, like a goddess. Like I didn't even know what a goddess was when I was, you know, like 19, 20, 21, 22, when it was my first dude. But his dad would just, because he loved me. He loved me unconditionally. He had no jealousy for my hair. He wanted me to be beautiful for him, for his family, for his son. Like he loved me in a way that was so daughter-esque and so true that when he did my hair, it was just like it radiated. I would walk out of there and it would be like, wow, right? And then in my life path, Danielle, he's a hairdresser in Quebec. I started using him in a certain timeline when I was pregnant with Amy in 2000, and for 10 years, sustained all the time. The only person who ever touched my hair. And he was gayer than just, he was so gay that he never even slept with a woman. I remember one time I was sitting on the chair, and I said, "Have you ever been with a woman?" He was like, "No." And I don't want to. Like, you guys gross me out. Like, I love touching your hair and stuff. I'll make you look beautiful, but I don't want to be touching you. And I looked at him. I was like, "That's why you're the best hairdresser I've ever had. You got zero desire to like look like me, be like me, want to touch me. Like, your energy touching me is so pure that like there's nothing inside of you that takes energy. You want to touch my hair because I'm one of the only people who has curly hair this way, and you get to go wild in it for like whatever amount of time of our exchange of energy." And he would use the energy in a way that was pure, and I would benefit in a way that was so pure. It was amazing. Hey, Michael Joshua Lewis, thank you. How's everything? 333 Eastern Time. Michael Joshua Lewis. Thanks, SS. I try. My ego gets in the way sometimes, eh? Genevieve provides a good platform for all of us to discuss our ideas. Yeah, thank you. Chase says, "Last time I took shrooms, I heard everything in reverse." Oh my gosh, that sounds like how this week is going for me, Chase, and I not got no shroomies. Yeah, Conscious Evolution says, "I'm really good at growing anything, including cannabis. Seriously, I use the etheric realms. Etheric realms, yeah. The organic and my plants communicate with me." Exactly. Exactly. In Conscious Evolution, we all have plants. They do. They communicate for sure. Yep. That's beautiful. I actually explained to the plants that when they pass, they become medicinal to help me. But before you pass, I will clone you and prolong your life. Exactly, SS. Dude, you gave me shivers everywhere with that. There is a lifeline that runs through us all, and it's our job to learn to be in tune with it. Exactly. Imagine if people were in tune with it and not working against it, right, SS? Right? Imagine if we harnessed all these synchronicities, these Mandela effects that we can manifest. We're the ones doing it, and we actually used it consciously instead of just like, you know, what's next? What sync is next? What's gonna happen next? What's gonna happen next? We gotta fucking make it happen, right? We gotta make it happen. Exactly, David. Right on, David Castle. If my hair wanted to be cut, it would either ask me to do it or it would quit growing. Exactly. I completely resonate with that, David. If my hair needs a haircut, it's going to tell me. And that's why the other day when I took 15 little snippets off the end, and the result of that, how it felt for me. Yes, as I shaved my head. No need for the hair no more. North Florida. Whoa, Michael Joshua Lewis, Sydney, the dam's overflowing and it was empty 12 months ago. That is so in sync with Frozen 2, the timeline, the story of Frozen 2, that I got shivers everywhere. Yes, the water is rising. Yeah, Trace B, I want my friends to feel beautiful. Yeah, me knows, me feels that about you, sweetie. For real, Trace B. Conscious evolution, it's okay. I'm behind on the feed. At least you care enough to check the comments. Yeah. I only bounce off comments, Dana. If I want or if I have a message to speak through, I make a vid. And if you go into my stuff, I have not made a lot of vids in a long time. It's very rare that I'm downloaded something that's guided to me to just go and say and not have the open forum of everybody at the same time. Right? So my way of streaming is in order for everyone to be visible, for you guys to find each other through my voice. So some people are actually driving. They're not actually looking at the chat, or you know what I mean? They're multitasking. So it's one of the reasons why every single comment that I read, I always say who's saying it. And so that's why I'm going from calling you the conscious evolution to using your first name, Dana, because I prefer to use your name because I know you. I like your name. But I'm using your conscious evolution out loud as well to make sure that to trigger in people, do I have this channel? Do I want this channel? Am I guided to this channel? And all of that. Right? So the platform that I open is for everyone to have that beacon, the gathering spot to find each other. You know what I mean? Yes, yes, yes. Gay guys make good hairdressers. And it's, I don't know if that's like a label or a stigma or whatever, but for myself, I was not able to have the connection that I ever did with any female that I did with Danielle. And Danielle pronounced in a feminine way, if you, in English, but because in English a Daniel is Danielle, right? It's not feminine in French. It's just that's the way we say it. Daniel is Danielle in French, and but it is through him working on my hair and me learning of energies within that time frame of my life. It's in 2008. So in 2008, you know what I mean? I was 30 something and I did not realize that every single thing that I did was giving my energy away. I didn't realize that hugs are not free. If you hug someone or shake their hand, you could be siphoned for a long time and you didn't even consent. You didn't even know you were doing it, right? So any touch that we exchange has a price to pay. So who we touch, where we gift our energy, it is monumental. And we've been, culture shocked, programmed with the MK programming that sex, open sex, giving it away, that if you know your body, you love your body, you're going to do what you want with your body. And it's like people don't even realize how much, you know what I mean, that we've been siphoned in our life path by the people that love us, but we didn't realize that, fucking giving them a hug every day changed our day around every single day, right? That type of thing. Yeah, exactly, Dana. My hair picked its own length, and my body is really cool. It maintains itself well. It does. Our bodies actually maintain themselves way better than we give them credit for. We just have to believe in them compared to and not be in with the programming. So if you believe what's going to happen to you when you're 50, 40, and all those ages, then that's what's going to happen to you on a certain level, right? If you believe that by the time you're 50, you're going to need a doctor to tell you that you have certain conditions, well, you will, right? Do I need a doctor to tell me something? Well, no, not really. I know what my body's experiencing, and I'm the one that chooses to bring in the fear that brings in disease, right? There's no such thing as disease. We made that happen because we're not happy with ourselves and we don't listen to our body, right? A week before you're sick, your body has told you you shouldn't be at work today, and you still go to work. right? Because you have to. But if you did go to work that one day, you wouldn't have been sick, but you went anyways, right? How many people have had strokes or heart attacks? And if you ask them about the timeline of the weeks or the months or the years before, they were being told for years, don't do this, don't do that, get out of this timeline. And, you know, they needed their body to take them down to get exit from a certain timeline because they weren't listening.
There's already a third one.
Okay, honey. Okay. I love you.
I did not know that.
Right? So, even now, there are people who are in complete resistance to exactly what they want that's right in front of their face, but they're afraid to go for it because what? Right? Well, what is going to happen? What divine intervention is going to have to make you sick, her sick, that person's timeline taken away so that you realize that you're connected and that's what you really want, right? Thank you, Anita. I feel the same way about you, sweetie. Exactly. Conscious evolution. I just turned 50 a couple weeks ago and I don't feel it or look it. I never do birthday parties. Never wanted one this year. Didn't happen. So I celebrated being awake instead. Yeah. Same. I've been calling it. I'm 49. I'm going to be 50 on January 7th. I've already been saying I'm 50 for the last year. Why? Because I like rounding up or down, whatever's closest, right? So why would I round down to I'm 29 when I'm actually going to be 50? Because I'm happy I'm going to be 50. It's a 5. It's one of the most powerful numbers out there. I've programmed and actually like said to myself that I have consciously taken certain timelines that are like really fucking hardcore that I wish I had never taken now that I'm in them. Because when I'm 50 is every single thing that I've ever is going to happen this year for me, right? So, and here's the thing as well, when we are in embodiment, we're not shocked by how other people look because we already know that we are all going to look younger and fitter than we've ever been told we can. Most of us right now, our faces and our voices and our mannerisms have changed so much that if you went and watched a video from me from 2 years ago or like almost 3, you're like, you see who I am now, talking like this for hours on end, and then you see like Eve, because that's what I call myself in my first vid I ever made. You see Eve saying, right, I'm guided to make this video. I don't know if I'll ever make a video again. And then you realize like all of Eve, who became Genevieve, because Eve was not serving, you know, to be called that. But you see the evolution of like, I made one vid thinking like everybody's going to hate me because what I'm saying is so fucking radical that even now, not everybody accepts what I believe or my stuff. But, you know, and 3 years of a journey since of doing that one video, not knowing why I have to do this, but everything's making me do it. Like I had been pushed since like for months, right? And just, yeah. But our facial features, I love to tell people when I see that their embodiment have changed, I will tell people either in comments or in, if they're live streaming, right directly to them, you have changed. You have stepped into a different embodiment. Your facial features are not the same. Your voice is different. And because we don't always recognize, especially when we don't have a partner to reflect anything. Like, I don't know what my body looks like on any given timeline and on how it's restructured itself. You know what I mean? Because it's happening so much. I thought I was done with the internal and external body changes in 2018. And we're 3 years later, and it's just like shocking to me what still is happening as above, so below within my body. Right? It's huge. But me not always notices it, right? It's like 2 months ago when I started saying, like, my boobs are different. My boobs are different, right? If I would have had somebody in my reality would be saying, like, your butt's different too, baby. You're kind of jiggly, right? You gain weight. Oh, okay. I didn't realize until I had gained it all. And then it's like, oh, okay. My whole body's shaped differently than it was this summer, right? I've gone from, like, that bony, like scrawny little thing in the summer that like my butt actually hurts when I sit on it too long sometimes because I got no fucking like pushing from my cushion from a whatever. You know what I mean? But somebody else would have noticed as it was happening, but me, I was just like, wee, I got boobs. Like, I didn't know where they were coming from, but I didn't realize that the rest of me was packing on weight too, right? Yes, sis. I learned this when I used to practice traditional magic. Took something that was touched and blessed it. Right on. Yeah. I'm so far sometimes from my magic that it's like there's constant like fear being pumped into me from everything SS, but there's not lots of magic coming to me to remind me like or like stop focusing on what you're afraid of that's right beside you and just like flip it around, right? I can bend timelines. I can do things, but I don't even use those things right now because I'm too immersed in other in like the 3D, 4D part. Yes, Anita. Age is a state of mind. Yes. And we're of the ilk that are gonna, you know what I mean, that are changing the perception of that, and that we will as we go more and more all the time. And our children as well, right? Our children as well. Whoa. Emoji King. Monday morning used to be a common time for men to have a heart attack in the shower as well. Yep. You know what? I never heard that. Anita says I have heard that, and it gives me shivers everywhere, and it resonates as truth. Why? Because that feeling of having had 2 days of maybe a little bit of sovereignty and freedom, maybe not a lot, because if you know what I mean, if you're not living in a way that you can embody your truest self at all times in your own home, but then you got to go keep the grind up on the Monday, the heart won't be able to sustain anymore, right? And that's where we're at. This is what divine intervention is. We see it as negative, we see it as like tragic, but no, it's not tragic. We're bringing it on ourselves because we choose not to listen to our bodies before it's too late, right? So our free will is what's decided. Like, okay, I need you to push, higher self. I need you to push me to the brink. I need you to make me sick. I need somebody to die. I need for somebody to be in danger. I need for this. I need for that to be able to act. I'm not going to do it on my own. I've had 1 year, 2 years, 3 months, 3 days. Because when you get full clarity and you know something, you feel it, do you act? Right? Or do you just sit and wait and see what's going to happen next? But if you're the one that's meant to be the actor, there's always the opposite. Someone has already lived the timeline of doing their inner work and doing the things they need to do, and someone else is bypassing and not doing it. So the actors, the roles that we play for each other, just get more and more and more and more layers instead of becoming simpler if everybody just do what feels good from their heart space. Yes, exactly. Conscious evolution. Oh, you and I are so like, don't look 50 neither. And 50 is an awesome age. And yes, the best is yet to come. Exactly. And I consciously, through my life path, saw myself in my 50s and beyond, knowing I don't want to surf here. I could have had the chance to surf here, but I don't want that memory with this person. And I'm going to wait till I'm 50 to surf. Or I've had timelines offered to me my whole life of being with a musician, and it's like, no, no, no. Why? Because when I am with one, it's going to be the one, and it's going to be so big that it's like I didn't want all the what it would be like to be sitting there and doing certain things. I've not imprinted. It's so brand new that I saved the best for last instead of, oh, I'm going to do this and this and this because I can. No, I don't want this in my timelines. I'm saving it for later because it's going to be that much better. Um, having gifted, you know, the opportunity, would you take the silver, the gold plate if it's not your gold plate, right? So timelines are offered to us sometimes right now and in the past, and you know, it's like, I just, it feels good, but is it mine? Is this enough? Is this good for me? Is this what I really want? It's like, no, no. I'd rather wait, consciously knowing that, like, no, no, no. Because when I imprint myself with certain things, it's so raw and fresh. And I did this as a kid too. I already knew I could have sex when I was a teenager. I know it was just the 80s and the early 90s and stuff, but I already knew that. So I didn't have it. Why? Because I knew I could. And what's the point? I'm like 12, 13, 14 being offered sex by like whatever amount of people. You know what I mean? Sometimes like whatever. What's the point? I already know I'm going to like it. It's sex, for fuck's sakes. Everybody likes it. Why would I do it if I don't really, really, really want it? Right? Like, why would I just give that away? And within my timelines later on in my journey, when I had my restaurant, my employees at the time that were working a certain shift were very young. They were 15, 16, 18 type of thing. And we were outside having a cigarette. Some of us smoked, some of us didn't, but we were outside all at the same time. There was about 6 of us. I was the only woman, and I was 30-something, sitting with basically children, right, under 20, who were speaking openly to me as the women that they are and telling me their sexual experiences. And I was like, what? I looked at one girl at one point, and I was like, so you're telling me that you're this age and you've done this, 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 and this? And I'm like, I'm 33 and I still ain't done that yet. And being looked at and then being like, well, why would I? Like, why would I have done it with all these different people? Like, I know I want to do this, and I still even done it with my husband. Yeah, because when I do that, it's going to be different. You know what I mean? And I'm not just the saving something for something instead of just giving it away because you can, right? Has always been inside of me in a way that shocks me. One time in the same timeline, like I was 35 or 36, and I had a young woman who I knew, and you know, she asked for help, and I was like, okay, it's like, let's go for a drive. She needed to get away from where she was, not running away or anything, but she needed to be like safe and in the car, not have anybody hear her. And here I am holding space for a woman who's not even a woman yet, who's still a child. Her body's not even fully developed. She's 15 years old, and she's terrified that she has an STD, a sexually transmitted disease. Meanwhile, she's like, and you know, like, he doesn't love me. He doesn't like me. I know he used me. I did it on purpose because I wanted the attention, but now I think I have this. And I was like, whoa, like, your body's not even formed, and you might have something that is altered your body for life. Like, what the fuck? Are you going to, like, keep acting this way? Like, did it serve you? You know? And not saying it in a way that was hurting her. What the fuck have you done? But what the hell, honey? Like, and the healer in me trying to, like, understand, like, what am I gifting to her, like, of healing, of her being with me and holding the space. Like, what is my body exchanging with her, like, to either make sure that this timeline's not coming in, or making sure she's as safe as possible if she does have this disease inside of her at this age, right? It's huge, guys. Yeah, Trace B says, my mom says I look like a little girl. No, I don't. Yes, I do. LOL. It's so funny to me. Yeah. Yeah, I get it, Trace. Boom. Thanks for saying that. The conscious evolutions. My videos show all my progression. This is why they all stay, so others can see we all grow. I love that you wrote that today, Dana, because I was laying here last night in my, like, can't sleep and thinking, like, to what point that, like, there's certain videos that I put as private or that I've taken down because it's like, unless this is serving for greater good, like, I put it out there, and whoever needed it at the time, I don't want it out there more. And but yeah, except for a certain amount of stuff, especially, and I've talked about this before, like how when I started my channel, I would binge delete everything. So there's probably 100 videos that only got seen a little bit because of how it felt to be watched, right? How it felt to be woken up in the middle of the night knowing somebody was pressing once, pressing twice, pressing 3 times, and looking at my body, thinking certain things. I would binge delete vids and cry as if I'd been raped. Like, fucking, that's how hard it was for me to be on YouTube and share myself. And I don't even do sexual content, guys. I don't talk about sexuality much, but when I do, I got zero taboos, and I've not shaken my stuff, and I never project myself as, like, I want to be seen as the mother goddess. I don't want to be seen in my embodiment of the goddess that shares it all with you all, right? I've always saved that other piece of me for me, myself, and my future divine partner. Why? Because you can go back, watch me on YouTube for 3 freaking years right now, but you can also see whoever's going to come into my life will know that perspective of that part of me that I never shared openly. I didn't want to use that card, the same way that other people is what they needed for their journey, right? But yeah, and how hard it is, Dana, to just allow for self to, hey, I gonna leave everything I ever said up as is, right? Um, just for whoever needs it. Never knowing if anything is ever looked at and how, right? Emoji King, before I could commit to anything any doctor would possibly tell me, I would confirm, yeah, with Dr. Robert Morse first. More radical the better. All I want is the truth. Yeah. Trace B, I was told not to worry as it will freeze my heart, so I flipped it quick. Yeah. Hi, David Barry 75. How's it going? I'm only 10 minutes late in the chat right now. Yeah. Emoji King, Jack Nicholson, you make me want to be a better man. Okay, what movie was that? You make me want to be a better man. I forget. I think it was with Diane Keaton, and wasn't Keanu Reeves a part of that movie a little bit? I can't remember. The Conscious Evolution. I'm a musician, but I have waited many years to do what I'm about to do. Bass guitar, bass guitar. I think I'm cool when I say bass guitar because it's like fishing. Get it? No. Okay. Bass guitar for 35 years. Also played native flute, drums, guitar, keyboard. Never formed a band, and I know why now. Exactly. And I've been telling people who are artists this for years, Dana. There's a reason you were never meant. You think it's because you weren't brave enough, you weren't strong enough, you didn't have the it's because you didn't have your band yet. The timeline was not set in motion. The protection for those of us who are here to put out high elevated music without being bombarded in a matrix type of way, right? So if you would have forsaken your timelines and tried to go in, you would have had to shed what it is like to be a part of a 3D matrix reality, and the scum, the shit, and the bullshit that comes with it that's not talked about or that's glorified, right? So you can go right now, and how many movies there's about artists that have OD'd and died and had sex and wantonness and all of that, and they're not doing that anymore, and that's not what they want for their family. That's definitely not what they want for their daughters and their friends and their communities, but it's still being glorified in certain ways. Did you know that within the industry, more masculine have actually been raped and used as fucking like puppets than actual females? But females have talked about it openly for the last 20 to 30 years of what they've experienced. So the masculine, some of them have started to speak as well. Corey Feldman being somebody who has been screaming his whole fucking life of what's happening behind the scenes, right? There are, but just, it's all there, guys. It really is. and the reason, right? So some people think, I'm 40 and I've never played, I don't know how to play guitar, I've never touched it. Well, it's because you haven't opened your gifts. It's time now, and it's a coming now. What is needed, and what people need as truth and embodiment of like love songs that are actually pure, right? You can go right now, check the top 40 of what is being pumped out for the public consumption all the time, and most songs have cheating in them. It's, you have the song by an artist who's so fucking faithful and loves you, but in his next song, right, he's not doing the same thing. So the consistency of actual love with respect for masculine and female bodies, the sovereignty of our bodies being art in action to be shared how we so choose, but not as the portraying and the certain MK programming, right? How many people go watch a video or go watch a scene from the Emmys or the Grammys or all these big things? Do you feel pure after you're done watching that shit, or do you feel like you've been like, you know what I mean, like your eyes, your body, your soul's been like fucking like sucked out of you, right? Go watch a halftime show right now, right? From last year, from 2 years ago, from 10 years ago. Go watch a halftime show from football and tell me right now, what does it make your body actually feel? Right? And what you say and what you feel about it and how the words come out will tell me everything about where you're at in your embodiment of what you want for this world. Right? So some people aren't shocked by anything, but then if it was their wife or their daughter who wanted to get dressed that same way and do that exact same dance, they wouldn't be allowed. But what's the difference? Right? There was a timeline in my reality where my ex was very angry at my daughter and my stepdaughter because they wanted posters of Justin Bieber wearing just jeans on their wall. And he was horrified. He would not have any of it. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? You got an ass right in your fucking little shed over there. And every time me or the girls walk into the shed, that fucking bitch's ass is right in our face. And you don't want the girls to have a Justin Bieber poster up in their room? What are you talking about? Oh, that ass is not the same. Don't you realize I've never flipped the calendar page? I don't even realize that butt is there anymore. Okay, but it's still there, and we as feminine realize it's still there. So why can't the girls have Justin Bieber? If I'm your partner, I've been with you for a year and a half, I know you ain't flipped the calendar page because you don't need it right now, right? But she's still right there. Am I allowed to ask you to pose? I'm going to pose that exact same shot that you have in your garage, shed, and then I'm going to put it as my profile picture on Facebook right now. Let's do this, right? I'm going to pose, you're going to take the picture, and I'm going to put it up. And he was fucking horrified. What the fuck are you talking about? You're not posing like that for fucking Facebook and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, why not? Why not? Like, what's the difference of all of it? If it's okay for her to be there in your shed and us feminine see it, but it's not okay for the girls to have Justin Bieber, and then I'm not allowed to be in that position for the whole world? Why can't my ass crack show everybody like that? Why not? If it's normal, if it's good, if it's safe, if it's pure, everybody should be allowed to have their butt crack fucking showing that way, Chris. Right? But that's the thing. What's okay for, like, it's okay for us to watch all these things, but would you allow your daughter, do you want your daughter dancing those exact same things? Right? Personally, I come from, like, being taught how to twerk by Jamaicans. Lily Rose was 4 years old and being taught how to twerk by Jamaicans, saying, you guys are not going to watch TV and watch videos. We're going to show you how to do it. Because they might think that Miley Cyrus made up the twerk or whoever it was, but we've been twerking in Jamaica for fucking years. It's a dance. It's actually a dance. Whether people are sexualized by it or whether they feel a certain way, it's still a dance. And it's like, yeah, it is. And we're all allowed to do it. It ain't just about one person and other people like watching a certain way. Anybody can do it. Go ahead. Do it right in the middle of McDonald's, right? Hey, Kelly Ryan O'Brien. Kelly says, conscious evolution, I'm not a musician, but I am. And it's starting to finally materialize. Right on. Boom. Emoji King. I was just thinking of that movie yesterday, Wild at Heart, with Nicolas Cage. William Dafoe is great, and Laura Dern. That was the movie Wild at Heart that had the Oz type of scenario and lots of references to Oz, wasn't it? Wild at Heart, or am I mixing up my movies? Let me know, because that's a sync. I was thinking about it yesterday. Trace B loves you. I love working in the public, but I'm tired. Gonna listen, eating lunch now. I love you. Yeah. Ask, Trace B. Ask that you be sent, one customer or one thing that gives you so much energy that, you know what I mean? Like, you're allowed to ask for energy back for what you give, Trace? So ask. Ask for somebody so magical to come in that it gives you so much energy. Rawr. Me sending you a super duper angel. Yes, conscious evolution. Many are doing conscious music now, and that's my calling. I would be dead if my early music hit. Drugs or alcohol, and the evils would have become devour them. Exactly. They would have devoured you. Exactly. And it's like some of us, even if we would have wanted certain timelines, just we couldn't even enter the building. So in my life path, there's things I've never done. Why? Because I was not allowed. And what does that mean? Is that how other people will say, well, the devil made me do it. I had to go here. I was dragged here. It's like me is the opposite. If I wanted, even if I wanted to do something that if I wanted, when it's against me, I'm pulled right out of the situation, whether it makes any sense or not. Right? If I go against my own inner guidance, my whole car will break down to not get me to where I'm going. And I know because I've tried to run away from my own timelines in the last years, and everything conspires against me. I can't run away from my own highest self of timelines. Even if in the moment, I would give it all up, right? I can't. Yes, the conscious evolution, it's wild. My whole life, I've been my own guide, and I didn't know who was that confident being sending the messages. They were all about the now, the messages. Yeah, Dana. I've talked about this before where in 2020, I looked in the mirror at myself one time and my hair was straight, and I realized that I was the vision, the dream woman that would go see me as a child in my dreams and keep me safe, and the beautiful woman who was like my angel in my dreams was future me in my 2020 timeline. So I would go see myself as a child and tell myself, the things I needed to tell myself to survive my timelines and to keep going, thinking that, it was someone or something or whatever exterior, but it was actually me. I've always had flashes of my future self, but it's only when I was 33 that I realized my whole life I've seen myself all my different ages and sizes, right? Just because you've seen me consistently for 3 years and I'm in a small package, this is not the timeline I've had my whole life, right? So I've been way bigger, where if I would have started my channel at a different size, you would all perceive me in a whole different light, right? Because my package is so different. But so I've been all, the sizes, the shapes, the parts of me. But when I was in my 20s, up till my early 30s, I would be with my husband, ex-husband, husband at the time, and we would go to a mall, and I would have a flash of a woman. Like when you're in a mall and there's all of a sudden the one big mirror or whatever, I would have a flash of a woman, and I would see her because she was standing right beside me, but then when I would look again, she was gone. Or I would have flashes of this woman with like all this fucking wild gray hair that like nobody has hair like that. Like, why am I thinking, like, what is that? And then when I stepped into my embodiment when I was 33 of certain things, completely realizing that these visions I had had for 10 years, living a certain life in a certain package of myself, that I flipped into her. Like, that was me the whole time that I was seeing. The woman that I was seeing in the mirror that would shock me, like, who the fuck is that? Right? Who the fuck is that? It was me. It was me. So, yeah. Hey, Road Trip Eddie. Great point. I love your challenging ways. Strong, real women rule. Love you, Eddie. Are you the poster and the equity? Yeah. Conscious evolution. I've been single for 8 years. No physical, neither. Yeah, women ask me how I'm single sometimes, and I tell them it's on purpose. Exactly. And for myself, in the last few years, when anyone has been brave enough in my life path to ask me out, like for a date, or was interested in me, I would always put up a like, well, no, I don't want to date, but you want to hang out? And then be looked at like, what do you mean? Well, I don't want to date, because if we go on a date, then you're going to wonder what you should do. You're going to wonder if you can score. You're going to wonder what's going to happen at the end of the night. You're going to wonder. And there's going to be a lot of shit between us that makes no fucking sense to me. So me says, like, yeah, I can't date you, but do you want to hang out? Do you want to be my friend? Do you want to just like, I don't know, do you want to go play ball? Do you want to go do this? Do you want to go to the beach? You want to come for supper with me and Lily? Do you want to do this? But there's no cuddle at the end. And if it ever gets to the point that we would cuddle, we would know before. You are not just going to all of a sudden spring it on me that your mouth is in my face. So the potential of like being asked on a date because somebody had the courage to, but then being told you're not going to have anything more than friendship. And if that gets built, maybe. I actually had one man who actually took me up on the offer of let's just hang out for the day. But then by the end of the day was looking at me and saying, okay, so now we really know that we get along really good and we have a strong connection. Are you actually telling me there's no chance for me in the future to become your partner, your man? And I was like, what? You gave me like 24 fucking hours to hang out with you once? And now you're asking me, like, putting me, like, could I be your man someday? And I looked, I was like, no. If you were the last man on earth, you're not my guy. So do you still want to hang out tomorrow, like we said, or no? Then he was hurt. He was wounded. I had become all of a sudden all these things inside of him. And I was like, I don't understand. Like, what the fuck? Like, the programming is so embedded and deep in people. Like, let's just fucking see something, someone, a spark in somebody, and then let's just believe that we're good. We could be, anything else. And it just, that's not the way it works from a fifth dimensional perspective, right? When you know your body and when you've been alone a long time, it's not the same thing. Which you actually, know what you need. So if somebody can't even be a friend, like, of course there's not going to be the, you know what I mean? Anyways, it's very strange, the reactions I've gotten in the last years, because at this point in my reality, I should have a posse of women and men who are like so fucking close to me because they're safe. I don't want them for their body, their money, their this, their that. I'm not gonna fucking fuck with them with their emotions and their thoughts. But they didn't take the timeline of being in my reality because they would rather play the games, right? So if you're offered authentic friendship that's not gonna bully you, manipulate you, tell you what to do, make you into something different, want to fuck you, want to take your money, you know what I mean? If you actually offer authenticity, people actually will revert and go look for anything else that makes no fucking sense because they are overwhelmed with authenticity. They can't grasp that there's no game, that there's no prize at the end, right? But the prize is my friendship. I told like that same person, I said, like, in 24 hours of hanging out with me, you've already said I never did this before in my life. I was never this brave. I did something today I've never done. Like all my friends, family, everybody saw me do something I've never done. Like they know it's because I'm with you. And it's like, yeah, but don't you get it that if you chose to hang out with me and be my best friend, can you imagine how you'd be strong, feel confident about yourself, and how the woman that is meant for you would be come into our reality and we'd be hanging out and then you guys would be just whatever, right? But I had to be his. He had to feel wounded if I didn't give him more than what I could. But that doesn't make any sense, right? Yes. Emoji King, the MK Ultra is the mass hypnosis. Anita, I've been single now, no touch for 5 years now, and I choose to be single. Exactly. Exactly, the conscious evolution. Some people just don't understand that we do need time to work on self. And all of us are driven by our sexual urges. But that's the thing, is when you're in a mastery, there's no such thing as a sexual urge. You either feel sensual and you're going to use what you got at your disposal to, or you're going to feed off that energy of feeling sexual to, feel good. There's so many layers to it, right? I said this to someone the other day. Most masculine who think they're awake are not even aware of semen retention and how benefits their body to not, go through and allow themselves to ejaculate every day. How by actually not doing that, they're stronger and bolder and they feel safe and confident instead of feeling spent and used and alone and lonely all the time. So I don't know how to teach about that because I don't have that. You know what I mean? But I know what I've done for myself as a feminine to master myself, right? So it's like I can see when the masculine when they don't know about their own bodies, and you know what I mean? Like who's going to teach them? Who's going to teach them? Hi, Kimba. Kimba. Anita says, my dad used to see flashes of women and then they would disappear. Whoa. Hey, Matrix Man. 423-234. Nice numbers, dude. How's your day going? I've just been flowing, Anita. I have pulled a few cards today. The elephant that came out at the beginning. Yeah, I'm going to just catch up with the chat and then see what happens because I've been on for a long time. So I'm either going to need a full circle and be done or... Exactly. You know what I'm saying, eh, Anita? Me too. Saying hanging out, not dating. Exactly. And it's that thing, right? Of, dude, if she's wearing matching panties and a bra, she didn't score. You didn't score. She did. Right? That thing. We already know what our bodies want to allow ourselves. Why would I play a game and fuck somebody else up with that? Right? Believe me, the last time that I did have, actions within my body intimately, it's because I had not been with somebody in months. And I had a friend and I looked him up and down and I said, you've been hitting on me for years. Let's do this. And he's like, what? And I was like, I trust you. I'm bored. Everybody talks that it's so easy to have like just a friend with benefits. I'm going to try it. You're the lucky one. Let's go, Henry. And he was like, what the fuck? This has never happened to me before. And I was like, well, yeah, I'm not going to lure you to my house to wonder what's going to happen. I'm telling you straight up. You want to be my friend with benefits, right? Let's do this. And, that's it. It is very possible to say exactly without, you know what I mean? Like messing with somebody's like stuff as above, so below, right? Yeah, I did. Exactly. Anita says, I've tried that as well, but the guys always turn it around to more than just friends. Exactly. You can relate so much. Exactly, Eddie. Friends last forever. Yeah. Yeah. Would you rather have somebody as a test for a weekend, a month, or would you rather have somebody as a friend forever? Right? And anybody who's been watching me for the last 3 years, this is what I've tried consciously to manifest with the masculine and the feminine is true friendships and bonds, right? A conscious evolution. I've seen myself in the mirror as a native elder, and it was a trip because it was also me. Oh my gosh, the 727. Me too, Anita. Not letting go. Indigo Rose, Lone Wolf 2.0. I came in at the right time because I can relate. The friendship with a golden heart. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Annie D. Love you too, sweetie. Indigo Rose, wounds. Wow. They birth things. Depends on what you want to nurture. Dana says, you should see what I put on my dating profile a few years ago when I quit. It was so funny. That's funny. Conscious evolution. I told everyone dating and sex are pushed so much to distract us, but I worded it in a way that sounded like a conspiracy stuff. But it is a conspiracy. It is. Sex in itself, how we actually do it, what we actually believe sex is 3/4, like it's a program. It's a conspiracy towards like bombarding masculine to think that they don't have control of their bodies, that if they see a breast, that it's normal that their body reacts in a certain way, and that this woman could actually have a power over them is one of the scariest fucking programs I've ever, you know what I mean? Like it's terrifying. It doesn't even make any sense if you think about it. You know what I mean? Like how can a masculine think that because somebody's got tits or a butt, and if they bend over, if there's a certain beat to a certain song, that someone else could ever have control of their body and not them, right? And just it's huge, guys. It really is. Trace B, I just noticed your title. Yesterday I watched a reaction video to the song. Right on. Yeah, the conscious evolution. I use my sexual energy for creating very powerful energy. It has to do with the oil at the base of the spine, the kundalini through the tantra. Thank you. Yes, the crystal soils. And just I don't talk about those things usually. I just know of them. I just use it for my greater good, right? Yes, Indigo Rose. It is a conspiracy to keep us from rising to something more, I think. Well, exactly. Imagine if men actually trusted women and women actually trusted men, and that we didn't believe that we needed exterior stuff. We would feel safe in our own homes, communities, right? Imagine if we weren't, programmed with sex. All the products we wouldn't buy the same way. All the stuff, all the energy that we would not put towards certain things, right? If we are secure in our own beauty and not perpetuating all these patterns of like lack of needing to think we need more, whatever, projecting that we want everybody to fucking find us sexual instead of just having our energies focused on elevating one masculine and one feminine, right? um it, the energy, how it would be focused instead of like Because here's one of the biggest secrets of through the matrix masculine. Masculines say they love sex and they would want sex all the time, but when they have a woman who actually likes sex and enjoys it, they actually shame her and guilt her and bring her down to her knees where she won't instigate sex anymore because she's been so horrified, right? So most masculine, once they actually have a beautiful functioning feminine who is very sexual in their life, totally ignore her. They will give more support to fucking feminine on the internet that they don't even know, go watch somebody else's boobs and somebody else's butts in the background, than to gift their own feminine with what they would want to see. So I've been in relationships for years where I didn't even know what my husband actually liked because he didn't have the fucking balls to ask me or tell me. And I would shock the shit out of him when I showed myself. So I shut the fuck up and stopped, you know what I mean? Right? So, but if a masculine has a fantasy of a woman in a red dress, looks at every fucking woman he can find with a red dress on earth for the rest of his fucking days, but he's been married for 15, 20 years or 10 days or 10 months, and he's never seen his own woman in a red dress, like, what's the fucking point of being with that one? Because just go and watch all the other stuff. Why, right? You want a lady in red, you make your lady in red, you keep her, you cherish her, and you make sure she fucking feels like that, and it's all there, right? So, what people say they want, and then after they have it, they don't use it. Most people are watching TV or on the internet with other people, even if they have a partner in their life right now. How much energy do you invest in the person that sleeps next to you? Right? Conscious evolution. Tantra is control of this, not a sexual thing like many think. Exactly. It's very breath. It's very the breath. Yeah. Indigo, I really want to go there so bad, conscious, but I need to learn more about it. Yeah. Dina, I got a big book on the Tantra, and it's a study book, and I still got plenty to learn. Exactly. Yeah, indigo. Exactly, Jan. Staying in lack or low energies like heartbreak. Yeah, exactly. Right on. Yeah. Dana says, I know it's a conspiracy, but I like to go all tinfoil hat sometimes. It's fun. I think we're at the point where we should and we do, but we should know that, there's a ripple effect for everything that we do and where we put our energy. So if it is actually fun, then it is. Or you're feeding a pattern and you're not able to back away. Like only you can know, right? But energy flows where attention goes, and especially those who even think they know anything about energy, it's shocking sometimes where we put our energy, right? I'm putting myself in there of that, but um, if people, you know what I mean, like we can be in spots right now where there's 10, 20 of us gathered and somebody is actually being bullied and nobody even realizes it, but somebody's just like, I'm not gonna make everybody see this and live it, but does everybody feel it, right? If we were all together in a community, would we be able to be safe? Or would we just be in a rush of high school, everybody's talking about everything, but not directly to the person that, you know what I mean? Are we openly communicating, or are we still like perpetuating patterns and stuff? If we were 10 of us around a fire, and you know what I mean, would we be able to read the energies enough to understand when somebody feels so unsafe that they would be willing to just leave in the middle of the night and never come back? Because what's the point in telling anybody of, if we feel all our energies, then that's everything. We don't get to bypass of, well, let's just pretend nothing's happening right now. But you know what I mean? It's like if we were together, 20 of us, and there was 15, like, I don't know, let's just say there's 15 couples together right now at a fire, and one couple is not doing good. We just going to sit there and pretend everything's fine, or are we going to find ways for everything to feel better? Or are we just going to let the party like just kind of like suffer itself because there's unsaid words all the time? Right now, the unsaid within the collective is heavier than what people are saying and doing. So most people are saying shit that they don't even believe in, they wouldn't stand by. This is not of integrity or valor, but these are the words and the actions that people are still perpetuating every day. But the unsaid of the truth of how people are hurting, they're sad, they're scared, they don't want to quit their job even if they hate it, they are in love with somebody else but they don't dare say it. All the thickness of these layers, and that people are actually choosing to use their ego self more than their true heart self. What hurts one hurts all, and that's it, right? What hurts one hurts all. We can't hide anything from each other anymore, collectively everywhere. It's a huge big that's a lot of band-aids, guys, if you know what I mean. The stepping up of full authenticity at all times, not just when it feels good and easy, right? You don't just get to be authentic for 2 hours during the day when everybody's watching you. It's actually more important, what are you thinking and doing? Where are you focusing your energies when nobody's watching you? Because you think nobody's watching you, but that's where you're being tested the most, right? Does that make sense? Conscious evolution. I've been doing videos for years on the divine feminine. I was raised by a few. Exactly. And that's important. Those are honestly the masculine who have grabbed the ball running for being able to open themselves up to do the inner work, is because they had at least one person in their youth that they trusted so often, right? The masculine that were never cherished and had their lineage, like lines and DNA, like cut down for, like, they're coming from so far up if they haven't even had one feminine to trust in their life path, right? Yeah, Dana, I've been helping to teach men to balance their feminine sides. Yeah, Indigo, I'm so ready for the transparency and healing. Conscious evolution, oh no, the red dress, the matrix thing is a past experience where you learned an important lesson. Yeah. I say red dress specifically because of the sisterhood of the rose, because of the energy of the red, because of the programming of certain things, and because of those of us who know ourselves. We know, you know, what we're capable of and what we choose and how we choose to embody our femininity. We've been rewriting scripts for years already within our masculine or feminine, whichever, for those of us who have been an embodiment of not taking the timelines of like sex just because it's there, or moving in with somebody just because it would be convenient, or, you know, hooking up karmic relationships, building timelines that are not pure, right? So there's a lot of us who have been rewriting scripts for years of, this is how I want to be treated. You either treat me like this or you don't. I'm here or I'm not, right? We've already been showing what detachment of codependency is. You can't, we will literally lose everything and have nothing before taking what's not meant for us, or something that's not pure of heart, right? And that's a lot of us, that's what we've been through in a long time, is like, are you willing to walk the walk? Are you really going to like have nothing instead of going into timelines that is not yours, or taking things that are not your highest heart, right? How much integrity do you have that everybody in your life can be fucking laughing at you, mad at you, want to put you away, want to have you like checked out, because you're like in such full embodiment that nothing and nothing is going to detract you, even like lack and poverty, because you know that in the moment you're doing that for the higher good, right? You don't just go grab a certain job because you can, because you can't anymore. If you're out of the matrix and waiting, you know what I mean, in stepping into different embodiments, there's an in-between period, right? Not everybody has the same journeys either, right? I speak from my perspective of what I've lived. I know a lot of people, they're never gonna fucking do certain things because that's not part of their journey, right? Makes sense? Thank you for saying that. I love you too. Love you all. And this has helped me in so many ways. Good. Thank you all for the time together. Yeah. Indigo, I really believe I landed here on this channel at the right time. Thanks for saying it. It's beautiful when someone validates that feeling. Thank you. Boom. Anita, you just said it, eh? My ex is obsessed with women in red bikinis. And that's just it. While you were with him, you could have had every single bikini he ever looked at on every other woman in your house, and he wouldn't have bothered to ask you to put it on. He would go look at it on somebody else. It doesn't matter how our bodies are. If there's one thing I goddamn know is, don't matter how fucking hot we are, the hotter that we are, the more we're gonna be fucking treated in a relationship when a man is not woke.
So.
Right? So it has nothing to do with bodies. I know women who have different body shapes and they've been treated, you know, in ways that they have had real relationships. They're with embodied men who love them, not just, you know, the piece of meat that they are in their house as a trophy of, you know, this is my wife. I don't touch her. Don't you all look at her and fucking touch her. And let's go like fucking talk about this shit instead of, you know, staying home or doing the stuff, right? But it's crazy. It's that thing of Marilyn Monroe. She couldn't, you know what I mean? Didn't matter who she was. Didn't matter. Didn't matter if the whole world was at her fucking feet. The men that she had in her life, they fucking destroyed her, right? You know, like we could use the examples, right? Fuck, Shania Twain, for fuck's sakes. One of her last albums is trying to recover over the fact that, you know, the person she's sharing her life with cheated on her too, right? It doesn't matter if you're like the person that everybody in the world would want. Somebody's always going to want something else, even if they got what they want. Sad but true. Lenny D says, my husband in the hospital made an inappropriate comment with me and a hospital girl, meds distributor. He jokes in a weird way that they never understand. How to ask someone to please get psych evaluation without paying for it. I think that's funny because when people are in the hospital, especially if they have any type of meds, the things that they say and do, I was somebody that I know had a hospital stay, and he was like, I was so lucky. The nurse was so nice. I said stuff to her that when she told me after I said that, I was blushing. I just wanted to go home. I couldn't believe I did that. Right? Yep. I need to. He says he has dreamed of me in the red bikinis too. Anita says, and I don't wear the red bikini. Exactly. Annie D, meaning I will suffer his wrath. How is everything going, Annie? Yeah. Conscious evolution. My mom was awesome. She supported my art, music, and loved my writing. She was a huge influence. That's beautiful. Indigo Rose says, Jen, that's so true what you're saying about the relationships. The color red ignites passion and is associated with sex, and unfortunately is subliminal throughout all of the media. Exactly. I see red as power, says Trace B. Yeah. I will I stay away from red most of the time because I'm conscious of certain things, and then when I do wear it, I can only handle so much, right? I can only handle so much of the energy of it. Um but it's funny though, because I once told somebody, if you don't want attention, then that's when you dress up the most. And she was like, what are you talking about? And I was like, if I go out in public dressed down with a ball cap on backwards, the baggiest shirt that I can, and my fucking yuckiest pants, is like, I'm like an all you can eat fucking buffet of like, let's just hit on her in a certain way because she just looks normal, right? But if I wear a red dress somewhere and I'm by myself, nobody will fucking come fuck with me, because they assume that I have somewhere to go. They assume that I'm busy. They assume that I have a life. So they stay the fuck away, right? They assume if you go into a grocery store looking like in a red dress, dressed as if you're going to a wedding, they assume. And so you don't get, you know what I mean? And they'll look away more. So people have a tendency to check you out when they know they can get away with it. So they'll be looking at women in ways like with their sunglasses, right? Like that classic way of like, let's wear sunglasses everywhere so girls don't know we're checking out their tits and their butt. Okay, guys, right? We know some girls do that too. But that thing of it's like the way that since I've been on YouTube, at first I was inaccessible, and then as soon as I made sure to make myself very accessible, like nobody can say, "Oh, she's so unattainable, we can't reach her." No, yeah, you can. You can email me anytime. It's your choice. And the more that I'm accessible, only who really wants to speak actually gets through and does it, because and the experiences that I need of like whatever yucky stuff that I've had, but you know what I mean? My mom, she passed away 13 years ago. Same year I got divorced. She committed suicide. I found her barely breathing. Oh, sweetie, I love you. Thanks for sharing. Um, the beauty of a son being able to be there for the mother who brought her in is still beyond words to me. The beauty of that, of it being you instead of someone else, is so beautiful. We were speaking earlier of free will, right? And transitioning. So if anybody understands allowing for the free will, you do, eh? Wow. My stepchildren found their mother deceased on the floor when they were a certain age years ago. Love you guys. Hi, Nova Nova. Indigo. I don't wear red that much at all. I have one shirt that has red, but it's a pattern. Same. I have a few t-shirts. They were just, it's very rare that I have the red. I stay away from it. Yeah, Dana says a lot of tragedy and wild spiritual stuff on my mom's side. Yeah. Yeah. It's intense, dude. I can feel her energy. for sharing. Thanks for sharing. And I'm going to say this out loud because it's being guided to me. But you sharing that is the ripple effect of somebody who is going to hear my voice saying it in a future timeline. That's going to be their lifeline to stay afloat when they find a certain situation come into their path. And you know what I mean? If we can think it's insignificant to be in a live stream and to put out information, the ripple effect through the ethers and who actually is going to press on the button in a future timeline, and having heard the words that I'm saying out loud is going to anchor them to be able to stay afloat in their reality when the thing happens through their timeline. That's why we're doing all of this, eh? We're all mirrors of each other, and those of us who have chosen to just grab the ball running and leak out whatever we're guided to leak out in our videos and our live streams is for someone or more than one someone. Sometimes we never get validation. Sometimes we get just one validation that's enough for us to have an aha of all the other things that some of us are not super curious. We are not Pandora, meaning we to choose that we are not going to go down rabbit holes. We don't need all the answers and knowing to just do what we're guided to do. Whereas there's others who are in a completely different timeline where you're the doubters. You gotta wait until fucking everything's gonna be like, right? How many more years, days, weeks, months you gonna have to listen to people be vulnerable and open their heart and just trust unknowingly who has access to us in order for you to open your heart, right? How many years of consistently showing up without ego for no purpose but to share of examples do people have to lay out for other people to like grab them? That's why they're here. But to use it, right, for the greater good. Yeah, that's beautiful, Dana. Conscious evolution. Thank you, everyone. It works better this way for now. She can see I became what I told her I would before I came here. Yeah, it is a beautiful way to look at it, and that's where in our embodiment, Anita, that being able, those of us who have had the experiences or are having them, and that we fully embody, right? So the allowing of, you know what I mean, the reflection of certain things is the ripple effect for everyone. Yeah. Indigo Rose. I'm having to move away from having to know things outside of my learning to heal myself and transmute. Yeah. Yeah. I think one of the hardest things, I was thinking about this in the last little while, is just like, it's what's the hardest is having super beautiful, amazing gifts come online, but then the like human stuff of multitasking so many ways and things that are so simple human, but that are complicated now because they're not a part of just the internal DNA part of me the same way. So it's so, authenticity is so authentic that you can't fake no matter what, right? No matter what. And so it takes away like the choice of certain things because you can't do that because it's not authentic. Right? Boom. I was stirring the cards and thinking, if I'm in flow, then it's the Apache tear that should come up. And it did. So I'm going to read the book part. Because as I was shuffling the deck, I thought, if I am really in flow, then it's the Apache tear that needs to come up for the message. Apache tear, letting go of grief, recovering from the past, releasing pain so that old wounds can heal. Before we came to this planet, our souls agreed to experience both love and loss in this lifetime, along with the pleasures and pains of being in our bodies, so that we might experience a sense of purpose and fulfillment and find our destiny. There's a great beauty in being broken open for a heart that has fully expanded with grief. Is one that truly understands that rejection is a part of God's protection. Faith in something better coming our way will set the wheels in motion for attracting that which we most deserve. Often we simply cannot recognize that there is a far better planet work than our own. The message of the Apache Tear Spirit is to not fear or repress your emotions. Release them through your body so that you can prepare yourself to heal from the heartaches and receive all that the conscious universe has in store for your pleasure and happiness. Often, our purpose starts to reveal itself in times of rejection, as the conscious universe whispers, you will see this through a different set of eyes one day, I promise. Know that the conscious universe is always allying with you, even now, eagerly supporting you in your opening to the fulfillment and joy that you were born to feel. When the Apache Tear Spirit appears, it's calling you to recognize that losses, even betrayals, come bearing unexpected gifts. They can break your heart open and send you into a mission to live more fully, more lovingly, more meaningfully. Much goodness is coming your way. So hold on, hold fast to the truth that you have a destiny unfolding before you. Recognize the conscious universe as your ally in co-creating something so much better than what you are actually experiencing now. Clear the space by releasing the past and wash it away with the tears. You don't need to hold on to your emotions. Yes, I believe that as well, Indigo. I love that you mentioned that about the DNA, because I really believe we can rewrite what's stored there into something healthier naturally. Exactly. Yep. And that's why right now, especially asking for our DNA to wake, our dormant DNA, right? The treasures that we were not allowed or able to open within our 3D, 4D matrix perspective life. And now we are at these times we have, built towards. So to ask, right? Ask, and then allow and act in accordance. So many people are screaming for love and angels and friendships, but when it's being served to them, they are playing out the part of like rare. And the reason I can say this and look right here is because I am like that as well. When people try to help me right now, I feel like a rescue dog. Yeah. You think because it's easy for me to talk about certain things certain ways and I just flow and I'm able to hold space and witness other people's pain that I know what I'm doing? I don't. Because when anyone, like I've had people trying to help me in the last couple of weeks and I don't know how to accept it, and I definitely don't know how to like surrender to it. I am in more fear with people saying that they love me and want to help me than before anybody even, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's so fucking scary. There's no words for it. You know? Why? Because I've been fucking crying out to certain people for like a year, and every single time I trusted one person to say, like, this is what's going on. These are the things that are happening. And then to be like, whew, like, what? You know what I mean? So it's like, I want to reach out and say exactly the details, but the last time I told the fucking details, the stuff that was embedded in me and imprinted is like, I trying to, like, you know, think that somebody's not gonna do that again, but it's so fucking hard. Like, it's so hard. Yeah, resonates good. Humbled, that card resonates. Indigo Rose. Yeah, conscious evolution. I always take off the glasses when talking to people. Yeah, it can be hard sometimes to have conversations with people if there's no reason for them to have sunglasses on, especially, and that they won't even show you their eyes. Or one of the phenomenon that I've seen on YouTube is that there's a lot of like faceless and nameless people, so that we don't know their actual channel, like who they are, where they live. Like, they're not open. Like, there's people, like, you know, who are so open, you know exactly where they are, what their names are. You could find them in any given timeline if you drive to their fucking city, man. That's how open we are. Then you have other people who, like, you know what I mean? And then the one time they're gonna show a picture of themselves or show themselves at all, they got sunglasses on so that you can't see their eyes and you can't see where they're at, and they're like, you know what I mean? But here's the thing is, and I've said this and I mean it, people can mock up their photos. They can make sure they're standing in the ray of light. They can have orbs beside them. Even me, right? Somebody looking at me right now could be thinking, she's full of shit. She is, just because she's got the green lights, just because she's looking straight at the camera, she's full of shit. That could be what you're thinking. And for your timelines, I am. Me not knows, right? But there's some people who are just, you know what I mean? They're not showing themselves, and they are in like this game part of it all, just hiding and not showing self. And then what they show makes them look like, oh, you know, this is such a good person. And it's like, can you read the energy at all? Right? It's like if a beautiful woman comes up to you and starts speaking a certain way. If she's like fucking programmed and manipulating you and trying to seduce you, do you still see her as beautiful? Or do you, like, does your skin start to crawl and you realize, like, she just wants to fucking, like, right? Does that feel good now? Right? Oh, I was trying not to cry before you pull the patchy tear. Yeah. It's so. Vladimi's trying to be really, well, not trying, like, just being brave, Anita. There's so much up in the air right now. And the choices, disclosure has always been of, you think you know something and you're gonna be fucking pulled off your turnip truck. You're gonna be shocked. And it's just like my whole like entire being is just telling me all the time right now, like, you gotta stay, like, nothing, it can shock me, but I can't let it get inside of me, right? But it's so hard right now. It's so hard. That's beautiful. The conscious evolution. My mom said one of the realest things to me 2 years before she left, and she said she's proud of the man I became and the way I'm more evolved now. Yeah, that's beautiful. You were so blessed to have that in your lifetime, right? Like, some mothers, some fathers, they'll never give that, right? That's beautiful. Exactly, Anita. It's so horrifying. I opened up to someone recently, and all they have done since is hurt me, and I feel so stupid. And I needed the support. I'm sorry that's happening, Anita. I know, I get it. Like, that's like the story of my fucking summer, man. Of that thing of being so proud because I can finally let it out. But the one person I fucking chose to let it out to fucking just. Right? And it's like that thing of, like, that's why I keep saying, like, when's it gonna end? Something's gotta give. I got one fucking. Yeah, it hurts so much, Anita. And it's like that thing of, like, how much longer do I test myself, or do I get tested of, like, how much I can fucking forgive before I get back that fucking support without the fucking, like, after, right? Like, putting yourself, like, out there and saying certain things, and then it being the one person. Like, if you would have, like, gone to the person that didn't feel good, you'd be being treated a whole different way, but your instinct told you that it was safe. So it's like, how the fuck do you trust your discernment again, right, Anita? It's so fucked. It's so fucked. Like, it's like everything is just fucking programmed to make sure that I shut my fucking heart. And every day is a fucking battle to keep it open. It really is. It is. It fucking is. Thanks, Anita. It is. I love you. Thanks for writing it out. Because I know I'm not the only one, and this is the stuff that we're going through in the background. And that's why I always tell us, like, if we can at least have a safe spot to be kind to each other while we're going through this fucking shit, right? Loves you. The conscious evolution, Genevieve. Wow, just 2 days in your lives, and I'm so happy. I never knew much of you, but realize now I have known you outside of the earth like many. Oh, and I love camo. Did you know they make camo underwear?
They make camo everything.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Oh my god. I have camo underwear, and they're actually new, but they hurt me, so I don't wear them. Oh, they're funny. Thank you, Indigo Rose. I see genuineness, Jen, and it's refreshing. Yeah. Hey, DJ Wee, how's your day going? And Indigo says, Anita, I can relate to that as well, big time. Yeah. Anita, and that was the biggest thing I ever had to open up about. Exactly. I get it. I do. I love you. I love you for showing up still. I love you for trying. I love you for fucking caring. I love you for not giving up, Anita. Indigo, Rose, Jen, love to you. We're all being cracked open for something else to take place. Yeah, me knows. Trace says, Anita, I know the feeling. I was going through an attachment, and I spoke to a YouTube friend about it. I wasn't ready to speak about it, and now I know I should not have, because it all came out wrong anyways. Oh, Anita. I told a guy friend that I was sexually abused, and now he's demanding the sex for me and the dates, and I'm just so hurt. And Trace B, and now that person treats me dumb. Yeah. We get it, guys. We get it. I know, Trace. I get it. Also, that other person talks about others. Exactly. I get it. Fuck, we're brave, eh? I think that's the thing that if I could tell anybody going through the, like, awakening journey, I would not say it in the ways that I thought that it was, because even earlier, Love Ball said it, or someone said, when you treat people a certain way, that's what you're going to get back, and that's a lie. That is not the truth, right? Because there's no way that I never did those things. I never, you know what I mean? I know I didn't. So the thing of like past karma from another life, like fuck all that. This isn't because I deserve it. This isn't because I'm not giving enough. This is because we're angels in overtime. People chose to be in resistance, so they need the players to play the parts onto. And I'm sorry, I don't even know how sometimes I'm gonna get through like the next little while. Like I don't, because it's so fucking multi-layered, right? And that thing of how many more years can we live on this earth being separate and then being the players that people need to play the parts on, right? I want to show the part of me that blooms, that feels safe. I want to teach people what it's like to feel safe and not to fucking just sit here for years again in front of a camera of like, just forgive, they don't know what they do, right? We want to be the example of like, this is what it feels like to have done the inner work, to have the self-love, to find the partner that loves me, cherishes me, treats Lily good, that we are safe, a unit together, and that we can co-create and show you guys what it's like when you fucking lived a lifetime of being a giver and another giver and two givers come together with trust, and they don't fucking make a bunch of fucking stories to fucking hurt others, that they just want to share goodness for the greater good of the all, right? So it's fucking beautiful, all this overtime of taking on more. But they're, you know what I mean? The more, right? At this point, I want to learn what it feels like to trust. And then the next day, I can keep on trusting. Not, this was the lesson I had to learn, to not do this, or to be here, or to da-da-da, or to da-da-da, or to help somebody else give a choice. Because when we show ourselves to someone, we just gave them an open timeline to be the best version of themselves they could. That's it. When you told what you told, Anita and Trace, you handed your heart space, which you know what I mean, to someone, and they had the chance to, right? Or to, so what people are choosing, it has nothing to do with what we deserve and all of that. This is where we're at, of the allowing of, hey, I already know, right? I don't know what it's like to feel loved or fucking cherished, but I'm gonna trust you anyways. What you gonna do with it, buddy? What you gonna do with it? Right? I know. Indigo Rose says, Anita, I don't know why, but it's like when we talk about sexual trauma, it's like an invitation to hurt more. I've been down this road so much, and I understand the pain, and I'm simply just tired. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Indigo. Exactly, Jen. I want to be there also. I know, Trace B. I love you so much. So when I see that person in chat, I dip out, just saying. And I do that as well, Trace B, with the, the one, right? Why? Because we already know that if we blast a timeline out of the water and say stuff, other people are going to grab that timeline by the balls and ride it hard and make it last, Trace. Look at the Tony timeline. People are still talking about that fucking shit. Blows my mind, right? So by just stepping away, no matter how much it hurts us, that's where we belong. This is where our people is. But let's just fucking leave. Because guess what? Nobody wants the fucking drama. Nobody actually wants to know. And even if anybody did, the person that's hurting me the most, fucking bullying me and making me feel like a piece of shit, he's giving PayPal donations to other people and he looks like a fucking angel to everybody. And for other people, he is an angel. To his buds, to his bros before hoes fucking people, he's a fucking good person. I guess, right? Me not knows. Because I don't really care. Like, this person is like, these things are not, once it's hurt and it's not a part of my reality, I don't go, right? Looking for certain things. It's done. So, like, how to end a timeline the most graceful way possible right now, Trace, is like the hardest thing ever. Because we built the places where we feel safe, but now we're not safe in our own safe places anymore, Trace. Right? It's really scary, to be honest. It really is. The whole layers of it and that feeling. Yeah. Trace B, it's bad energy for me. That's what it is. Your phone died, you're back? Yeah, we are lucky to have each other. I'm grateful to be here with you too, Indigo Rose. Thanks for coming in. Love you guys. Yeah, the conscious evolution. Eyes are a window to the soul. If I see the universe in someone else's eyes awake, if not, even if they're still sleeping, you can feel it. Exactly, and that's why I can't label people as awake or not awake. I'm sorry, I'm going to be very honest. Some people say they're awake and it's like, dude, you're not vibrating at any frequency. You're so fucking full of shit right now. Like, you're in their wounds. You're not telling the truth. You're not an embodiment. You know what I mean? You to be honest, you know what I mean? You're so in awe of what I look like, you don't listen to a fucking word I say. But meanwhile, somebody I pass in the street or that's doing a job that's, wearing a mask is in complete embodiment, giving their life, giving their self away, doing their job as best as they could because they want to be there. I've met more women who are like over 60 this year who are literally working a job with a fucking mask on their face telling me that I'd rather be out here doing something. I love my job. I'm so lucky to have this job. I don't need this job. I'm retired. I just want to be there to be able to see people and to give my time. And I get paid for it. Right? So, all these things of all these, like, just because somebody's wearing yoga pants and tells you they meditated, do they feel like they meditated? Like, is their energy so aligned that you feel safe with them and or is it just somebody saying, right? I have I don't know if you guys look at my community post, but I'll share something from Samantha Soulbright Rodriguez like almost every day, or every time I see something I go share. Why? Because this is a woman in full embodiment, right? You see her and she's working her hands and the energy, she's working her life, her purpose. Like, every day, she's a lifeline to me of writing the energies out, either or saying them in ways that help me to understand what I don't have the words for, because Samantha is playing her part of what she does to share herself all the time, right? I get so, you know what I mean? It's like John Binney. Like, oh my gosh, he has not taken a whole week off of sharing himself in years. And instead of just dropping out and saying, like, I'm not going to show up, he actually warned us on December 6th for 7 days. I'm taking a break and explained why and da da da. Sharing how it's one of his biggest fears to let go of his routine of what he does every day for years. Right? Like, it's so, I don't know, it's so beautiful. Like, I'm so grateful to those that actually just share because they're sharing and it's so pure that there's, you know, it's there. Exactly, Anita. That's why not everything is like the law of attraction. There's some of us, if we believe that we're here to play a bigger part, then, you know, then we consciously know that it's like, yeah, this isn't because I deserve this or the law of attraction. This is because, like, if you got somebody who, like, seriously, Nita, you know what I mean? And whoever's lived what we just talked about, right? Without pointing anything out. But listen, if nobody's hanging around the crusty motherfucker because he's a fucking dick in real life, he can't attract a fucking feminine to be able to learn the lessons. That's why we're here, right? You get it? Some people have isolated themselves so much and said, like, made up such a story in their life that, you know, like, no feminine, blah, 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 that we come in to play the part because, holy shit, nobody else is going to do it. Nobody else. Right? Does that make sense? Anita, sometimes I wonder, how am I a mirror to people? They're nothing like me. Exactly. Like, there's things that we've never done in this lifetime, right? Honestly, right? There's things in this lifetime that I've never done, that have made other people benefit in a way that if I had not chosen the role that I chose, other people would have committed suicide because they couldn't handle the timeline that would have been before them if I would have done something different. Right? I don't know if that makes sense, right? But anybody who's ever left a relationship, and it doesn't matter what you had the right to take or not, you just left and left everything there. Why? Because you knew that if you brought everything with you, that person wouldn't survive. They needed the house, they needed the this, they needed the that. Meanwhile, you got nothing. Nothing. And you made your way. You figured it out. It all happened. Why? Because the other person wouldn't have been able to survive without the lifeline of having the house. And your instinct knew that. How other people, you can see, right? Within a journey, how many people know somebody whose wife left them, she chose, I'm out of here. She kept the fucking house, kept the fucking kids, and where is that man now? Right? A lot of them committed suicide, or they are so like fucking like, all women are against me. It's like, dude, that was the one, right? And you're scarred, traumatized because one woman did that, but we aren't her. We are not her. We are not her. Right? Not every woman is a taker, just like not every man is an abuser. All of that. But if nobody's willing to play the parts for anyone, there are people who would not grow. So therefore, and again, I could be full of shit, and this is my only way to wrap my logical brain around why do I even bother staying in this world when there's, you know, like, what the fuck, right? Just getting worse all the time, not better, but it's getting better because we're allowing for people to do what they need to do to grow. I don't even know. Yeah. Anita, I feel like I'm the mirror. Yeah, Trace, I don't say what I am, other than I am. Exactly. Thank you. Yeah, Anita, I'm sick of people winging it about their job. If they hate it, don't do it. But they say I can make heaps of money doing what they hate. Why? Exactly. I'm honestly, it's nice to have the choice taken away from me that I'm in a V province with a passports. Why? Because there's no fucking point in going to a restaurant, sitting down and paying more for service because 3/4 of the people don't actually like what they're doing. So if I got a waitress that can't bring myself to have an interaction with, my food is just being put down on the floor, nobody gives a shit what music's playing, there's a TV on in the corner, why would I want to be a part of that reality right now anyways? Because personally, I might have not had the best days ever, but even on my worstest days in my restaurant, people still, sometimes it's my worstest days that people remember. Why? Because if you think I'm vulnerable here, can you imagine if I was in my kitchen and you walked into my restaurant at 10 o'clock expecting to see me bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and I was just standing there stirring my soup and walking like a fucking robot, right? Like, boom, how much, people loved me to like be like, what, you know what I mean? Like when I do a stream and my energy is not the same, I can't hide it. I can't make a stream and like, let's talk about like this and this and this because so you know what I mean? Like some of those times, because I've always been that authentic, I got to know people in levels and ways that the intimacy I had at my restaurant, like I still have, I don't even live in the same region. So when I do cross people's paths, like they still will ask me for a recipe, and I closed my restaurant in 2009 and 8. So kids who grew up for 4 years eating my pancakes and my certain things are now grown with children of their own, right? Somebody who was 12 now has kids of their own and wants the recipe or remembers when they used to come to my restaurant as a kid. All of that. But yeah, I am sick of people winging about their job. At this point, if you don't like what you're doing, first of all, you are not safe for your own body and you're not safe for those around you, especially if you're in a position of anything that could affect somebody's life like this. So somebody who's, driving a truck, hasn't taken time off, knows they're pushing themselves. Could you take time off? Because really, one day, 1 week, 1 month, if you need it, you might have saved a whole timeline of lives on the freeway instead of having the accident, right? If you don't like what you're doing and you're doing it anyways, what you're showing to your children, your family, your friends, the ripple effect, you're not rewriting timelines, right? As fucked up as it can be to be scared shitless and not know what's next, it's real, guys. This is real. Compared to me pretending I like doing stuff, not liking it, and then putting into people all the energy of like, I'm just here because I have to be, not because I want to be. Like, if every single day just the people who say that they are of a certain ilk actually embodied it, we would already have manifested a whole different timeline, because reality cannot sustain itself in chaos if people are aligned within. And it only takes a certain amount of alignment to tip the frequency and then bring it up, right? But very honestly, you look at pictures of people who were rich and famous, and they're not happy right now, right? They're not happy right now. So, their soul is not emanating. You got some of the most beautiful, richest people in the world. You look at their posts and what they're posting about their private life, because you can see everybody's private life and their kids and their stuff now, and how unhappy that they truly are, right? But how fast it would be. Imagine if everybody who's like sitting there in their like richy pitchy houses, and they got 5 fucking houses, one in Florida, one in the coast, one in Spain, one in Rome, one in here, one in there. Imagine if everybody was sharing that instead of just having all of that. Right? There's housing, food, everything's already there for everybody. We just got to share it. We don't need for the government to restructure anything of a system, monetary or otherwise, if we just, right? So for every like poor ass single mom out there, there's like one fucking rich person who could make sure everybody was safe like this today, right? But where do people choose to focus their energies and keep rewriting the scripts the same way that they did before? But even SS said it earlier, the more he works, the more things cost, the less he has money, right? And the food prices, everything's going up. So even if you made a good salary last year, it's not enough this year for what you need for your basic survival of your home. Right? Like, anyways, nuts, guys. I'm glad you got it out too, Trace B. And at this point, I'm going to say this. If it's safer for us to know the names, we must know that with our own interior at this point. One of the things I noticed in the last weeks, Trace, is like, I don't even know who is upset with who or who's upset with what. And I'm even sure what my role is and stuff anymore. And like, are people saying stuff and they mean me, but they don't want to say my name? Like, I don't even know. So it's like, sometimes we're trying to protect and not have anything out there, but it's like, what are we ultimately protecting if nobody even understands? Is it me she's talking about? Is it her? Is it him? Who is it? One of the things that really hurt last week was that I spoke of a certain thing and then somebody literally asked me, oh my God, I know who it is. And I was like, no, you don't. You can't. Yes, I do. I do. Well, who? It's Tommy. Tommy's the bully behind in the back. And I was like, what? What the fuck? Is this what me trying to protect, like, somebody else, like, for no fucking reason? And this is who you're gonna think is actually hurting me in the back? Tommy? What the fuck? No. No. And that's the thing is, if you want to be directly involved or if you are, then you know. And if not, then stop putting an energy towards it, because somebody wondering who's bothering Trace, who's bothering Anita, who's bothering Michelle, you either just want to know and ask and say, can I do something? Yeah, you can. On a certain level, yeah. Because some of the things are so obviously, they're so indirect, but if somebody, you know what I mean? I don't know, but we're here to rewrite the scripts. Certain things might not disappear, and we have to know what the best thing to do is, guys? Yeah, Trace B. She tries to kick me out. Not happening. Yeah, we are all angels. Some dude wrote a book about that. Mr. Hugh, the whole world has gone mental. Yeah, the whole world is like being basculated to open themselves up, and some people just not want to, right? But the brightest lights are hidden in the darkest places, guys. Like, sometimes the people that you think are like so asleep, they could never be beautiful, they could never be pure of heart, are actually more pure of heart than the people that you think are pure of heart, that are actually the ones that are perpetuating evil in ways that we would be shocked if we knew. But we don't want to know. We'd rather think that that person and these things are okay. But there's a part of us that already knows, but we just don't even want to face it. Angels with amnesia. I know. Yeah, I'm asshole. I've had many jobs I don't like at all, including driving tractor trailer trucks. I wanted to live in a communal environment since I was a teen. Yeah, me too. It's been a long time, asshole. A long time. I really believe that if, when and if and how, whatever's meant, like the ways, it's like the safety, right? Because where you say I wanted to live in a communal environment since I was a teen, it's got to be safe for everybody on some level. And the way for it to be safe is when people have mastered their own self. You would never hurt anybody in your community anymore, right? And all of that. Yeah. Indigo says, I'm ready for a community too, a healthy one. Exactly. Anita, no one online bothers me. It's just in the physical. That's beautiful. Good. And I say that good because at least there's a safe spot. Because once this, like for myself, I exactly what you're saying, but then I've had the storylines within of online, and it's just like it's so hard because then it's like this is my safety, this is my sanctum, right? And where I choose to express myself is as sanctum as my sanctum. So when I don't, when I feel like I can't go, or when I'm the stuff, it's just like, whoa, like you're gonna take everything from me. And if I'm not meant to be on YouTube anymore, then take me out of it. Then take me out of it. Don't won't repeat or have certain things happen inside within my. I won't. You know what I mean? No, it's not. It's no. Hi, Wild Style. How you doing? I'm a little bit late in the chat. 5:44 Eastern Time. Mr. Hugh, don't hurt Jen. She's a lovely soul. Yeah. That's one of the hard things too, Mr. Hugh, is when I'm guided to share my vulnerability, or when it's really things are not going good or something. It hurts other people to, you know what I mean? To see, feel my emotion. So, like, I realize the power of my tears and all of that. So it's not something that I go and share intentionally to pull at people's heartstrings. It's really because the message that's coming through is so powerful that I just must share it on some level, because it's not about me. It's about the ripple effect for who it can actually help, right? Yeah, Wild Style, you've seen me crying. You're brave, Wild Style, because you don't dip in all the time in my channel or my vids, but when you do, honey, you go all in. You don't just go watch my little, like, oh, like, look at her sky and look at her squirrels. You actually watch the authentic ones front to back. And that's a huge tribute to the feminine, Wild Style, to the feminine energy of you, that of allowing yourself to watch those instead of saying like, oh, here she goes again, Genevieve's crying, I'm not gonna watch that because like blah blah blah. You actually do, you witness it, you hold space for it, you know what I mean? That's huge. It really is. And I think that's part of the reason that we're guided to do these things, is for who we allow into our heart space, that we're ready to witness and see and trust, and that feels like it's elevating us, right? Because those videos, like when that night, I was a mess. I just, it would be easier to be naked on screen, guys, right? Who cares about my tits? Who cares about my boobies? You might be impressed with them, but I am not. So it would be much easier to parade around on the screen for 5 minutes naked than it is to make a vulnerable video and be crying raw and saying exactly, with my snot running out of me, exactly what hurts in my life right now, right? Think about it. Yeah. Conscious evolution. Some people think because they are a truther, they are awake. And that's not always true. That's just a step. The second one is to work on self. Exactly. And the thing about truth is it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, what you think you know, your truth, it doesn't matter. It's what you're embodying. Only kindness matters. So we can know many things, but the knowing can be taken away at any time. It doesn't matter what we know. It doesn't matter if we know the truth. Just like it doesn't matter if somebody doesn't know the truth, because what really matters is who they are inside. What are they, like, you know what I mean? So some people will never talk about flat earth or angels or anything, but they are in full embodiment right now, living their best life authentically. They're never going to care about flat earth. You know what I mean? Like, none of it. Doesn't matter. But they're living their life in their truth every day. Yes, Anita. So many people are resistant to change or to open up even. And I find that, not gonna lie, because I have the veils open, the telepathy, the synchronicities. So it's the ones that are They are the ones that scream the loudest in the middle of the fucking night when they think nobody can hear them. Like the stuff that they're saying inside that brings to make sure that, yeah, I'm not gonna text or email you because you're literally just fucking like avatar and your choices are really bad. But I'm still throwing out the love and the lifeline in the middle of the night and talking to the heart space in the middle of the night, right? So I don't know if this resonates with you, but that's just the thing. The people that are like in resistance the most are actually the ones that are the loudest. So you think that because you're watching vids and you hear people talk and that that's what they're saying, but that's not. And then in the background, what they're actually saying within their heart space at night, like that vote, like I haven't slept in 3 fucking days from the voices that are like, what, you know what I mean? Barely hanging on. They're barely hanging on by bottom rung of their fucking like soul pants and just like like they are definitely the loudest. Eh, Anita? Exactly. And that's the thing, is that for myself, as one of the things I've learned and I try to do is like to not scream the same way from within, because I know you guys can hear me and it's like, oh my gosh, I don't even, you know what I mean? It's one of the reasons I don't hide as much, or I'll reach out to at least one person or try to talk openly about certain things. Is I signed up for this by connecting myself to the all of us, and therefore if I not doing stuff, and if stuff is hurting, and if I can't say that it is, then it doesn't help other people learn about their discernment. And if there's one thing that I've openly done for years is try to gift the thing that I've never had. So if I see gifts within people, if I see energy in people's hands, if I see that, if I feel things, I always tell instead of blocking. When somebody asks me how I am, sometimes you'd be shocked at what I actually answer, right? Why? Because I'm trying to show you or whoever asks me that I'm not just going to write it off as fine or it's a good day. I'm giving you, like, sometimes it's like a phrase, sometimes it sounds like a poem, but this is actually how I feel. But, you know, and not dropping the line of that, trying to be consistent and not get angry if I'm not getting back, because it's like, if somebody's never had every day somebody actually say how they feel, they're just waiting for me to start hiding it again or blocking myself. So it's like, no, you ask, I'm gonna tell you, right? Instead of playing the patterns over and over and over, somebody's got to break the patterns. I look like I got fairy dust with the sparkles. Yeah, me too. Anita, they're deeply insecure and they don't like themselves, and that's why they project the people onto us. It takes strength not to take it personally, and they can't see it either. No, and that's just it. And it's not even personal. And that's the thing, Anita. I'm not gonna lie. If I had a support in my life, what does it change? All these things that would happen, and that's why I don't got that yet. I guess I don't know, but like, okay, none of this is personal, but at the end of the day, I'm still by myself with Lily dealing with it all, like in ways that just like, what the fuck, right? Last I don't know what happened. I watched your video crying. I'm always late. I just woke up in a different time zone. Yeah, I don't know how long I've been on today, but a lot of stuff has come up, and it's just flowing through. So everything's okay per se, right? But thank you. Love you. Yeah, I do. We do find the real ones, eh? Wild Style says only a very shallow person would ignore it. I'm not pretentious or shallow, that's why. And I don't care if we disagree. It's really authentic people that I want. Yeah, sweetie. I've been through flat earth already. Yeah. And yeah. Yeah, I don't care if we disagree all because it's the authenticity that I want, and I have no, I'm just proud of us that we're trying, right? And that what is one person's authenticity is another person's. I don't feel like watching that today, but tomorrow I will. All of that. Um,
Yeah. Oh, okay.
there was something specific. I don't think it's because people are shallow that they don't. I think that more people actually watch my vids where I put myself out there authentically than all my other vids. So I haven't looked at the numbers, but I was at over 140 hits for my vulnerable video, for my video where I was crying. Then I haven't had 100 and something hits on a video since the last time I was crying. So people do watch it. You'll see on that last video there is a lot of support. If there was one reason to put that video out, it's to show the power of tribe and love throughout the comments after, because there's over 70 comments, I think, the last time I checked. And that's a lot. That's a lot. So what that video already did was manifest for people to share the love for me and themselves and each other throughout the comments. The video itself, even though if I'm speaking of one thing, what's being shown in the comments is complete solidarity and love and unity and you know, masculine and feminine. You look through those comments and there's equal masculine and feminine. You need to transfer that into a small bowl, please. Right? So I think one of the things that is just like, whoa, is like how many men are prepared to watch that and comment on it, and feminine as well. I don't think shallow is the word. I think that people have no idea how they extract energy from people all the time and don't always necessarily give back. So it can be really hard and feel very naked to do such a video like that, and then to know that, you know, really only the same people who always comment on my stuff said anything, and then who are the other 100 people who passed through and watched me crying and couldn't bother to leave a thing. But then I say couldn't bother to leave a thing, but here's the layers of why we do these vids. Is somebody might be cold-hearted and shallow and they can't talk the way that I do, but that video is going to come back and make, you know, it made them feel something, whether they want to, you know, whatever, feel it or not in the moment. That video could be the pivot for a masculine who is not able to watch his feminine cry, to be able to see me cry and actually embrace and go towards his feminine, you know, in any given timeline. Vice versa, right? We glorify that women, we cry easily. No, we don't. No, we don't. I know more women throughout the last 3 years who have said, like, it's ripping me hard. Like, it's so hard to cry. Like, it literally is hurting my body. Where I've had men who, like, just naturally flow and they're not having trouble. It doesn't hurt them to let it out. So, you know what I mean? All of it. But, you know, it's like, how, I can't believe I signed up for this, right? Anita, I've barely slept for weeks. I'm on a on, off. I never know. And the cat, last night, oh my gosh. I fell asleep. I slept for 2.5 hours. I woke up at 2. It was flipping to 2:01. I was awake till 5:30. And when I started to fall asleep, well, guess who started jumping around like the cat gone wild? Yeah, Bo. So it's like, whoa, at first it was me. Now I'm finally, every time I'm falling asleep, he's keeping me awake. So it's just like, what? That just push through, I guess, eh? Yeah, wild style. I moved on from flat earth because it's irrelevant once you find out the truth about reality. No, I can't specify certain things. A lot of me is talking in code wild style, or not saying certain things right now to not perpetuate certain things. And I can't, I gotta, yeah. I don't think we're meant to agree on everything either, wild style. I think that we're meant to just love and cherish each other even if we don't. And if the things that we don't agree on are actually hurting other people, right? Like there's a whole difference between I don't agree with the fact that she's saying this, or I don't want to listen to her when she's talking like this, and oh no, or you know what I mean? Because I don't agree with, somebody else needed that. Like it's their lifeline of what they needed for something. It's so, right? That's why thinking that we are going to expose somebody because they hurt us, well, that person hurting me is somebody else's like saving grace. I believe that. I don't believe that people are all good or all bad. That people do make good choices and bad choices, and everything has its place, right? That being said, one of the reasons I was crying earlier is because it's like, how much longer like do we have to be like a part of people's roles of certain things and step into like a different embodiment, because it's like enough, right? Enough. How many more years of I gotta forgive, they don't know what they do? Okay, if you told somebody exactly what they were doing and now they just don't understand it because they're not at that level of frequency. What did he do?
Picking up the thing, the charger.
Oh, yeah. Anyways, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah. And it completely, like Anita says, we were sharing things that hurt us, crying together. And it's like, yeah, I was not crying half an hour before. You wouldn't have expected that coming out of me. But that's what the feeling of like reading certain things and then the knowing, right? It empowers me to understand that I'm not the only one living certain timelines. I don't need the story or the detail. Just the knowing that certain timelines are running for others of us makes me really grasp that there's a reason for this. Because otherwise, I would be the only one going through this. And again, it is about the inner work, but at some point, the inner work's all been done, and we're just playing a fucking role for other people on a certain level. Yeah, I was sharing love because I was so full. Yeah, JJ, I was drawn to your channel, to that video, to lend a shoulder. Yeah. 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 Lifestyle. I still can't cry on camera. That's why I admire your honesty and your brave heart. Oh, thanks. I think that most of me has no idea it's gonna cry. You know what I mean? Like, and even in the video, like that video that I made the other day, Wild Style specifically, the reason I grabbed the phone to make that is because I woke up proud of myself that I'm able to deflect what it feels like to be bullied. And that made me cry because I don't want to live in a world where I'm proud of I am proud of myself. But when is this going to end? When are people going to understand that, you know what? Like enough, right? So that feeling of waking up and being proud of myself because I didn't take on certain things, but then they're realizing that is this the world I want for me and my children, that, you know, my daughter gets to go out and say like, oh, mom, you know, somebody was like kicking the shit out of my emotions today, but I'm okay. I'm okay, mom. It's okay. Forgive them. Okay, but if nobody ever says that other people like hurt us, and how and what can we do? How can we be stronger together? Like the basic thing right now is, if you don't love someone or something and you're watching their content because you want to see what happens, or you want to just dip in for entertainment purposes, just ask yourself, is this really serving a greater good? And if today was the last day on earth and I knew that everywhere I put my energy would help where it was going to pivot us, where would I spend my energy? Right? Like how it feels to be up here talking and to know that I was guided to be here today. People's heart spaces were calling me saying, I need a safe place today, Genevieve. I hope you're streaming, or whatever it is that I'm hearing inside of me. But then I don't do those things because that one thing, one person. Okay, I gotta be bigger than that. I get it all. But how, like, I don't want to live the rest of my life being told you're so resilient, right? We were making a world where we feel safe, where other people feel safe, where they don't have to be resilient. We still are, but that's not our number one, like, thing all the time, right? Ah, Rose, Indigo Rose. I cry a lot. Crying for me is not having the words for my emotions. Yeah. Nita, my sleep is on and off. I sleep an hour, then up for 2, then up for half an hour, then up for a few, and I'm exhausted from it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It does. It does become exhausting. I love you, Annie. My husband cried at the hospital today. I cried with him. It's only the 3rd time I'd ever seen him cry in 16 years. Holy shit, Annie. I so understand that. When I was with my husband, I only saw him cry a certain amount of times. And it was, you know what I mean? I get it. Thanks for sharing, Annie. Yeah, Indigo, I cry when I'm happy, sad, etc. It just cleanses. I don't know, conscious evolution. Boobies are just milk bottles. All mammals have them. When did we get all weird about breasts? When we were programmed to, right? If men actually revered women's breasts the way that they say they did, then they would be cherishing the ones that they got, making sure the ones that they made, right, their daughters, were safe, right? It's that quote of, think of you if your daughter was dating somebody who thinks like you, would you be happy? Would you be proud? And most men would be horrified. Like, it's like sometimes a joke, right, when men have daughters and what they say about their women, their girls and their sexuality and stuff. But guess what, if you was an actual active sexual male with, you know, certain things like lit in your body and your mind when you were like 10, 11, 12, well, the apple don't fall far from the tree. And it don't matter if it's a girl, your girl is sexually, like, active whether you think she is or not. And one of the things that will horrify the masculine who are not an embodiment of themselves is that their daughters are very young with a sexual desire. But then it's like, buddy, you were 12 years old hitting on 16-year-old girls and getting laid or doing this with girls your age. What makes you think this generation is different when it's even harder for them to back away from their sexuality because they've been bombarded with it to a point where we are raising a generation of girls who, since they were babies, on their baby clothes has the potential to say sexy baby on it. We actually use the word sexy for children now in our society, and this is normal, right? We've put child stars that are dressed as women provocatively, like, for years now on display. You know what I mean? And then the subsequent, like, trauma of all these child stars, that all the issues they're going through, and then, you know what I mean? So don't ask, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's Annie, I love you. Yeah. I never focus so much energy on that wild style because even the persons or the things that I've had happen, right? Um, it just doesn't serve a greater purpose more, right? Exactly, Annie. It's so important. Imagine, right, how many years of toxins, Annie. The body sheds toxins through tears, sweat, poop, and mucus. Exactly. And that's the thing, is that I don't believe that if somebody, like, poops regularly and blows their nose and sweats, that the exact toxins that come out in our tears are coming out. So somebody, like you said, somebody who has not cried, does not allow themselves to cry for a whole, like, generation or more of their whole lifespan, I don't think that that can be, like, it has to come out this way, because otherwise it's not the same DNA, the pieces, right? Oh, Jay, I would be due for some of that. Thank you. I pray for more tears for you, Genevieve. Tears of joy. Thank you. Exactly. Yeah. When people say they hate our channel, but then they're still watching it, I don't even understand that. Conscious evolution, Genevieve. I'm sending you what the angels sent me. Tune in later. Giant hugs back. It's a sad, sick world, wild style. I think it's a beautiful world remodeling itself. Um, yeah, I think that that this is one of the most beautiful timelines we could have chosen. You know what I mean? As ridiculous and as horrifying and as yucky as some things have been, I think we're doing really good. I think that one of the hardest things right now, I don't know if I'll say this in a way that makes sense, but we have the potential to be collectively in other timelines. And that's the truth. We're not waiting on any exterior, like, nothing has to happen except for within. But we need enough people having the work done within in order to manifest true change. So what does that mean? Those of us that are doing what we're doing, we need for the full circle of timeline merges. How many, I'm shocked that, how can so many of us be still so far apart and not be living in ways that were safer this year at the end of the year? How can there be moms and their kids not knowing what's next for us? Right? All of that. And if we are the ones we are waiting for, then what are we waiting for? And feeling the resistance of the people who must make changes to their life but are waiting for other people to make the change. And the timeline's coming right now of how it's the children, having to show the way of certain things. I don't know. It's like months and months ago, there was someone who laughed about how COVID was until it hit in his family. Then he was not laughing the same way anymore. Well, it's the same with resistance. People are in resistance, and then it's not going to be funny anymore. The divine intervention or the shocking things that have to happen. It's like ultimately people need more sacrifice of certain things to happen so that they can open their hearts. So they need to see another fucking woman die or be fucking raped and shit in order to protect the women around them, for example. Right? Um, just certain things are still happening because they can't stop happening until we've come to a certain point, right? I don't know if that makes sense the way that I'm saying it, but I don't know. My email, Trace B, it's only that one person who bullies me online, and it's not all the time. And I don't feed them, but they sure feed a few others trying to gang up. Like, I ain't a dumbass. I feel it and I know it. Yeah. And that's the thing, is that I am a dumbass sometimes, Trace. So there's a part of me that's like wondering right now in my timelines, is like, is certain things happening to me because of this thing? Because otherwise, then this doesn't make sense if this is what I think it is. But I don't know. It only takes one person to change everything. I'm going to give you the example in Avatar. One pilot deciding to make one choice that is not what was planned was enough to help fuck up the plan, right? Well, it's the same way for when we are divinely protected, but something wants to get at us more. If we don't protect each other within, it only takes one person to fucking, change all the timelines, and make us unsafe, right? I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, the world is beautiful, agree. It's just not the best, the most beautiful of times, eh, Wildstyle? And I say that, but if we're looking on the world scene, what's happening, I only look at background stuff. So the stories I have of what's actually happening in the world is of beauty, of people helping each other, right? I never watch the news. I don't focus. Like, as soon as the news tells me something, I go look at the opposite of what's actually happening, right? So what's actually happening behind the scenes is beautiful. So that's the thing, right? Is it depends on what we're focusing on and what we consider ugly right now, because 9/11 for you, Nita. Hi, Michelle Lee, can I'm free. Me loves you, sweetie. Yeah. Hey, David Barry 75. You back? It did make sense. All right, thanks. Yeah. Anita, I don't think it's dumb. I think it's naivete.
Oh, Mom.
What?
Tomorrow, Tim Beeps.
Oh.
Tim Beeps.
Yeah.
I just got an ad for them.
Right on. Yeah, I think it's naivete as well. And I stripped myself of my innocence once in 2020 of like, I'm never going to be this stupid again. I'm never going to be this naive again. I don't want to be innocent. I'd rather, and it was the worst time of my life. So, um, it hurts to not be innocent, if that makes any sense at all. Yeah, Anita, we believe people are like us sometimes, but they're not. Yeah. Yeah. But that's the thing, is that I see souls and higher selves. So this is somebody's highest self, and this is everything they're choosing to fuck around with in between. So ultimately, the bully that's bullying me, his higher self told me for months, don't let me go. Come back. I need you. I need you. Come back. Okay, I did. And then choosing all this shit in between. So I know all this shit's not personal. I understand that all this shit is his lineage and his baggage and his ancestry and the fact his mother never loved him and blah, 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 blah. I get it. I get it. I get it. But here's the thing. We're here to rewrite the scripts. How we actually treat people right now is how we should be receiving other people, right? But all the baggage in between makes people act different ways, because this is ultimately how they want to act and who they are. And all this stuff needs to be gotten through. Like, right? But once you see souls, you can't go back and say, like, I just want to believe that everybody's a fucking narcissist. Because it's so easy, right? Everybody's just fucking got mental health issues. Everybody's got this. Everybody's got that. But that's all the stories in between of here. Because this is the truth. The soul is here. And whether the soul is playing a part that is good or bad, the ultimate players in this world right now are the people doing the bad stuff, because they're the ones that pivot us to take care of each other, to help each other, right? So when you have, this person of the higher self is doing exactly what they're meant to do. Their purpose is to do the stuff, right? Wild style. When you are shining bright like a diamond, they will try to dim it, the dark forces. Exactly. And that energy will be put into a package that, because here's the thing. It's like I was talking to somebody the other day, and this is a fact. Most women I've ever known in my life path have been sexually abused, but 0 of those women have ever been abused by a stranger. Ever. No one I ever known in my life path of 50 years, 49 years, has ever gotten taken and hurt by a stranger and then left. Does that happen? Yes. But within my life path, every feminine who's ever been touched in a way where there's trauma has always been with somebody they know. And it's the same with here online, right? So within our YouTube journey, it's not somebody that you all of a sudden started chatting with that's going to, lure you into a conversation to be vulnerable, and then all of a sudden they're going to turn it around on you. It's people who have said they're your friend, said that you can trust them, and who were consistent enough to get you to believe that, right? So a stranger doesn't just all of a sudden come in and blow shit up. That stranger is somebody that we trusted, that we still You know what I mean? And it's all soul contracts, so it's not personal. But, you know, at some point, if we're just playing out a bunch of soul contracts, but there's never any safety, security, harmony, tribe, community for real, you know? Moi, tout, je t'aime toujours. Wild style, they can see her light, and that's why they snuff it out. Want to snuff it out. They only want to drag someone that's higher down. Yeah. And that's what I said to someone. I said, with all the evil going on in the world, go ahead and destroy me. People love me and you want to hurt me? Go ahead. Do it publicly. Fucking make me look like the worst person in the world. But really, you could be spending your time like chasing real evil, right? There are women who like really are seducing men and doing shit right now. There are women really fucking with people's minds with certain things right now, right? You want to come and expose me? Go ahead. What the fuck? Like, the worst thing that I ever did was come to you in confidence and tell you my fucking secrets, even if you never fucking did anything to deserve me fucking trusting you. I trusted you anyway. So how are you going to portray me to look like something else? I speak openly like every fucking day for 3 to 5 hours a day. A lot of the stuff I say to people personally, I've been talking about, just not said it all because I didn't know how to say it all openly here. So I trusted one person to say like the details that I won't say. So you know the details. You want to go tell other people that, you know, I was in a fucking situation last year when my fucking landlord was touching me, and then I never spoke about that openly because I didn't know how? You want to expose me for that? Or the one day that I said, oh, somebody in a live stream was acting this way. You gonna go grab that line from a year ago and post it so that somebody thinks I'm mean? It doesn't even make any sense, like, who's bullying who right now, because it's like, fucking, if you're a man and you're spending your time not fucking protecting women and children, what the fuck karma's gonna come back to you guys? Come on, enough. And if you're a woman and you're using your like, you're I'm awake and I'm a goddess, no, you're not, honey. If you're fucking with men and they don't know what the fuck your intentions are, you're an MK program, fucking hurting the dudes that we're trying to like elevate and make them feel safe. Like, get the fuck out of Dodge and leave them alone. Does that make sense? It's like the same way when the dude came in here and wanted to see my toes. It's like, Joseph, are you kidding me? Why do you come here and ask to see my toes? There are channels for that. There are women fucking needing you to go look at their toes right now. Why would you come into my live stream and ask to see my toes? Right? Because you get off on toes. Well, good. There's 1,444,000 women right now showing their toes publicly. Why you gotta come jam my toes? Right? And it's the same with child predators. There's things on the internet to please people's eyes and fucking like jam them off all the time. Why do people go into a young girl's inbox or a young woman pretending to be somebody else when they could watch what they want 24/7? It already exists. Why would you go try to get it from something else, someone else? Like, doesn't even make any sense. No, you guys. The conscious evolution. I raised 2 girls, and yes, I would, but I was not an average teenager. But boys did not come around her when I was around. Exactly, Anita. My abuse was family. Yeah. Michelle, most of my relationship has been transient. Even my parents. It's all I know. Yeah. I get it, baby girl. I do. Exactly, Dana. I have no problem crying, happy or sad. It just needs to be done sometimes. Yeah. One of the most refreshing things about the last partner I had in my life, Christopher, he had lost his partner. His wife had passed 3 years before I met him. And therefore that had opened up something inside of him that he couldn't even if he tried. He couldn't hold tears back anymore. Her death made it that it broke the thing inside of him of men don't cry, that even if he wanted to not cry, he still would. It would just come out of him. So the growth of, coming from the perspective of, I had been with him only a few months, and I remember he looked me in the eye and he said, like, I was with Sherry for X amount of years, and she never saw this person that I am. I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, it's because she passed that I'm able to even share, show, talk about emotion or cry. I never cried in front of Sherry all those years as much as I have with you, in front of you, since we've been together, and we've only been together a handful of months. So, the cracking open of the intensity of what he lived had made him more open with me, right? Like, big time. Yeah, emotions need to be released or they get trapped in the body, and that's what causes pain and sickness. Yeah, Trace B, or tell people I am fake. But that's the thing, Trace, is that I'm on YouTube. What am I being fake about? I never said I was anything. I never said I was here. I'm here to gather us. I'm here to gather us so that we have a safe place that we can go and talk, that's here, where if somebody's saying, like, I feel negative today, I shouldn't be here, and then I'm like, no, what? Why? What's wrong? What? Instead of, like, allowing somebody to just disappear because they don't feel positive. I don't need you to feel positive. Tell me what's wrong, right? That kind of feeling that we can't get in our real life, right? Like, to manifest it here together. I was told I was playing a game. It's like, playing a game? If there's anybody on the internet who has spoken openly, looking right at the screen, and said, the only reason I'm here is to be found, right? To find others and for you guys to find each other. So yeah, a lot of people know that, I'm ultimately looking for my divine union and my dude. And nobody's frequency can pretend to be that or act as if or be, right? So am I looking for a man? No, not at all. I'm looking for the frequency that is mine since the beginning of time. And that's that. I ain't like on a fucking Tinder fucking manhunt. I'm all in waiting for the exact frequency that I've been waiting for since forever and today. Conscious evolution. I don't have my free hugs shirt on today, but they still are free. Hugs all around. Hug you guys. Yeah, DNA. Yeah, this is why the DNA video, we need to get ourselves out of these weird situations and timelines. Yeah, we're stronger together. Michelle, when the levee breaks. Yeah. Oh, it's so cold here, guys. Oh my God, I'm so fucking cold. Yeah, Trace B, swipe left. I once was lost, but now I'm found. keeps coming up, I think almost every time, eh, guys? Isn't this the last one I pulled for you, Tracy? Parvati devotion. 41. I don't know why I'm like even colder than I was. All of a sudden I got like shivers and shakes. Parvati devotion. Anita, are you still here? I don't remember. I've been on for so long, I can't tell. Card is number 10. Buffalo Spirit. The abundant universe will provide. I don't remember what the timestamp was. I didn't call out the timestamps a lot today. When I call them out, then sometimes I'll remember, you know, how long ago I said something. But within the live stream, I think it was in the first hour and a half, maybe 2. I don't know. I can't even tell how long I've been on yet. I asked, is the Buffalo Spirit present or prevalent? Mountain Rain, Judy was here during that time, and she had said yes. And I believe Anita had said yes too, but I could be just seeing the vision of what I said to Anita a couple days ago. But anyways, I'm going to end the live stream with the Buffalo. Because I feel like that's enough out of me today. Oh, that's beautiful. Masha, Olivia Newton-John, hopefully devoted to you instead of hopelessly. I like hopefully better. Yeah. I don't like to think that I'm hopeless, but I like to think that I'm hopeful. Whoa, I love that. Your phone went flat? Yeah, hopefully devoted, hopefully, full of hope, devoted to you. Yeah, I like helpfully. Ooh, helpfully. Yeah. Give me a minute. I think one of the hardest things right now too is that because there's no examples of people who did the inner work, who actually left all the fucking timelines behind. But those of us that have done that, we're in like this perpetual limbo. We're not quite sure what's next. We're waiting for divine guidance, heart guidance, true compass, true north to give us that. So those that are resisting changing what they need to change, it's like, why would I? I've been watching Genevieve for 2 fucking years now, and she's still in the same situation of being like the single mom with just a fucking kid, and she left all the Matrix stuff, but holy fuck, do you see her now? She's struggling and asking for help, you know, for us to send PayPal donations because she don't have a fucking path. So what the fuck kind of example am I if I think I've done anything right? I'm on this path. I'm not a part of certain systems and certain things, but I don't have my true timelines, right? So, and that being said, I never had the examples of anyone. I just had to do what I had to do. So, if we're here showing examples of certain stuff for years now, and it's not actually like pivoting certain things for us or others, then these timelines can't sustain themselves either of staying this way. Right? I don't know. If that makes sense at all. But I know personally that even if I don't believe in the V, and even if I don't believe in the mask, I would never, ever, ever tell a single mom that she should quit her fucking job or not get what she's got to get to be a part of, just because it's I have survived it, because I will always fucking survive even if I have nothing. But other people can't sustain that. They can't. It's just not. It's not possible. Um, you know, Lily's 9, and she's grown up her whole life with me saying, we're here to build a better world. We're going to find a community. We're going to build a community. We are a community. Blah, 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 blah. And my other daughter's 21. So my other daughter don't believe in shit of what I say very much, because I can't manifest what I said I would within her 21 years of her lifetime. And now I'm on my second daughter, who's looking me in the eye, and I don't know how the fuck to get us out of what we're in and what can be next, because I don't have what it takes to self-sustain my magic, because I'm in survival mode all the time, with a world that's even more whacked and with exterior circumstances that I never lived before. So, you know what I mean? Like Trace B, yeah, let's flip it. David Barry, thanks for sharing your time with us, Genevieve. You're welcome. Thanks for being here. Thanks to those who have passed through and have been listening or are listening or will listen in another timeline. I understand sometimes that, we're never going to get validation for what we're actually doing, but if you ever so feel to kind of write it in a comment or email me to say, like, it's been 5 months since you put out this video, or 5 days or 5 minutes, but like, I needed this part, sometimes that is the one thing that can be the kicker for us to keep going when we're doing just the free flow of not knowing, right? Blessed be those that have structured paths, that you actually have like timelines to choose from, right? If you actually have the choice to decide tomorrow, do I like my job? Should I quit it? Instead of having it stripped from you, you are so lucky. And if there's one thing that I know, is that the last thing that I had that was a job that made it, that I actually had money, where I was a mother who could get by on her own with Lily. And when that was stripped from me, it's been 2 years now. And all the guidance that says, just fucking, it's the gifts. It's the gifts. Just give them away. Just give them away. Like, who the fuck would listen to that inner guidance for 2 fucking years? It doesn't even make sense to me to be listening to it anymore, guys. So at some point, I don't know. And what we were talking about, like bullies and people and certain things earlier, it doesn't matter if we're able to overcome and be the better person and forgive. We've been doing this way too long now to just, that this is our, what we get, and you know what I mean? That's it. And I truly believe that it's the people who are of pure hearts, trying to stay in their best reality, even if it's not their best reality anymore, who are the timelines that need to come in for us, right? When the givers decide, I'm not giving my energy at this job, at this person, at this family unit, it's not serving me, and the givers come together, we're unstoppable after that. And that's why when you're in a karmic relationship right now and you think you can't leave, and you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing, you can't see ahead of you. But it's like, some people actually have the hope, and they know who they would want to be with, and they actually have somewhere to go. Like, you know what I mean? Like, some people actually know who their divine partner is, that they would run to if they could, but they're not doing that because, but it's like, whoa. Like, imagine if you were gifted like the knowing, would you jump into it, or would you wait another week, another year, another month, another lifetime? I don't know. Michelle, hold the line. Love isn't always on time. Indigo Rose, thank you to everyone that I have resonated with today, and those that I haven't, love sent out. We're here in a beautiful space. Yeah. Yeah. I'm grateful for what I and we have manifested together. I can feel, like, even now, the shaking of me is there for a reason. You know what? You know, I can act all naive, like I don't know why I'm shaking, but I do. I do. I know why I'm shaking, right? But ultimately, just, we do sustain this live stream together as a sanctum, and I want to thank you all for that. I want to thank the ones that are in the background that would want to come and do stuff, that just don't choose the free will to do that, to keep, especially a day like today when there's so many things going on and people passing through that can't write it down. There are women and children and men right now who aren't safe. They can't write down. They can't make a video the way that I do and scream and cry and say. They can't. They're not safe, guys. Right? So may we, like, wrap protection around, like, the unknown soldiers. We might not be able to say the names and know exactly, but there are people right now that are in realities that are, like, so hopeless that you'd be shocked that they even, you know what I mean, are trying. So, like, shout out for not fucking dropping the line, guys. Whether you're visually known to us yet or not, if you come here and you resonate with certain things, when your time is right to speak up and to share, you know, your stuff, know that you will be welcomed with open arms, right? And I'm going to put this out there and say this once to imprint exactly. It doesn't really matter what I've lived with anybody in a timeline, whether it was yesterday or last year or ever in my life path. When someone is ready and they are at that frequency that I'm at, they don't need to grovel and fucking beg. They just need to assume accountability. That's it. So I don't know if that makes sense, but there's no one doing this holding on to cards and saying, I'm going to kick this fucking ass wide open when I can. It's the opposite. It's like we're cherishing certain things so much with compassion and empathy and love for it to become something different. Right? Wild style. I think that's beautiful where you say, I always say we need to pray for missing children. I think that we need to start acting in ways where mothers and children are safe so that other children don't go missing, because they're what's already happened is of a free will that is not of our timelines. But when we support any type of way caregivers, because there's men out there that are raising one or two children completely alone right now, and you know what I mean, like they have no idea what they're doing. It's day by day, paycheck by paycheck. So any caregiver that has no support, if you can be the lifeline to support any type of way, um, you're actually making sure that other timelines don't come into fruition. So if your heart space is open towards children that are already missing, make sure you support the women, men, and children that don't have support to make sure that these timelines don't continue to happen. Does that make sense? Because I wish I could say that everything's on hold. If you're a good person, bad things don't happen, but it's the opposite right now. Some people are complete sitting ducks for the certain things happening in their countries, right? So if people were gathered and there was family units or friends that took in other people wouldn't be living certain things right now. And that's important. You can really, if you care about the things that have already happened that you don't even know these people, then make sure that you're supporting the people. And how does that make sense? There's a lot of people that within their family, they will not support their cousin. She's a single mama. She had 3 baby daddies. She does drugs. She smokes up. She does this. She does that. But within your family unit, she's the one with the most potential to have her kids taken away or to have something happen to her and her children, because there's zero protection and the whole family thinks she's a whore or thinks she's this and that, because instead of loving her and her children, they're judging the path of how those children came into fruition instead of supporting financially and emotionally. But these same people will give donations and write-offs to homeless shelters and other single women. So think about it, right? There's families out there who are supporting causes and charities and bringing their clothes and making sure that, they're doing stuff for homeless people in their community. But within their family, they are the ones that are keeping a certain feminine or masculine completely emancipated so that others, cousins, brothers, sisters, you know what I mean, are not getting actual help. So that's important. Yeah, shout out all the warriors. But that's the thing. I grew up a warrior. I never thought this part of my life would be warrior as well. This is the part where I was supposed to be allowed to be soft and safe and cherished. Exactly, Indigo. Just the fact that we're looking for something divine and sacred with someone is beautiful in itself. Exactly. And what it resonates and what it puts out, like eternally, especially if you have opportunities offered to you, Indigo, and you're like, and you don't take them, and in ways that doesn't make people feel like, yucky, that you're perpetuating for other people to look for that as well, right? So, the last interaction that I actually had with a masculine, we were kissing and he wanted more and blah blah blah, and it was just like, and I looked at him at one point, I was like, I think it's only 10 o'clock, I think you should just go. Like, if you went to the bar right now, the chances of you getting laid 5 times before midnight are way bigger than if you stayed with me, right? Just go. Enough, you know. Hmm. Dana, I ended up in Alabama from Michigan. Big difference in weather. I was going to move to Virginia, but that seems to have fallen apart. Keep wondering why I'm staying a little bit longer, but that's important, Dana. I really thank you for writing it out, because a lot of people are having like this one timeline that it's like, wee, I'm heading this way, and then all of a sudden, like, boom, what? And more than once, right? So especially certain people with like a nomadic type of timeline where they're being repositioned, and then it's like, what do you mean this isn't my real reality for like a long time? What do you mean I'm moving again? What do you mean? What do you mean I'm moving again? But this isn't where I want to be? This is what, this is what's being offered to me? Like, what do you mean? I thought that, like, love and blah, blah, blah was around the corner, but here I am, and this is what my reality is again. So, again, to those people, some people actually have timelines where they are not exiting their timeline, but they have realities that are so beautiful right in front of them, but they just don't want to step in. But it's like, if you realize, like, there's some of us who, like, you know what I mean? Like, and then the stepping in. But that's the thing. Source knows. Creator knows. The actors who have already acted and done what we needed to do to show our higher self, to show source, to show creator. We're all in. We played the parts. It's up to other people to play theirs. If that makes any sense at all, right? Yeah, Wild Style. Keep moms and children safe. And daddies. And sometimes it's caregivers. They don't even get the title of mom or dad. It's just someone, right? You're in the living room, living in the bedroom, at your only aunt's house on your mom's side, trying to find land again. Been working on this for a few years. Yeah, me too. Yeah, Indigo, the children, we're reliving a cycle that keeps keeping on. We have to break the cycle. Yeah. So for myself, I've broken the cycles of, staying where I'm not valued, or staying in abusive situations, or staying in all of that. But the different thing that it's brought in is isolation, right? So they say when you stop certain timelines, one door closes, five door open. Or if you let go of the toxic masculine, positive masculine will come into your life. And that part hasn't happened for us. So I have positive masculine through online, but they are not a walk and talk and example for my daughter to feel safe or have an embodied masculine in our reality, right? So there's a big difference with me being able to get a little bit of what I need of learning to trust and having men that I trust, but Lily not having that. It's not tangible for her to be a witness to me talking for hours, gifting myself away. But once I'm done this, I got to go make food and there's no energy left. You know what I mean? On a certain level, because I got to digest everything that I channeled out and that came through today. So Trace B, that's beautiful. I sponsored a couple children, but I don't have the funds right now, and I still keep up though. Yep, most families are the worst. My family was like that. Exactly. And that's the thing of disclosure. Disclosure is that it's not strangers that make your body hurt, it's your own family. You know what I mean? People who say they love you have a condition. You have to act or be or say certain things, or shut the fuck up. As long as you're quiet and decorative, everything's fine. But if you speak a certain way, then it's not. Right? So there's conditions everywhere. Everywhere. Oh yeah. Wild Style, I completely understand that, sweetie. I love you. Thanks for sharing. My own family never kept me safe from predators. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Some people within the family unit, they know exactly which children, had stuff happen and which didn't, etc., etc. You can go tell your grown mother that you've been raped, and she will tell you, don't tell anybody right now, right? Tomorrow, for example. So, just, yeah. Love you guys. I know. And I say I know because it's just like I can feel it. Wild Style, my own father and mother and grandparents and aunties never kept me safe. But they gave the money to strangers. Yeah, I love you. Thanks for sharing. Conscious evolution, we are balancing back the divine feminine on earth that will awaken many to the atrocities with women and children. Yeah. Yeah. Michelle, something new is coming, baby girl. I hope so. Yeah, Wild Style loves you for writing it out. It's so hard sometimes to share these things, but strangers have been kinder to me than my own parents were. Yeah, sweetie. And that's why we're sent to be the angel for someone, right? So strangers don't know that sometimes a stranger that talked to you for 5 minutes had more of a motherly or fatherly effect on you in those 5 minutes than your whole family did your whole life. And that's one of the reasons that I act so much on my Mary energy, on the mama bear of me, right? The masculine, the feminine, it's not the goddess energy. You know what I mean? You don't need my sexy energy to fucking thrive right now. You got your own sexy energy, right? We all got our own. But that mother energy that I know, it's part of one of my gifts since a child. I was a child, and other children would come to me as a mom figure or as the protector figure, right? I wasn't even fully formed, and I was cradling girls that their parents wouldn't stop the abuse in their own homes, and there was nothing I could do, right? I couldn't tell my mom and dad and get like we couldn't do more, but me was holding them, right? He knows. Indigo, exactly. Lived conditions, seen but not heard, don't make the family look bad. Yes. If you tell your father will go and hurt him, and then your father will be in trouble. So let's not tell your father. It's a sad, 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 fucking sad situation right now, but you can be in your own house and think that all your women have been safe. And then one of the biggest things of the tower moments of your life right now was to know that you have a daughter who's 13 years old who was abused, but nobody told you in the house because they didn't want your reaction. And meanwhile, you've lived with, what do you mean? Everything, my daughters have been safe all, and it's like, oh well, no, actually, like we never told you because you would have reacted. But yeah, all of our girls, right? Oh yeah, me too, right? Yeah, me too. It's crazy what intergenerationally has been hidden, and what, and that's why I say sometimes, like, you think that knowing the truth of the monarchy and all these things and energy, like, you think you know things, but when you get slammed off your rocker of your own home and what you thought was your home and it's not, right? It's harsh. Yeah, wild style. I completely get it. I told my auntie that I got molested as a teenager and stalked by a man at the mall, and my auntie just laughed. Yep. Yep. That's the and sometimes it's not laughter per se, but it's that thing. Well, of course you did. If you wouldn't have been at the mall, you would that would have never happened. Okay, that doesn't make any sense, right? Well, if you didn't dress like that, but meanwhile, like I have a daughter who her shape can't be hidden even if she wears something that's so big. It's very obvious that she's beautiful and curvy. So it don't matter to people what we're actually wearing. It's what they feel about our bodies, right? But yeah, the whole thing. It's such a yep, he was trying to rape me. I love you, sweetie. Yeah, Trace B, yeah, little G. So many through my life too. Yep. Yeah. Wild style. My family will leave my inheritance to someone else's kids, even though I have children. They don't care about their grandchildren either. I get it, sweetie. Thanks for writing it out. I'm not sure like right who needs it, right? But there's a flow going where it's needed to be. Trace, I'm such a protector. Sometimes I don't know what those I don't know the word. Oh, IDK, I don't know. Yeah. Wild Style says the thing that I had dress covering my ankles. It was demure when I got stalked and molested. Yeah. That's the thing, eh, too, is that often it's I said it earlier. I don't know if you were here yet, Wild Style, but I said I feel if I don't want anybody to mess with me and I'm going out and about, and the timelines are different now since COVID, but before. What I used to do when I wanted zero attention from people in a store is I would dress up to the nines, wear a red dress as if I was going to a wedding or an event, and nobody actually bugged me those days. But if I was wearing just casual, just gross pants with holes in them and a big baggy shirt and a ball cap backwards and wanted zero attention, like don't fucking fuck with me, I look like shit so that you leave me alone, is when I would get more attention. So sometimes it's like to make sure that I'm so dressed up that exactly can't touch this. Who the heck messes with a woman in red in the middle of a grocery store in plain daylight compared to just somebody who's just looks normal, right? But yeah, I noticed that in the last years how, you know, yeah, indigo, it's part of the re-traumatizing. You go to your feminine and then to get protected, and then you get blamed further, and it's unbelievably painful, especially from a mom. Yeah, sweetie. And I don't think, I know that's one of the reasons, like the whole Lilith and Eve and the programming. So often, like almost a Disney princess type of thing, where the queen doesn't want to grow old, and then the princess is young and beautiful, and she doesn't even try. She doesn't even care. But the queen fucking just can't even, right? She just can't even. So she thinks that this person deserves whatever she gets. Why would she protect her and keep her safe as a feminine, right? Because we've been pitted against each other as feminines for so long. Everybody's, you know what I mean? So when we are rewriting the scripts as feminine, that we are here to listen, to hold space, to witness, to not back away from the pain, to definitely Be ready to hear it all without judgment and knowing that nobody's going to say, I told you so at the end. Or I call it the glazed donut look, where you go towards somebody and then you say the truth when you're younger or have these traumas happen, but then you get a glazed donut. The soul is not appearing, but the ego starts to appear. You can tell somebody something that happened, and then instead of witnessing what happened, they're going to tell you all the trauma that they've ever lived, and well, nobody was there to protect me. Okay, but you're, my mom, or you're my aunt, and that was like 50 years ago, and that was your work that you should have done. But I'm 10, and who's gonna make sure I'm okay for the next fucking 10 years and forever? Because really, all of that. Only unhealed women with trauma would ever not protect another woman as well, right? And that needs to be said. If you've ever gone to anyone and told about things and that they could not hold space, witness, and make you feel, a certain way, it's because they never dealt with it, and they could be potentially still living timelines where they have, abuse happen. There are women who, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter if you're married. If you don't want sex, you don't want sex, but who are forced into sex, right? To just, as long as you stay spread for 5 minutes, doesn't even take 5 minutes, right? Because people, you know what I mean? So, just all of that, the layers of it, but only unhealed people would ever not stop. Because when we've done the inner work, it doesn't matter what comes into our reality, we will stop the timelines, no matter if it takes down our whole family. And I know because I've done it myself. When facts of incest came into my timelines, it didn't matter. This is going to be stopped. And you know what I mean? That's it. It doesn't matter. Even to this day, I've been told by certain people, you made the wrong choice, when the children involved have both looked me in the eye and say, you made the right choice. You saved our life. Right? So the children who are now grown can look me in the eye and say I saved their life.
Question.
But the adults that still judge years and years and years and years after I brought a certain timeline and shut it down, still will tell me I'm wrong to this day, that I shouldn't have done it that way. But how the fuck does it make sense if the two people that were involved, the young people that grew up to have therapy, to have the help, to have support, if they tell me that I did everything right and I saved their life, how the fuck can somebody else not say that or think that is because they still haven't dealt with their stuff in their life? So they haven't gone and done the work. There's nobody to fucking break the timeline the way that I did, but they won't break it themselves. So they're still judging something that you know what I mean? A choice that I made years ago to completely rip a time. Like, this cannot happen anymore. Right? It cannot. It cannot, because it's been exposed. It's been healed. It's been worked on. It's been looked at for what it is, and it's been, healed.
Check.
Yeah. Sweetie. Well, it's all my family a true narcissist. I want to take down my dysfunctional ancestors' family. I would change those words, Wild Style, to I am transmuting all the dysfunctional in my ancestors' lineage. You are the condor energy, you know what I mean? That's nipping the stuff in the bud, and with your children. Right? So you and your children are the timeline busters, but to use the words that you're transmuting the energy, because in essence, your ancestors from ago are the ones that are giving you the help inside of your heart space that you need, as the true people that are like the bodies of your families still aren't there yet to give you that. And we all have different, you know what I mean? Like, everybody has the potential to like tomorrow turn around and come to you and say like, I have been through some things in the last weeks or months that make it that I just realized how I've treated you my whole life, right? Or somebody going through their stuff and it being so like that all of the ripple effect of everything, right? Just full knowing of the right and wrong that we did. Indigo, thank you so much, John. So true. Thanks for helping me see that way. Love you. Wild stuff. People say I should do rituals to my ancestors, and I only want to destroy them, break the karma, Trace B says. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I'm saying that out loud also. Yeah. I know. I get it. Not everything ends up with everyone having the full closure, and you know what I mean? Wow says Style says they will never apologize or admit they are doing wrong. I resonate with what you write there, sweetie, but I also know that only wounded people can hurt other people. In my timelines, the people that have hurt me most, I have access to see why. Right? So as much as I can talk about certain bullying and certain things, if you get a flash or an insight of, if I think I have been through the ringer with a little bit of yucky stuff thrown my way, that when you see the full or just enough to understand like what they done to me is nothing. What I've lived is nothing compared to, right? If we all see each other as wounded children, who all of us, everybody, nobody has been put on this earth that was actually cherished the day they were born. And we put each other all equal there without labels of like mental illness, narcissist, or all of that. Everybody came into this earth plane not being cherished. So what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it? We're here to cherish. We're here to love. We can't destroy the past. We can only make a better future, right? It doesn't excuse people's behavior, and it doesn't mean that we have to be a part of anything, and all of it. But just the knowing. I know that for myself, I've only had one encounter in my life where I said no, and then I was penetrated anyway. And I had never lived that before. And I didn't live it in my youth. I lived it in my adulthood to understand certain things. But when I asked for the knowing of what the fuck would make somebody do this to me living like something for, I don't know, a few minutes compared to seeing the child that had been pummeled, burned. Like, we're talking 50 Shades of Grey, except they weren't rich, man. Right? We're talking 50 Shades of Grey of child abuse, pornography, just all these things without being rich. Right? Because again, 50 Shades of Grey would have been like a dude in a trailer park. It wouldn't have been the same movie series or the same books, but put the money in there and it was good, right? But that's the thing is, the poverty, the ancestral lineage, just all of it, it has to be stopped and we move on in different ways, right? If that makes any sense at all. Yeah, Wild Style. I waited for years. Louise Hay says that too. Yeah. I don't think it's about getting the validation or the apologies from family. I think it's about about your soul finding people that can feel safe to represent those energies. So auntie-esque people, not because somebody looks like your auntie or looks like your mother or your grandparents, your father, your family, but you know what I mean? Like, my age doesn't matter. I hope that I feel like a safe mom to you, Wild Style, right? And if not, like a safe sister, a safe cousin, a safe auntie, a safe stranger, whatever word. I hope I feel safe to you. And I can't make up for everything that ever happened. We can't. But if we constantly live and we keep us safe in heart, mind, and soul, it changes everything, right? It does. It's the hope. It's what we would want, what we would have needed before. If we could get it now and then amplify and give it to others as well, is rewriting the new world ways, right? Yes, sweetie. Sometimes we want revenge for what they did. Exactly. But that's why that they did what they did, because in essence they are revenging what they never got protected for. Right? So, you know what I mean? If they didn't get protected, then nobody deserves protection. Nobody, that's how some people feel. So some people of us have been abused certain ways, and what did that do? That made sure that we grew into wanting to protect other people. We won't let other people feel the way that we did. We won't. If there's any type of way we can stop it or bring solace or serenity to anybody, we're going to do it. It don't matter, you know what I mean? It don't matter how we're going to do it. Whereas there's the opposite timeline of people who have been so hurt that everybody has to be as hurt as them, and it's never going to be enough. It's never going to be enough, right? Because the healing hasn't been done. But I think that especially when we have that feeling of wanting revenge and stuff, that's where creativity comes into play. Writing songs, writing movies, writing books, poems, drawing, allowing for the colors. If we really would want to slash somebody to pieces, then slash something to pieces, right? You wish you could hurt somebody, then break something safely without hurting anybody instead, right? That's why a lot of masculine and people, they need impact. They need impact exercises. They need to play football. They need to kick something. They need to hit something. They need impact, because that impact is the letting the stuff out physically, right? So some people would never hurt anybody, but when they got that punching bag, what they're actually imagining as they kick the shit out of it. Oh, fuck yeah. Right? But there's no intent. But it's just that feeling. But it says, well, like, why so many, like some songwriters say, I don't know how to write a happy love song. I don't write when I'm happy. I only write when I'm going through my tower moments and I'm super destroyed and sad. So I'm known for, all these songs, but my life is actually this way. That's only like a certain time, but the rest of my life is happy, but I don't know how to write happy when I'm happy. You know what I mean? I only create when I'm sad. And some of us, it's the opposite. I don't create from pain. I create from joy, right? So it's one of the hardest things to turn myself around if I'm really, really sad, to go grab my thing and try to draw, because like there's no fucking joy, right? So all of it. And to be able to try, right? Okay, I if you say I can't draw when I'm sad, well, holy fuck, if I keep saying that, I can't. But if I rewire to say like I am going to, then you do. But you get it, eh? That's why I like boxing. LOL. Yeah. I'm not so good with certain impact for myself, but I know that within certain timelines when I felt like I just but the John Wick 1 and 2, and then the third movie, when John Wick came out, for me, I needed that. I needed those movies for the like the way that the storyline is and certain things, but just yeah, I needed that. Hey, David Castle. I'm just gonna full circle the comments and stuff, especially because we're on like touchier subjects. I'm not just gonna stop, drop, and roll, but I've been on for a long time and I am hungry. Indigo Rose, I wanted revenge for a long time now without realizing it. And now I want to heal without controlling my life and reactions to the degree that I forgive. Yeah. Yep. I find as well, Indigo Rose, and I don't know if this will resonate with anybody, but I don't want revenge necessarily on other people. It's me. So it's me. So if somebody hurt me in any way, I'm not really mad at them for very long. Not at all, in fact. It's very easy. I've forgiven them. It's me I can't forgive. It's fucking me that I cannot stand my own self, that I trusted someone to let, you know what I mean? And then I'm stupid that because my biggest thing is like, just give, just give, just give. Just fucking give, just give. Don't matter if nobody's giving back. Just give more, give more, give more. Right? And that's fine if there's zero attachment and if it's just, I'm just giving. But that second that I like trust and believe, right? And it's me I want revenge. It's me I want to fucking destroy. Nobody else. I don't think people are evil for lying to me. I think I'm fucking stupid for believing. Right? So how I believe there's two types of souls or heart spaces. There's the kind of heart that blames everything exterior and everything else's fault. Or there's the kind of heart where I can think it's my fault. There's a fucking earthquake in China because I fucking farted or had a bad thought. Right? Like, it's me. So if I had a dream that something bad was going to happen and then it actually did, then it's my fault because I couldn't stop it. Right? Like, all of that. But it's not, I'm not a revenge or a hate, but I could dig myself my own hole of it's my fucking fault, right? Big time. That's why it also works when somebody like threatens me and wants to say certain things about me. It's like, of course, I believe all this about myself. Of course you're telling me this, right? I don't think that I'm not good just because, you know what I mean? Like, how can I be good if this is what the life I deserve with my daughter? Like, this is what I'm manifesting. Of course, like, I'm not good enough, right? All of that. That's the hard part for me. Exactly. That's it, eh? Well installed. The problem with revenge comes with karma, so we're actually making things worse. Exactly. I'm going to pull a last card if there's anybody who wanted a full circle or needed to say anything before I close up. That means like hungry now. I gotta boil water for a bath. I'm really very cold. Thank you, Wildstar. It is. It's one of the bravest, like boldest things I've ever done because I don't like being seen. I don't like being on camera and I don't like being seen. When I was a chef and I was working in a restaurant that had like, you know, the big fancy ass fucking place. And when people wanted to see the chef to you know, say something about the food, I sent my team out. Right? Or I would send my sous chef, or I would send anybody but me. I don't want the fucking kudos. I don't want, you know, I don't want your attention. I don't want to be seen. Right? So it's huge for me to do this. I know because it is so easy. And the reason that it's easy is because I got no attachment to it. I didn't want to be seen. So it's easy for me to be looking straight at the camera because I'm not attached to it. I came here to be found and gather tribe. So I don't care. Like if you were all in front of me, like tomorrow you'd be seeing me warts and all. So what have I got? You know what I mean? Like that's not hard for me. It's not hard at all. Indigo. I can relate to that also because my reactions, I hurt myself and others. Then I go through this whole you're stupid thing also. It's also why do you allow yourself to hope or dream? Exactly. Yup. Wildstar, you could lie about your reality like most YouTube people do, but you're honest about your reality to the world. And I respect you for that. Thank you. Sometimes I find that because like I'm brave to talk a certain way and just certain things that it's like, but are you even listening to what I'm saying? Because like this, you know what I mean? Like just like, oh my gosh. I think as well, my life has been so just not knowing in the last few years that if I can help anybody else who's on a path of surrender without knowing, and how confusing it is, and all the ups and downs that we go through. Like my journey is since January 17th on YouTube, and everything is there almost. Like I've taken random stuff down, but like there's people who you can go look at their channel every week and then they're always playing with their vids that they have available. They've taken them down, they put them back up. Some people have like, oh, they've disappeared, then they put 3 vids and they put 70. Like they're playing so much with what they put up and take up and put down and then. It's like, okay, my stuff's all there. Do you want to go look at like 3 months ago how I was feeling and what I was bringing through in a live stream? Go look, right? Do you want to go see what I was saying? Just go look. One of the things that can mix a lot of people up through my live stream is if you pop into my live stream, you hear a snippet of 5 minutes and then you want to come to me and say like, this, I saw this, and this. It's like, okay, but where? I streamed for 5 hours, 4 hours, 8 hours. You went and saw 5 minutes where I was bouncing off comments, talking about somebody else's situations. Then you want to come wrap my words around it? But you didn't listen to the full everything? You don't even know what I'm talking about? That's one of the hardest things for me sometimes, right? So my sister had said a month ago, I haven't looked at your channel since August. We're the end of September. Is everything okay? I was like, what are you even talking about? I got 2 months of vids and you're going to ask me, what do you want to know? What vid did you see? What was I saying in the moment? It's like when you came in earlier, Wildstyle, and I was crying. You know, it's like, why was she crying? I couldn't even remember almost at the time. I was crying because of what we were talking about. But it wasn't my wound, and I didn't come in to cry about that. I came in because we were sharing the intimacy of holy knowing we're not the only ones living certain timelines. And the knowing that we're not the only one living certain timelines, I think is like the thing of like, yeah, we really are all in this together, living certain things at the same time, the same months of timelines, in order to you know, rewrite the scripts of how we act and react and all of these things, right? One thing's for sure is that we're not being, you know, gifted the open, like, hey, do you need to talk? Or hey, here in your reality, let's just make this simpler and find a way for you to be able to, you know, evacuate what you need. And that's, you know, that's why I show up and I try to keep this the way that I do, right? And that thing of who's guided is meant to be there when they're there, and you know, especially like a stream like today and like hours and hours of like what we bounced in and out of, it's really big. Thank you guys. Maat. Where's Corey Reeves when I pull out Maat, truth. Has it been 6 hours? I don't know, but I'm getting shaky. I'm actually really hungry. It's actually 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. I had no clue what the timestamp was, even if I'm looking at it. I can't remember the last time I called out the time. I had no idea. Yeah, it's been a special stream too as well, Meeps. Like a lot of just stuff being shared and stuff. So this one's not for everyone. It's for whoever needs it, obviously, but Indigo, in closing, I want to say I'm grateful to you for creating this space and everyone that has shared so openly. Exactly. Thank you so much. I know that these things that you guys have chosen to share and write out is not so easy. And I thank you so much for your authenticity, transparency, and for allowing for these things to be just out here in the open so that we can witness and grow together. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go eat right now. It's daylight and sunny for you. Right on, Wild Style. Wild Style, I'm grateful too. And when I can afford to gift you, I will. I never do that, but you deserve it. Oh, sweetie. Whatever's meant to be, it is what it is. And I am especially grateful for the energy, right? Um, Thank you. Yeah, it was an intense feed, Dana? This was a live feed for me. It's nighttime and freezing. You're wearing your duffel coat. Yeah, I'm gonna go warm some water for a bath, I think. Thank you. I'm gonna stop because if I keep looking at comments, then I just kind of look a little bit more, and then my flow is really, really, really just huge. But I need to. I gotta stop. I don't know if you guys. No. I amplify anything that was said for the greater good to be sent out for whoever else needs it. May those that are in certain things that would need the certain lines that came from today's stream, may they be guided to just open the stream, press on what they need, and just get what they need.